Good morning, dear friends. Welcome to our forum. Today we continue to... So, once again, good morning, dear friends. Welcome to our forum, the 15th Kyiv Security Forum. I am Martin Valetsky, Director of National Democratic Institute in Ukraine. I'd like to thank the organizers of this forum for the opportunity to raise the issues of the development of democratic values and democratic institutions and standards. I would like to thank our donor, USAID, and I also would like to make a few points.
Next, then I will invite our distinguished speakers. First of all, we all recognize that Ukrainian democratic leaders have shown remarkable unity and cooperation in firm opposition to brutal aggression. Russia's strategy to divide Ukrainians, undermine resilience, and erode its Western ties has proven a total failure. NDI surveys clearly show that Ukrainians are consolidating around its democratic, tolerant, and pluralistic future. Our recent survey shows that 94% of Ukrainians, for them it is important that Ukraine becomes a functioning democracy, significant jump from 76% in December 2021. Yesterday we spoke about NATO membership, and there were numerous references to Article 4, 5, 10, but also a number of speakers mentioned the values. And let us just remind ourselves, the NATO Treaty preamble is very clear. Alliance is founded on principles of democracy, individual liberty, and the rule of law. Thus, for our collective security, we need Ukraine with a strong army, and we need Ukraine with a strong democracy. We need to invest and support Ukrainian democracy also because of EU accession and Copenhagen political criteria, stability of institutions guaranteeing democracy, the rule of law, human rights, and respect and protection of minorities. Finally, my final remark for this opening part, Ukrainian democratic victory will revert a very negative global autocratic trend. We've noticed that advances in global level of democracy made over the last 35 years have been all wiped out. Today, the world has more closed autocracies than liberal democracies for the first time in more than 2 decades. Thus, Ukrainian democratic victory will be the most important geopolitical shift since 1989. It is symbolic. The collapse of the evil totalitarian Soviet empire started in 1989 in my home country, in Poland, in Central Eastern Europe, and I hope and I'm sure it will finish here in Ukraine. Ukraine democratic victory will liberate many post-Soviet countries, authoritarian regimes, and will also inspire many European democrats. We have an amazing panel, very distinguished speakers. Na naszому demokratycznej paneli будемо говорити з чудовим...
At this democratic panel, we will have wonderful speakers and politicians, public figures and experts.
Let me start by, first of all, welcoming our distinguished speakers. It is my great pleasure to invite to the podium President of Ukraine, Petro Poroshenko, President of Ukraine 2014 to 2019, and the leader of the European Solidarity Party. Mr. President. Я хочу щиро попросити привітати First Deputy Speaker of Верховна Рада of Ukraine, Alexander Kornienko, who changed all his arrangements to join us this morning. Our third speaker, Mr. Sergei Prytula, founder of the Sergei Prytula Charitable Foundation, and according to NDI survey, the third most trusted public figure in Ukraine. I also have a pleasure to invite Ms. Hanna Hopko, Chair of the Board of the National Interest Advocacy Network, ANS. Hanna. And Ms. Caroline Balin, Director of All-Party Parliamentary Group for Future Generations, United Kingdom. With your permission, before we start, and we will have a very dynamic session, I would like to ask to play the video remarks, opening remarks from our President, Ambassador Derek Mitchell, President of the National Democratic Institute.
Good morning. My name is Derek Mitchell, and I'm the President of the National Democratic Institute. I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you, and my thanks to the Kyiv Security Forum organizers for inviting me here today to discuss a very important topic: the role that democracy plays in Ukraine's future, and specifically in securing Ukraine's victory. A bit of background first about NDI. NDI is a nonpartisan global organization that works in more than 70 countries to support those working to build and sustain democracy. For nearly 4 decades, NDI, working alongside our partners at the International Republican Institute and the National Endowment for Democracy, has assisted the development of political parties, legislatures, civil society organizations, and other institutions that form the foundation of healthy democracies. Over the past 30 years, NDI has had the privilege of working hand in hand with the Ukrainian government, as well as with political party leaders, civil society actors, media representatives, and everyday citizens to build Ukraine's democratic institutions. Democratic progress is never linear, but Ukrainians have never wavered in the fight for sovereign independence and a democratic future. NDI has witnessed firsthand that you turned up by the hundreds of thousands, not just in 2004, 2014, and 2022, but every single day in between to do the hard work of exercising your democratic rights and freedoms, establishing new democratic norms, making necessary democratic reforms, dismantling corrupt institutions, and demanding clean, open, and responsive governance. A cynical observer might ask why Ukrainians have been willing to sacrifice so much for their preferred system of governance. One might just as easily ask why one cares so much about personal dignity, freedom, and well-being. The answer lies in democracy itself, which Ukrainians understand is the system most likely to deliver the stability, development, unity, and protection of national sovereignty and personal dignity they crave. Democracy is the best safeguard of equal opportunity for every person. A generation of Ukrainian effort toward democracy has paid off. Not only does NDI's research show record levels of support for Ukraine's future as a fully functioning democracy, but democratic reforms undertaken since 2014 have undeniably contributed to Ukraine's resilient response to the recent escalation of external aggression. Decentralization reforms have enabled local governments to respond quickly to rapidly changing circumstances, whether it's temporary occupation, consistent shelling, or millions of displaced persons. Anti-corruption reforms and cooperation between government and opposition parties have helped to assuage Western concerns regarding military and financial support, enabling consistent increases in both. In the end, as I have often said, Ukraine must not only win the war, but ensure in doing so, it also wins the peace. The people of Ukraine are sacrificing all and uniting as one to fight for their democratic rights, sovereign independence, and dignity. Democracy and democratic development must not cease during wartime. Ukraine must emerge even stronger as a democracy than it was before this war. And as you rebuild after victory, your reconstruction must place democratic principles at its core, supported by your friends in the international community to secure the peace. Over the coming hour, you will hear from a diverse group of panelists discussing thorny and complicated issues, including how to preserve Ukraine's political pluralism, media independence, decentralization, and anti-corruption initiatives during the period of martial law, and how to ensure that marginalized groups see their interests represented in the recovery and reconstruction processes. The world remains in awe of the Ukrainian people's daily sacrifice and fortitude in the face of unprovoked aggression. A lot is at stake in your victory, but Ukraine is truly on the front lines in the 21st century struggle to defend democracy against attack from the world's autocrats. Friends, we are all in your debt forever, and we will continue to stand in solidarity with you as your active partner in delivering this democratic victory, not just for Ukraine, but for the whole world. Thank you all. I wish you a successful conference, and Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. Thank you very much, Ambassador Mitchell. And we're moving now to our panel. And I would like to remind our panelists we will have 3 questions. We're going to start with the first 2. I would like to allocate 3 to 4 minutes. I might not be Miroslava Gongadze, but I'll try to be a tough moderator and have a dynamic session. So the first 2 questions, let's look at here and now. How to protect democracy from the war flames and the dangers of autocratic tendencies, and how to ensure a balance between individual freedoms and security. And I would like to give the floor to President Poroshenko.
Thank you very much indeed. First of all, I want to...
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers. Arseny, thanks a lot for inviting me, for organizing this extremely representative and important forum. I would also like to thank USAID and DI, saying that this forum is collected at a most opportune moment, because the messages that we are going to get across should be heard during the NATO Summit in Vilnius. Speaking about the protection of democracy, we mean that it should be part of our movement towards the EU and NATO membership. Marcin is quite right when he read the preamble to the Washington Treaty, saying that NATO is about democracy. NATO is about basic freedoms, including the freedom of expression, even under the martial law. It does not specify or explicate it, but it is meant. So the topic of unity is also one of the top priorities for Ukraine. Ukrainians have united. They united during the first minutes of the war around Ukraine. They rallied behind the armed forces of Ukraine. I've come here after my meetings in Luxembourg and Brussels that we had together with the Ukrainian delegation members during the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. And the resolution that was revised on the voting day, underscoring that Wagner Group is a terrorist organization, that Russianism is the ideology of the Russian Federation today, and the NATO Parliamentary Assembly called on the allies to invite Ukraine to membership during the Vilnius Summit, and we insisted on it. And this should be part of the resolution of the NATO Summit, and it is about democracy. I would be extremely disappointed if the Ukrainian delegation returns from the Vilnius Summit with a copy of the Budapest Memorandum or the resolution of the Bucharest Summit. I do not want to hear about the open door policy anymore. If the door is open, why can't we enter? Why can't we come through that door? So we should be extremely straightforward. And in this case, and I will try to answer both of your questions at a time. When we are thinking about the post-war Ukraine, we should be thinking about how to win the war, not to lose peace. And here I envision 3 scenarios. The first one is the only one supported by all of Ukrainians. This is the EU and NATO membership, which means, again, democracy, reforms, investment, post-war reconstruction and revival, and Ukraine's integration into the largest security organization of the world. And this is the EU and NATO scenario. More than 90% of Ukrainians now support this scenario. At the very beginning of the war, I was accused that it was provoked by amendments to the constitution providing for the upcoming EU and NATO membership for Ukraine. There is another scenario offered to us as well, and that is about security guarantees. No matter what we do, that would be a replica of the Budapest Memorandum. So what will we have as a result? It will be something akin to the so-called Israel project. Israel does have security guarantees. In the best case scenario, it will be about weapons supply to Ukraine to enable the armed forces of Ukraine to fight Russia. But that will be the never-ending war with Russia, and Ukrainians will continue to pay exorbitant price for that. Israel is fighting against the terrorists in the Gaza Strip, and we are fighting against the second largest army of the world. The price would be enormous. So not a single security guarantee can be viewed as a pro-Ukrainian scenario. And there's the third scenario, and that is a dream of the Russian Federation, and it is called the Afghanistan model, when there is a dictatorship in Ukraine, when Ukraine is not the member of NATO, when we do not have security guarantees, nor do we have weapons supply. And that's what Putin is dreaming about. And this scenario is related to the internal dictatorship. So once I returned from Brussels, and I had lots of meetings with European commissioners, with representatives of the European Council, and all of them said that the next week for us will be decisive, and they are expecting that we take very important decisions that will allow us to have the successful assessment of our meeting candidacy criteria. And our unity to the external world should be supported by our true internal unity. We have to fight against the Russian aggressor, and we have to fight for democratic resilience inside the country. Not a single useful idiot that suggests that mass media are closed, that the opposition is oppressed, that opposition is muzzled, that parliamentary multilateralism should be destroyed, and then the rule of law does not matter, and that the law enforcement can persecute people who are not liked by powers that be. It is a way towards the Afghanistan model. The war between Ukraine and Russia is not just this current war, but it is a larger war launched by Russia against the democratic world. After the events in Afghanistan, they believed that authoritarianism, dictatorships would prevail. Ukraine dispelled this myth, and now we are fighting against the tolerance to slavery. And we speak about accountability of both Putin and Russians who behave like slaves. Free people should prevail, and they will prevail. And our membership of the EU and NATO are meeting all of the candidacy criteria and are following the timetable by October, when our assessment is due. And then the European Council should take a decision on the negotiations beginning. This window of opportunity is open, but the time is limited, and we have to start negotiations with this iteration of European Parliament, of European Commission, with the Council of the EU. And it would be most irresponsible if we fail to achieve this result. And I think this forum would be instrumental in our achieving this goal. One more thing, if I may. I wanted to thank Tony Abbott, my great friend, not only for his being here with us today, but for what he did back in 2014. Together, we created preconditions after the downing of MH17 with a lot of Australians on board, and that brought about the International Tribunal on the perpetrators of this crime and those behind their backs. And I hope that the international community will follow suit, and we will establish international tribunal to bring Putin to justice for this crime.
At the end of this panel, where Caroline is going to present parts of an amazing report on strategic foresight. But now I have a great pleasure to give the floor to our dear friend, colleague, First Deputy Speaker, Alexander Kornienko. Alexander, будь ласка.
Доброго ранку.
Good morning. It's very difficult to speak after President Poroshenko. He is a true public speaker. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me, for bringing all of you together to discuss critical issues of today. I will be agreeing with Petro Poroshenko in 90% of my words, which is a rare case, you know. But it is really extremely important for us to use every available platform, every foray, to discuss one and the same issue, to hammer out this message. And it is about Euro-Atlantic aspirations of Ukraine, whereby the integration into the EU will have certain progress. We've made this progress to date. Interestingly, and that's my impression, the issue of the EU integration and the opening of negotiations depends on us to the most extent possible, because it is on us to take the necessary decisions. And I do agree with Mr. Poroshenko again that in the next 2 weeks we will have several sessions of Parliament, and we work as one now there. We do not use this ruling party and oppositional parties for the time being, at least, because we are united inside Parliament. So a lot depends on the Ukrainian state, and we are true to our commitments that we pronounced almost a year ago when we received the candidate status. And you know this saying that 0.99 in a certain degree is too little, but 1 in a certain degree is too much. We cannot fulfill the criteria by 99%. We should over-fulfill them, achieve them by 105%. Then we will actually fulfill the expectations of the 90% of our population to see Ukraine as a member of the EU. As far as our integration with Euro-Atlantic community is concerned, here a lot depends on the vision of our partners. That's why our united participation in the session of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly was extremely important. So the representatives of parliamentary majority and the opposition were chanted together the slogans that we all agree on. And we promoted this notion of Russian fascism that should be condemned. And even though the Parliamentary Assembly is a very open forum, we still had a lot of stereotypes to overcome and a lot of fakes to dispel. And we still have to work towards those myths to be dispelled. And our joint message and our joint pressure, positive pressure, I would say, our request and the promise at the same time is for our partners to understand and support the wording that will lead us eventually to the invitation to be the NATO members when circumstances allow, I mean the circumstances of the war.
Speaking more about closer to the panel topic, I would like to mention one thing. Maybe it's more of organizational nature, but still, it's organizational in the sense that martial law has two levels as it's presented in the legislation. We have a law, and a law may be changed, and we changed the law when we talked about protection of decentralization. So at the beginning of the martial law, the serious obstacles were put on the way of transformation of self-government into military administrations. That's why today, if there is a need to give some powers to the military administration, it should be done through the parliament, which is, and then this was established at the level of martial law. But at the higher level, there is a constitution, and there are some elements related to limitation of rights. Unfortunately, the founding fathers prohibited in constitution. Now I'm talking about elections, and here I agree with Mr. Poroshenko that it's not time to do this. This will break the unity, and I think we should not break our good relations with Chatham House, and because people near Bakhmut, defenders of Bakhmut, will not understand this. But democracy means change of power, constant change of power. We should not forget about it. And coming from technical issues to more general, we should discuss, we should listen to each other, where we can bring back, where we can lift limitations on rights where it is possible. We, on the other hand, we cannot change constitution. We cannot change constitution during the martial law, and during martial law, something is not allowed to do according to which declared in the constitution. So, with the help of the colleagues from the European Union, we installed some elements which demonstrate that some changes may be made at the level of law. So it's a doable task, and I think we will move forward on these issues. Another separate big issue is a correlation of some things related to rights connected with Euro integration and martial law. And there were a lot of remarks we got from NGOs at the beginning about possibility to be engaged into drafting laws and so on. A year ago, a month after liberation of Kyiv, the inclusion was not of much interest for everybody. But now these things start coming back. Some of them have been brought back by 100%. There are some limitations which remain, but the NGOs themselves find ways how to solve the issues. And concerning decentralization, we managed to restore almost 100% of discussions related to these issues, and discussion of laws related to local self-government. And for the first time in the history of the parliament, we received official response from the Association of the Local Self-Governments, and these recommendations are presented as a part of the bill, of the draft law. So yesterday returned from the big anti-corruption forum on OECD, and colleagues from NGOs participated. The colleagues from OECD helped us, moderated that meeting. It is clear that which should be corrected should be corrected. And coming back to Mr. Poroshenko's words, I will agree with you that when you spoke about international issues, Ukraine is always in the center of attention. This is G7 format, for example, as well as we observe participation in the League of Arab States. It's absolutely different thing, but that would not be possible without unity, because the central topic was the security and safety of indigenous people in Ukraine, Crimean Tatars, and all Ukraine should be united around those issues, and there are lots of such examples. The work on legislation is in progress. So I thank you for inviting me, and we'll try to keep this course. Afghanistan is too far away, and we're not going to look at it as an example.
Sergei Petula, founder of the Sergei Petula Charitable Foundation. It's really great to hear the voice of a leading activist, volunteer. You're doing amazing work, you and your foundation. Thank you very much for agreeing to join in this panel today.
Дякую. Доброго ранку, пані та панове. Дякую.
Thank you very much. I thank the organizers for invitation and for the floor. An important issue was raised: how to protect democracy during war and how not to get down to totalitarianism. And when we are discussing the issue how to protect Ukrainian democracy, Ukrainian soldier is defending democracy with arms on the front line. We must be very grateful to them for this. And looking ahead into the post-war future of Ukraine, I'm absolutely sure that there will be no authoritarianism. Yes, the war brought about certain elements of centralization of power, and naturally people maybe feel concerned about it. But more than 85% of Ukrainians want to be part of European Union, and it's hard for me to imagine how, at the moment when Ukrainian society is knocking the doors of European Union, how could anyone think about going against the will of people? Ukrainian society has been vaccinated by Yanukovych, and it will break any initiatives against joining European Union. Such scenarios will not be possible. Our irreversible movement towards European Union, NATO, is definitely protective against totalitarianism. Another important element is the development of Ukrainian civil society. Ukrainian self-organization ability is a phenomenal story which is going to be studied for many years in the future, not only in Ukraine. The importance of this volunteer movement is that it's not just a story of buying something and giving to the military. We say that this is a uniting factor, and I'm happy that our foundation is part of this history, and we are an instrument in the society which helps to bring about these processes. When we bought, for example, 101 APC for the defense forces, or provide for communications through satellite communications, or getting possibility to get Bayraktar drones. So people feel that they can influence various processes, and Ukrainian civil society during war is not a competitor or critic of the military and political and military leadership in the country. And at all platforms, together with Ukrainian authorities, we stood for state interests, whether it was in Bundestag in Germany, or European Commission in Brussels, or in the Congress of the United States. Everywhere we have been the voice supporting Ukraine. But I would like this not to be a one-way road. And I'm very grateful to Alexander for that last August the new good processes began of cooperation between authorities and volunteer movements. Our activities in Ukraine are regulated by current legislation. We work within the framework of law on charity foundations and charity organizations, but hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian volunteers still risk their activities because there is no legislation which would regulate their work, their activities. And in last August, we started consultations with the parliament, and our funds defended, protected interests of volunteer movement. We had meetings and constructive dialogue, and the chair of the parliamentary committee promised that at the legislative level, Ukrainian volunteers will get so-called tax amnesty till May 2022. Why it was so important? Because those who were in Kyiv and Sumy and other frontline towns remember the fighting and remember how all these things were provided to military, and that remember that when you give any equipment or car or whatever to military, you never think about reporting or accounting or bookkeeping. The only important issue was to save lives of fighters, to save the state. That's why we wanted very much that those initiatives and promises given last year to be fulfilled. We have everything prepared, so let's come back to this issue, and our legislators will be engaged into the process of protecting democracy in Ukraine this way. Thank you. I would like to take this opportunity. We did something, we didn't do something. We did something, right? What wanted? There were some things, but they were done. There is no law. But I think we'll come back to this. But we must understand there are colleagues who participated actively in previous years in negotiations with creditors, in particular with IMF and others. All these things should be agreed with them, because one of the requirements in the memorandum is not to change taxation system, rates. This is going to be the process. It's not an issue of any changes in the taxation system. For instance, we have to divide such notions as charity assistance, humanitarian assistance, and volunteer activities. Volunteers bring assistance to Ukraine as humanitarian, but it is not so. We pay for this, not we get it free of charge. I thank the Security Forum for opportunity to discuss these issues.
Next forum, we will go back to this topic and we will see if all the promises have been delivered. Yes. Okay, so Next month, okay, agreed. We have, unfortunately, 20 minutes left. So what I would like to do is I would like to give the floor to Hanna Hopko, Chair of the Board of the National Interest Advocacy Network, ANS. Hanna, if you could keep it 5 minutes, then I will ask Caroline to give a brief presentation of the scenarios, and then I will ask our panelists to conclude with 2 minutes remarks, because as a moderator, I promised that we'll finish by 11 o'clock. So Hanna, please.
Thank you, Martin. As always, ladies first, but this time ladies last, and only 5 minutes. This is about gender equality that NDI promotes.
Okay. Hanna,
okay.
You know how to negotiate. You have 7 minutes.
Okay.
And for the record, in the program, I'm called moderatorka,
Okay.
so there is a gender equality.
This is the man world, but I'll try to keep it short and in 5 minutes. So following your line that you mentioned about the totalitarian Soviet Union regime. So sorry, I switched to Ukrainian. Насправді, нам дуже важливо
Well, as a matter of fact, it's very important to understand that the totalitarian imperial system which is in place in the Russian Federation has not changed at all. Yesterday we saw in the British Parliament when they recognized the Holodomor as genocide against the Ukrainian people. That was a very important decision, just like the similar decision of the European Parliament, but that happened on the 19th year after Stalin made this attempt to kill the Ukrainian nation at the time when Ukraine was the breadbasket of Europe. Why I'm recalling that? We are talking about how to defend democracy in Ukraine now, and therefore I would like to ask our Western partners to draw certain conclusions, because the failure to recognize Holodomor as genocide timely was one of the reasons why the genocide is being committed against the Ukrainian people in the 21st century again. So I would like to make sure that those parliaments who recognize this as genocide about Holodomor and about the current aggression should be more timely than the one related to Holodomor. You record the recognition of Wagner Group as a terrorist organization, the decisions about the confiscation of Russian assets, the decisions related to tribunal, and so on. The fact that the actions of Russia are designated as genocide is very appropriate, because we're talking about the attempt to destroy the Ukrainian nation, and that should lay down the groundwork for further reparations and confiscation of assets of the Russian Federation to repay Ukraine. We'd like to make sure that our children and grandchildren never meet the imperial actions of the Russian Federation. Peter I stole the name of the country from us, and so on. Our Western partners should understand that Ukraine's victory is not just a victory for Ukraine or a victory for democracy. This is a triumph of the truth. And for people to hear the truth, they should be courageous. I was supposed to be in a T-shirt, Ukrainian NATO 33rd. I will present you with this T-shirt after the forum. I see Ukrainian victory, because our T-shirts about the military assistance to Ukraine were very popular, and I think there will be a T-shirt with the sign "I see Ukrainian victory," and we hope that after the mistakes of the Bucharest, we will have an invitation to NATO, and we will start ratification of this decision, including the Congress of the U.S., that will be the leadership of the U.S. and President Biden's individual and personal contribution into democracy in action. I do hope that Ukraine will be heard in Vilnius. In spite of pessimism and some skepticism, I visited 5 capital cities in May, and with my colleagues I visited 12 cities, and we do hope that we will be able to make our case and persuade those who were skeptical about this. So I thank Mr. Yatsenyuk and all those present here for being able today to discuss this and to say that there is nothing impossible. There's nothing impossible for God, and just like for us, there's nothing impossible at all if we're united and willing. We would like to see the President of Ukraine here and the Prime Minister, because the dialogue within the country is absolutely key now when we speak about talks about issues like Moldova and Georgia. We, as the leader in this region, should also raise the issue of the status of candidate of NATO for Georgia as well, because next year will be a very challenging year. Elections in the US, elections in the European Parliament, and elections in India, Taiwan, in Moldova, in the Russian Federation, and so on. So if the West really wants to hear the truth is very simple. Democracy without actions is just blah, blah, blah. Democracy without weapon is blah, 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 and likewise, without actions, it is also just hot air. We need a clear prospect for NATO membership. We need to initiate talks about accession to the EU. We need the victory. The military of Ukraine can reclaim our territories, but we do need weapons. And there's a lot of delay in this. We keep persuading people that they should give us tanks and aircraft and so on. There should be no more delay. We cannot allow anything like Afghanistan happening here. Ukraine's military and the Ukrainian people is an embodiment of a free Ukraine, an independent country with the freedom of the people. So when we speak about the 5th article of NATO, the Ukrainian military and the Ukrainian people are implementing these values and will continue to do so. Addressing our leadership and our opposition, I think they appear to be united now in these issues. So I think we should heed the voice of the people, especially local communities. Our network ants work a lot with women's communities, like the head of Chernihiv community. Their community was under occupation, and the chairwoman now that community has her son in Russian captivity now. She's an incredible woman, and she told us about the history of the occupation of the community and how they kept on working during the occupation. The reform of decentralization is about combating corruption and preventing usurpation of power. I also would like to support businesses, small and medium businesses, those that produce dairy products, honey, and other things. There's a lack of support for this kind of businesses in Ukraine. I do hope that this will happen. And for the last 10 months, we've been waiting for a ban of import of publishing products from the aggressor country. And we are still waiting for the signature of the president on this draft law. This is an issue of national security, and I do hope that the president will sign off on this law. I'm thankful to the President for his international activities and visits, the summit of the Arab countries and G7 and so on. But Ukraine will be strong if we advocate the truth about what's going on in Ukraine, and Mr. Poroshenko spoke about that already. It's really key for us to go to our victory with the truth which we are telling to our partners and to ourselves. We have to draw our conclusions why this genocide against the Ukrainian nation in the 21st century is possible and what mistakes were made by our society, because there's also our fault in that. I'd like to thank all of you. I do believe in our victory in 2023 because everyone should be interested in this. Our friends in Taiwan, in the Indochina region, we have Prime Minister of Australia. They, even as far away as Australia, do understand why Ukraine's victory has such an important geopolitical importance. We badly need the decisions which we are now demanding to get from our partners.
Well, I gave Hannah 5 minutes, she took 10, because she knows how to fight for equality. Thank you very much. And Hannah, we will come back to you. You know what is my idea about the women president of Ukraine. So I'll ask you later what can be done to make it happen. Caroline, and I am looking at the organizers, we started a bit later, so we will actually finish 10-15 minutes later. So Caroline Balon is going to present a unique project, talk about a unique project, strategic foresight with different scenarios, which takes us back to a very interesting points made by President Poroshenko. What are you seeing coming our way?
Great. So I'll be presenting a report today. So I run a group in the UK Parliament that brings together both houses of Parliament and the major political parties. Oh, thank you. Around how to get government to think more long-term. And we've been supporting a group similar to ours in the Ukrainian Parliament, the Interfactional Union Strategic Foresight for Ukraine, to develop a set of scenarios for reconstruction of Ukraine, which go out to the year 2040. So that's what I'm going to be talking about. And actually, the project was carried out at the request of the first deputy speaker of the Ukrainian parliament, Mr. Kornienko. And I think just the fact that there's that appetite in the Ukrainian parliament, I think is extremely telling, that they're willing to ask those difficult questions and do that long-term thinking. So this was a major exercise that we carried out over the course of 7 months. It involved not just Ukrainian parliamentarians and UK parliamentarians, but we brought together subject matter experts, dozens of subject matter experts in a wide range of areas, and we had strong support from the UN Development Program. So a couple things that I want to emphasize about when you do a scenario planning exercise. So scenarios are not predictions. That's not the purpose. What you're doing is you're creating possible futures, possible plausible futures. So the world, in a world that's increasingly unpredictable, the idea is to be highlighting threats, but also opportunities. And that can help you to strategize. And it also creates a space where creative thinking can occur. So this report does not represent official views of the Ukrainian parliament or the UK parliament, but it's endorsed by it. So I'm going to briefly summarize 3 scenarios that we developed, and then very quickly discuss their implications for democracy and national unity. So the first scenario, World War. So Western partners can no longer provide Ukraine with sufficient military support due to a global economic crisis and other factors. And because of this, Russia is able to make major gains in Ukraine. And it then moves against Moldova and Estonia. And at that point, obviously, Russian partners do need to enter the war, and they need to enter the war directly. But when that happens, they are up against a much stronger Russia. And so the war ends up being much more costly in terms of money and lives. The second scenario, autocracy. So Ukraine is able to repel Russia and regain its February 2022 borders, and it signs a peace agreement with Russia. But even though Russia is weakened, the threat isn't over. And so because of this, Ukraine does pursue a number of authoritarian tendencies. And there's also corruption in the reconstruction process. So all of this creates cracks with Western partners. And in this scenario, Ukraine turns increasingly away from the West and towards authoritarian states as partners like China. And the last scenario, unity. So I would summarize this by saying Russia's actions have the exact opposite effect of what it intended. So in this scenario, Russia wanted to break the spirit of the Ukrainian people, but instead it increased their determination to fight. And on the battlefield, in this scenario, Ukraine regains not just Donbas, but Crimea. Russia wanted to splinter the EU and NATO, but they're more united, and they have a number of new members, including Ukraine. And Russia itself is severely weakened. And in fact, there's separatist regions in Russia, inspired by the courage of the Ukrainian people. They rise up and break away. So very quickly, some implications of these for democracy and unity. So we looked a lot at how important combating disinformation is for democracy. So in Ukraine, of course, including in the occupied territories. But more broadly, disinformation is, of course, testing our democratic systems in the US and in European countries. And I really want to emphasize that disinformation in the US and EU could change the course of the war if it's successful. So in the world war scenario, where Western countries aren't able to continue providing Ukraine with sufficient military support, we played out what would happen if Trump was reelected. Obviously, Russian disinformation would be a part of that. And so countries can flip very quickly, especially when polling is very close, like Trump in 2016 or Brexit. So important to emphasize. We also looked at how ongoing Russian disinformation campaigns that are targeting the populations of the EU and US to undercut support. And so we looked at some of the dangers from that. So the narratives that we see, say, blaming Ukrainian refugees for being a drain on public funds, this can definitely, in the difficult economic times that the US and the EU are facing, that can definitely be a factor. And if voters don't support Ukraine, it's going to be hard for Western governments to continue to provide that support. So combating disinformation is really, really key. Not just disinformation in Ukraine, but disinformation in the EU and in the US. And I know that there is a lot of work that's going underway on this topic, but there's still so much more that needs to be done to properly hold social media companies accountable and strengthening education. And then the second and last big takeaway I have is we looked a lot as well at the importance of promoting national unity. So in the autocracy scenario, we looked at how Russian conspirators in Ukraine might be a driver of some of that authoritarianism, so creating that fear. And we played out this scenario. It's quite dark and depressing, but we played it out because we thought it was really important to highlight the negative consequences and play this out, and basically to strategize, to emphasize the importance of policies that really promote social cohesion. And then in the unity scenario, what we wanted to do there is we wanted to lay out an inspiring path for a democratic Ukraine. And so earlier I said the idea of this scenario is that Russia's actions have the exact opposite effect of what they intended. So the way we played this out is that the war, ironically, actually provides the catalyst for Ukraine to really implement that true anti-corruption drive, because the political will is really galvanized because of the war, because it needs to reassure donor countries that the war funding is well spent. And again, there's also in this scenario the desire for EU and NATO membership. That's a driver of a number of reforms, including greater press freedom. And finally, I said national unity is going to be really important. So in this scenario, we looked at the difficulty of reintegrating Crimea and Donbas, right? Because at that point, they will have been under Russian occupation for quite some time. And with that comes a lot of complexity. People in other parts of Ukraine may may have mistrust towards people in Crimea and Donbas, viewing them as Russian collaborators. And so we played out, we felt in this scenario that the government really had that political will to do the work needed for national unity. So we played out the government sort of doing a delicate balancing act between restoring justice, but also giving amnesty if the collaboration was relatively minor, highlighting true stories about resistance in occupied territories, sharing this. So I know we're short on time, so I'm going to end there.
I have only one question, Caroline. When will the report be published?
So I think we will make it public at the end of June, most likely. If you would like an advance copy, please send me an email. It's bailonc@parliament.uk.
Excellent. Okay, then the speaking order. I will ask each of the panelists, starting with President Poroshenko, for 2 minutes of how they see the future, most important things which we need to do to strengthen Ukraine democracy. We will finish with Sergei. You can use extra 30 seconds for fundraising appeal. And then Hannah, keep the gender perspective in mind. President, please.
I will use the English language with the main messages to our partners. Before the Vilnius Summit, message number 1, don't be afraid of Putin and his regime. Don't be afraid to irritate him, nothing. We need to win sustainable security situation on the continent. Point number 2, don't be afraid Ukrainian victory to irritate Putin. We're fighting for sustainable security on the continent, in the world. And point number 3, don't be afraid Ukrainian membership in EU and NATO. This is our joint victory. This is for those who has some problem with the decision of voting, of giving the invitation to Ukraine and Vilnius. Point number 2, next week is vital for Ukrainian, European and Euro-Atlantic integration. This is called to the parliament, this is called to the government, this is called to the president. All the list of the precondition is about democracy. Freedom of press, freedom of people, constitutional court, rule of law, everything about that. And we need to vote together. And I very much appreciate what Alexander said, that we need to unite the efforts. What message I hear in Brussels and in Luxembourg about next week? This is not about negotiation. This is about delivery. And negotiation is finished when we obtain the status. And that's why follow letter by letter, Venice Commission report, everything. We need to vote and deliver, including e-declaration. And I am proud that my signature as a fifth president is on this law in year 2018. And the last question, я дуже переконаний.
And the last one, I'm absolutely convinced that today's message will be heard in Vilnius, and we want not the MAP, not the membership, but invitation.
Thank you.
Hanna, будь ласка.
Друзі, ви знаєте,
I've got a dream, and many of you here know about this dream. This is to see the monuments to the victims of Holodomor and genocide, the aggression of the 21st century. Instead of Stalin and Lenin's mausoleum, it is essential that the Russian society, in addition to reparations that they have to pay, like Germans did after World War II, decolonize their own history and make it free from Ukrainian dependence, because they seem to be dependent on Ukraine in some unfathomable way. When we speak about Ukraine with an effective grain deal, and Ukraine is a breadbasket of the world, particularly of Global South. Last year I had a meeting with in Munich, in the office of Uyghurs World Congress, and I saw pictures of concentration camp, how families are separated. I realized how important Ukrainian victory is for the oppressed people, how important it is for this prison of nations to be.
Ukraine wins and humanity prevails, and democracy will dictate dictatorship how not to attack humanity and others. So, я думаю, що в цьому і є місія України в 21 сторіччі.
And I believe that this is Ukraine's mission in the 21st century, and we will complete our reforms of anti-corruption, of decentralization, etc. And I call on the nations of the world not to be afraid. Our partners are afraid to deliver the armed forces, the arms. But we have to be ambitious in our dreams and make them come true. Alexander, I'll be very brief. I can see the slogan of your forum for the freedom, ours and yours. And if we recollect history and the origin of this slogan, it was about the revolution of nations against the oppressors. Then it grew into the slogan of Wars for Liberation, and now it is topical again. And Lithuanians, Poles also proclaimed this slogan some time ago. And when it comes to the freedom, ours and yours, it is about democracy, about the rule of law, about unity, about meeting one's commitments, and in a broader context, it is about Ukraine capable of becoming a decisive country for Europe and for the world. And I think that it's incumbent on us to work to deliver on all of our commitments, including those relating to the liberation of oppressed nations and peoples in dictatorships. Ukraine can be a promoter of freedom in the world, but in order to be such, we need to become free ourselves. Thank you very much for your attention and for this wonderful discussion. Serhiy? Our third question here was, how should the national political and civic life develop under war conditions and in the post-war time? It is important to see this transition from war to post-war times, and political and civic life are also different. So during the war, it is not the time for politics, because your very life hinges on that. But when it comes to the civic life, it is so vivid and so vigorous now that we cannot wait till the war is over. People get united, they support the armed forces, they support the IDPs, they erect mobile houses for people who've lost their homes, etc., etc., etc. So civic life should continue, and the civil society should be let do what the people are supposed to do. But there should be a dialogue between powers that be and the civil society. And we are facing a very important challenge, not to talk about the unity of the Ukrainian society, but also about preserving this unity in post-war time. We should be a showcase of the true attitude to this slogan, Ukraine above all. It is about us, Ukrainian citizens. It does not pertain to any other nations. Ukraine is above all to us, citizens of Ukraine. can sacrifice our own lives for the sake of our country. And individual life is no larger than the life of the entire society. Over the last 15 or 20 years, I've been observing lots of developments within this civil society. I see how NGOs develop, how individuals develop. They are subject matter experts in their respective areas, and I see subsequent governments, but they would always criticize those subsequent government or successive governments. They are never happy with those in power. I think that in post-war time, those subject matter experts will have a wonderful opportunity to prove their usefulness. Just shoulder responsibility, ladies and gentlemen. Talking and criticizing is cheap. Apply for positions in power in the government, in local governments, and prove that you are capable of changing the country for the better.
Apologies for being 2 minutes late with the panel. I would like to thank all our speakers for amazing remarks. Unity, Ukrainian army is strong, and Ukrainian civil and political society is equally strong. Thank you very much. Okay. My understanding is that we are moving immediately to the next session, so please stay in the room. Дуже тобі дякую.
Тарас, зроби мені фотографію з Марцем. Давай. Дякую. Швиденько. Ти футболку. Тарас, футболку. Давай.
Все.
Дякую. Martin, thank you so much. And this is for you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Martin, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. That was a very good panel.
Panel was good. Well done.
Дуже добре, що ти мені так зачепала. Але це дуже добре.
Ні, ну тому що, дивися, воно б не було.
It was great. Thank you very much. And we're ready to do it anytime you want. Це було дуже добре.
Молодець, дякую дуже.
Воно так не звучало. Воно виглядало, що донор, партнери, громадське. А це воно виглядало дуже...
Але, Хана, я тебе знаю. Я тобі дав 5, ти взяла 10. Це завжди так.
Я за ним порядок виступив.
Я просто вже
Ні, мені підказали, що про протоколу це.
А я думала, мене більше вже не
По
буде.
протоколу вона колишня голова комітету.
Неважливо. Ми все домовилися. Так, якраз добре.
Добре. Панове, вітаю всіх. Прошу вас не
Ladies and gentlemen, please don't leave this room, or those who want to participate in our humanitarian panel, stay here, because we start immediately, because we are a little bit late, so please take your seats so that we can start.
панелі. Будь ласка, займайте свої місця.
Та ж сама нога.
Я єдине маю перевірити, чи всі наші гості... Ага, бачу, пан Лубінець також є, значить, можемо потихеньку починати. Отже, панове, вітаю всіх. Я так розумію,
So, ladies and gentlemen, my greetings. My name is Elena Ramovska. I will be with you within the next 45 minutes. And I am the anchor at the first channel of public television. And we begin our next panel, which is organized jointly by Security Forum and Ukrainian Women's Congress. We call our panel to be strong, talking how to overcome war traumas. So I'm waiting for the opportunity to invite the participants of the panel to the podium. Please, those who do not want to stay in the room, please leave this room. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. I cannot invite guests to their seats until you demonstrate your respect to them. Please. I think we're going to discipline our audience in the course of our work. So I remind you that we start humanitarian panel. Please don't miss the beginning. Otherwise, you'll not be able to understand the whole picture. This is the beginning. Please join us. My name is Elena Ramovska, and within the next 40 minutes we'll be working together. And I'm inviting to the podium our respectful speakers. Dennis Brown, Permanent Coordinator of the UN system in Ukraine. Dennis, please, you're welcome. I'm inviting Ksenia Voznitsina, Director of the Psychical Health Center, Larisa Galadza, Plenipotentiary Ambassador of Canada to Ukraine, and Dmytro Lubinets, Ukrainian Parliament Commissioner for Human Rights. Unfortunately, I see that Masin Ayem is not able to participate in our panel, but will remind you about his initiative of recent times. I was present at the previous panels of the Security Forum. It is focused on global strategic issues, Euro-Atlantic integration, future of Russia. But in fact, nobody understands or feels the word war better than military people who participate in military combat actions, risk their lives and health, as well as civilians who are forced to hide away during air raids or missiles coming to their cities. This is the list of the problems they have. The biggest could be to become the victim of a genocide. Today we're going to discuss the human dimension, humanitarian issues related to this war. And we have a video from address from Elena Kondratyuk, Deputy Chair of the Parliament, dear participants of the Kyiv Security Forum. I'm happy to greet you at this meeting, and I would like to call upon all the present here to think about the word justice. We all want just victory and just peace. This is what makes us strong, what inspires us. And this issue of justice, which was called by behavior of Russia, is spread all over the country. We want the justice towards aggressors, corrupt bureaucrats. We want just rights or just limitations. Without just world, there will never be a safe world, because aggressors and cynical murderers also use the word justice. But already now it becomes clear that everybody has his own notion of justice. This was demonstrated the need to reform the United Nations. What could be expected from the organization where the Security Council is led by the country which started genocide in Europe in the 21st centuries? Justice is controversial, and these controversies will become even stronger in all aspects of humanitarian crisis which are facing right now, the biggest humanitarian crisis since the Second World War. I've always been surprised why elder people, our grandmoms, granddads, always unwilling to tell about the war. When young children were asking them various questions about heroes, now I understand them. How could you tell about the bomb fallen on you, and which you observed from your window, or about killed children, or torture chambers in Bucha and Kherson, about war and death? It's better for children not to know this. Or the documented losses in Ukraine is $147 billion, according to the experts from Kyiv School of Economics. The number of ruined and damaged residential houses is 158,000. The number of ruined and damaged educational establishments is 2,200. Of them, 1,500 schools, 1,000 kindergartens. As a result of the war, 806 healthcare facilities were damaged or ruined. This is not just figures. These are ruins which are related directly to the lives of people who have nowhere to live in, where to study, where to get medical treatment. And all this should be restored, and this could be done only in cooperation with our international partners, in particular with the UN. Almost 200,000 square kilometers of the territory of the country is mined. It's like two Hungaries or one United Kingdom. This is the territory on which you cannot walk, you cannot do agricultural work, you can do nothing. And this should be clear. 20,000 children were forcefully deported to Russia, where they are taught to hate Ukraine. This is already recognized as a genocide against Ukrainian people. Millions of children who were taken from Ukraine as refugees who study abroad, and they start forgetting their homeland. Millions of people who lost their homes, widows, very young, or their nearby, orphan children who do not have parents, who lost their fathers or mothers, veterans, not old people, but young, beautiful and handsome people who lost their limbs. And according to the authorities, this is the joint task to help veterans in the process of their rehabilitation. These figures could drive mad anyone except Ukrainians, because we are strong, we hold on, we wake up in the corridors after the night shellings. We get our salaries and then give money to the armed forces. We also support each other. That's why I hope we will cope. And with the war and with humanitarian crisis, we need sustainable peace in order to start rebuilding. We need strategic vision of the architecture of the future Ukraine, which would be based on values of justice and unity. And exactly for these strategies, such fora are organized. Glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes.
Well, as a matter of fact, in this address, the speaker created a kind of a framework for a further discussion. So I suggest we touch upon the most salient issues in our panel discussion, and I hope we'll have enough time to respond to some queries, questions from the floor. Ms. Brown, if, with your permission, I'd like to address you first. Well, obviously, I have a general question to you, which is related to humanitarian challenges that the UN is facing in Ukraine. But after this video address, I think it would be fairer to ask you another question at the beginning. She says that we now have a challenge to reform the UN. As a representative of the UN, do you feel this necessity that there is such a challenge and that should be done?
Thank you very much. Let me start with that second question because it's quite easy for me to answer. It is the member states who determine the Charter of the United Nations. It is the member states who put that charter together. And if you will, the rules, the procedures of the United Nations are enshrined in the Charter. Our Secretary General says it all the time. I'm a staff member, so I have my personal opinion, but what happens in the United Nations, and I think you've heard our Secretary General speak very clearly, including last week, on the need to reform it. So that is his message, so that is my message. But this is in the hands of the member states. It's not the Secretary General or me who decides who's on the Security Council or who decides that the Charter should be modified. But his message is very clear. Time has come, in fact, should already have been done, to look at how the UN functions. But my job here is different. And my job here is to lead the humanitarian response. The UN leads the humanitarian response. And I'll say more about the actors we work with in a minute. So first of all, let me try and frame a little more what that means in Ukraine. In terms of money received, this is the largest humanitarian response we have ever led and managed. $3.7 billion in 2022, reaching 17 million Ukrainians. And I'm not talking about those who left the country. They're supported where they are. I'm talking about people here. What did we do with that money? Cash transfers for 6 million people, food, shelter, repairing collective centers, medicine, medical supplies, protection, water, sanitation. All of that went. Now, not all over the country, but really in the oblasts and the Hamados where people were most affected and continue to be the most effective. But what we do doesn't cover all the needs. The government provides, local volunteers provide, individuals provide. So I think it's important to frame what it looks like, the humanitarian response in Ukraine. We also have We went, I think, from a couple of hundred people in the UN in Ukraine, because I only arrived in August, to now more than 3,000. 60% of whom are Ukrainian. So I like to say, Ukraine is the UN and the UN is Ukraine, and we are getting to know each other better. And that's why you see now so many white vehicles marked UN driving around in different places. The priorities have been, and I was often asked this question, what keeps me awake at night in Ukraine? And the first thing was the winter months. And I was really concerned that there would be rural communities that we couldn't access, that no one could access. You can't imagine how happy and relieved I am that the winter is over and the sun is here. But the war is not over and appears to be intensifying. The second priority was really the newly liberated areas. I've been to Kherson at least 7 times. We're providing humanitarian assistance, repairing the sewage systems, the water systems, and doing the same in Izum. And we have also started, because that's our responsibility with the government, with CESU, to work on agricultural demining. Because you are now, unfortunately, the most contaminated country in the world. And unless the agricultural land is declared mine-free, and what is contaminated marked and then demined, which is done by CESU, those farmers won't get back to work, and they will continue to be reliant on the humanitarian assistance, which I can assure you, nobody wants. Perhaps the most difficult in what we do are the frontline deliveries. And the UN's job is not to sit in meetings. I am sitting in this meeting and very pleased to be here, but that is not essentially our work. And it is the UN staff, international and national, who along with NGO partners are delivering within 20 kilometers of the front line, and we do that 3 to 4 times a week. And I go myself at least a couple of times a month. And why do I do that? You may have heard about the Rapid Disaster Needs Assessment, which was done by the government, the World Bank, the UN, and the EU, which was launched in March, which documents the damage and destruction done. What that document can't do is document the grief, the loss, and the suffering, and the resilience that we know is there. People remain in those frontline communities, typically the elderly community. And so I've been to Seversk, and I've been to Orahiv, and I've been to Antonivka and Petropavlivka, and so many small communities, so that I could hear what people had to say and what they wanted to tell me. And documenting those voices is going to be extremely important in the history of Ukraine. Within that, women's civil society. Women leaders, the leader of the Hamada of Petropavlivka is a woman. The mayor of Kherson City for a long time was a woman. The mayor of Orahiv was a woman. I've met with all of them. They mobilize their communities. They remain in their communities. They are a source of strength and inspiration. And they are our contacts in these communities. And I've met with Women's Society here with the whole UN team to talk about priorities, to talk about what we don't understand, to talk about what you understand much better than us. And the recommendation was for me to meet women's civil society in the places I travel. So we did a round table in Kramatorsk in April, essentially to hear from the women who work on the front line. I explained what we do, they explained what they do, and we saw how we needed to come together. And then within women's civil society, there are the organizations that represent people with disabilities. And as the reconstruction happens, and we know it's important, before the next winter, that people, as many people as possible, go home. There's still almost 6 million Ukrainians displaced within the country, a couple of 100,000 who live in the collective centers. I've been in so many collective centers. Nobody wants to stay there. Everyone would like to go home. Where it's safe and dignified, they want to go. But as that recovery is happening, women's civil society, organizations that represent people with disabilities, would like their voices to be heard. And on the people with disabilities, it's about access. It's about deinstitutionalization, both for children and adults. And so we are engaging. The UN is a partner of the government. The UN is a partner of civil society. I'll just finish with saying that I've had the privilege to be here since August, going to some difficult places in your country to learn, to hear, to better understand. We're putting the pieces together, the local volunteers, the national partners, the international partners. It's like a puzzle, and we had to find a way to put that puzzle together. And it's taken time, but we're on the way. I'll just finish by saying that I believe it's the women of Ukraine who are sometimes the best ambassadors for Ukraine, given the incredible contributions that they have made as mayors, as leaders at the checkpoints, as leaders of their families, in every sphere of life. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Дякую, пані Браун. Маю запитання до...
Thank you very much, Ms. Brown. I have a question to Mr. Lubinets. In our agenda, there is a question how to capture the catastrophe. And I believe that Human Rights Ombudsman is one of the individuals who directly deals with that. You deal with the various dimensions of the violation of human rights. And now you're in a country at war. How do you manage to capture all those challenges, and how do you manage to prioritize the issues? Thank you very much for your question and for the opportunity to speak today. True, Ukraine now is going through the most tragic times. This is not just a tough time for Ukraine, but for the entire world, and we have to appreciate that. I will speak separately about the situation in our country and the humanitarian situation, and what I think about the international system which is designed to meet this challenge. In Ukraine currently, we have an open and brazen genocide against the Ukrainian people. There are 5 signs of genocide as a war crime. I'm not going to speak about all 5 of them. I will speak about just one. The forced deportation of children from one ethnic group to another is a sign of genocide. So what is the Russian Federation doing? They take children in the temporarily occupied territories, deport them to the territory of the Russian Federation. They take away their Ukrainian documents. They issue Russian birth certificates to them. They do not allow these children to call themselves Ukrainians, and they tell them that you've always been Russian. Ukraine has never existed. This is a direct proof of genocide. And the president of the neighboring country is directly implicated in this because he personally signed off on 2 decrees, one about the adoption of Ukrainian children by Russians, and the other one is about the Ukrainian children under 14 who live on the temporarily occupied territories, qualifying them as Russian children, basically. And the entire world said that they are very concerned. We're very thankful to them. But finally, we saw that 2 arrest warrants were issued by the International Criminal Court. But, colleagues, the Russian Federation has been doing this for many years. I mean, genocide against the Ukrainian children. The so-called humanitarian program of deportation of Ukraine's children started as far back as 2015. And 7 years passed until 2022, during which the Russian Federation was doing it openly. And they said unequivocally that Russians can over to these territories to pick any child that they like and take them to Russia and say that these children are Russian. The whole world was silent about this. So with due respect to our foreign colleagues, the responsibility for what happened on the 23rd of February lies partially on the international community as well. The Russian Federation continues to kill Ukrainian children. To date, according to our data, the number of killed children is more than 500. The youngest child killed by a Russian missile was just 2 days old, as a missile struck a maternity ward of a hospital. The Russian Federation rapes Ukrainian children.
And the youngest victim is a girl of 4. That's what the Russian soldiers did. And those crimes have been recorded not only by me, but also by the permanent monitoring UN monitoring mission in Ukraine. The Russian Federation maims children. The children who were maimed as a result of this war count 1,000 and counting. And it happened since the 24th of February 2022. More than 700,000 children are now residing in the temporarily occupied territories. When we say that 20,000 children were illegally transferred to the territory of the Russian Federation, those are the cases that have already been documented. And once we deoccupy the entire territory of Ukraine, the numbers will spiral. So, and we cannot protect those children that have been taken to the territory of the Russian Federation. Now, speaking about civilians, 4.8 million Ukrainians have got the official status of IDPs inside our countries. More than 7 million have fled. 13 million Ukrainians live under temporary occupation or close to the front line. There's not a single Ukrainian family that would not be affected by this war. To us, it's a huge challenge. It brings enormous financial burden on the government because we have to finance social programs for Ukrainian citizens. And another type of war crime is the detention of Ukrainian civilians in the temporarily occupied territories. I use the term civilian hostages. According to our data, Russians have detained more than 22,000 civilians, and they are still in detention. According to the international humanitarian law, they are considered civilians, but Russians treat them as combatants. For example, they detained students of the Kharkiv law school named after Yaroslav Mudry for allegedly keeping their student ID. And the Russians pose them as combatants. What's their purpose? Are they trying to keep them as the so-called exchange fund for the prisoners of war of the Russian Federation? Yes, they want to exchange them for the Russian prisoners of war kept here in Ukraine. And we've got a huge number of such cases. And when it comes to the exchange of prisoners of war, return of Ukrainian civilians, the return of Ukrainian children is what I'm dealing with on a daily basis. And I see that the international human rights system does not work properly. We are living in the times when the aggressor state demonstrates it to everyone that international humanitarian law, Geneva Convention on the Rights of the Child do not work. And what can we do under the circumstances? We, Ukrainians, we should show it to the world what's going on in Ukraine. We should draw the international community's attention to the developments in Ukraine, and we should insist that the international institutions, and first of all UN, should be up to the mark. We've got lots of UN projects operating in Ukraine. Unfortunately, they cannot go across the contact line, go to the Russian Federation and bring our children back. They cannot make sure that the prisoners of war's rights are properly promoted and protected. They can only actually state or register the violation of those rights. Okay, if you could wind up, and Ms. Brown will then respond if I can ask her to do so. Now, the only chance that we Ukrainians have to survive is to fight for our freedom, and the international community and international institutions designed to protect human rights and liberties should undergo modernization. Ms. Brown, perhaps at a later stage you will respond to that, right? We'll listen to Ms. Galadze first, Her Excellency, Canadian Ambassador, because she also can make direct remarks to what Mr. Lubinets has said. Your Excellency, do you agree that the international human and humanitarian organizations have not responded properly to what's going on in Ukraine? Vice Speaker Kondratyuk spoke a lot about justice and fairness. Can the international human rights system as it is leave Ukrainians with the hope that their rights would be protected?
Questions. First, I think that when there's a tendency to point at the international community and say it has failed catastrophically. I think it's important to point at the international community and recognize the unprecedented international response that the international community has mounted in support of Ukraine. Unprecedented. It has proven the value of our alliances, of our groupings and formations, where we have like-minded countries. It has also increased наше переконання. Oh, great. Тепер українські слова скоріше мені приходять. We know that we, as the North and the West, must do a better job of including the South and the East in our discussions about the specifics about what's going on in Ukraine and the global impacts of what's going on in Ukraine. Why? Because Ukrainians have done a really, really good job of projecting what's going on here. There are many, many countries, many peoples, many populations, millions of them, that have experienced what Ukraine has experienced. But Ukraine is doing an excellent job of, to use the word, marketing, of talking about what is going on here and making it really plain that there are things in the world that don't work. The systems of security, the systems of support that don't work. So it is both that we have had an unprecedented reaction, and we're trying to meet Ukraine's ambitions as its friends in the West, and that more than ever, we see the failures of the international system. But that doesn't mean we throw that system out, throw the baby out with the bathwater, because there are a lot of strengths to it. There is a lot that has been learned, and we've seen how even in Ukraine, the international system is learning. And I must give credit to Denise Brown for the work that she started immediately upon arriving in Ukraine to bring the UN agencies together, to work more closely with local populations, with governors, to go and to be and to be quick in reacting and to be relevant in reacting and to work with all levels of government and across all sectors of society to bring people together. So that's my first answer on the international community. Let me say something about the very large numbers that are being bandied about the numbers of, of buildings and square meters mined and likarni zaklady destroyed. These are massive numbers. They are so big as to be incomprehensible. And so when gathering to talk about how you take Ukraine into the future, those are shocking numbers, and I'm not sure how helpful they are to people who don't have, including all of us in this room, don't have the capacity to answer all those problems, to answer all those questions. And I'm increasingly convinced that Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction is going to happen at a localized level. The size of the problem almost defies a national strategy. And when we go to the local level, we see people working, we see people understanding in a more comprehensible scale what is required. And so that's, and whether that's the humanitarian aspect or the infrastructure aspect or the rebuilding, getting the economy going again, it is much more comprehensible at the local level than it is sitting here in Kyiv, even after myself spending hours and hours and hours in meetings with people who are ostensibly responsible for these things. Let me say a word about mental health. I think
as a conclusion, if you don't mind.
Прошу?
Як висновок, маємо мало часу.
Okay, I can stop.
You can, no, please, a conclusion.
I know that to move forward, Ukrainians are going to have to be the most mental health literate population on this planet. And I actually think that Ukrainians are well on their way to that. Ukraine's international partners, Canada, recognizes this, and we're supporting it. Because if the ability to think in a nuanced way, if the ability to have empathy, if these things aren't there, then the coming together that Ukrainians will need to do to win their peace won't happen. And the efforts that the Ukrainian government is making, the administration, Pani Zelenska, the efforts of the UN system, which integrates things like mental health and trauma into how it works, all of this will come together, I hope, to make sure that starting with ourselves, starting with yourselves, you each individually have what it takes to make the contribution, the unprecedented contribution that you as a human being will need to make to the recovery and the rebuild of the humanitarian aspects of this country.
Thank you very much, Madam Ambassador. I'm going to ask Mrs. Brown if you would like to give just a short reaction to what Mr. Lubinets said, and then we will have a chance to move to Ksenia Voznitsina, please. Just a short reaction.
Yeah, thank you. And Mr. Lubinets and I often sit together in his office, which is just down the street from mine, working together on his issues. The UN does not recognize the alleged referenda in the temporarily non-government controlled areas, which means we don't recognize that Russia's control of these areas. This is part of Ukraine. Therefore, my responsibility, I am supposed to cross that front line to deliver assistance to people in those areas, and we have not been able to. And what I would just point out to Mr. Lubinets is that he knows very well that I have been very public on this, because we document, we send note verbals, we have dozens of them refused by the Russian Federation, which I have said when I do my interviews with BBC, CNN, Al Jazeera, National News, and in front of the Security Council when I brief them. In order to send staff, my Ukrainian or my international staff across that front line, I need guarantees of their safety and security, which I'm not able to get from Russia. That's the issue. International humanitarian law is valid and not being respected. And that's where reform of the UN comes in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Пані Возніцина, на сам кінець для...
Ms. Vesnitsina, one of the most important topics for you to dwell on, you being a person who caters to injured or traumatized Ukrainian soldiers and officers, can, I think, answer the question what we should brace for. We, civilians, those who do not participate in active hostilities, but having friends, relatives, immediate family members who are there and who would return, and we will have to live side by side and work together towards building a new country.
Thank you very much for inviting me. I have not much time. That's why I will dwell upon the most important points. When myself and my team, since 2014, we have been working only with military personnel, veterans, members of their families. So our target audience are people who are defending us. And when I think about trauma, which our people get, have an analogy. The war in Ukraine is difficult, aggressive, long, and chronic. The same sort of consequences we will have: difficult, long, and chronic. Same way as our army should be constantly armed with the most modern and powerful weapons, the same way we must get the most modern and most powerful knowledge in order to help these people. Currently, all the people on the front line, everyone, they do exclusive service to us. We all must do the same for them when they come back. And people often ask me, what should we do for the veterans to be able to integrate into the society? It's not themselves should be integrated in the society. We all must integrate into them. It depends on every one of us whether they would have difficult and heavy consequences. Psychotherapeutists say that the development of post-traumatic stress will depend on how you are met at the coffee shop, at the shop, at the pharmacy, and so on. One more point I would like to say about the uniqueness of Ukrainian trauma, especially psychological trauma. In our center, we have very many experts coming from abroad, from the United States, from Europe, from Israel. And we hear from many of them that they are not able to give us any advice because of our unique situation in terms of military trauma. And sometimes we say that this is a wrong war, as people say. The uniqueness of Ukrainian trauma is that this is a hybrid war. We have already talked a lot about how the rules of war are violated and what Russia is doing with our state. Causes fear and anger. And what adds to trauma of our military people is constant trouble for their relatives and their family. You can imagine an American soldier fighting in Afghanistan or Iraq, they do not have any trouble about their relatives living somewhere in Arkansas. And another important point is that a lot of military people serve in the army. These people will have to integrate when they come back. This is not just people who, sort of fantastic people who suddenly appeared in the army. These are people who went to the service from their offices, from cafes, from their homes, and then after the war they will come back. And another important factor is that our soldiers are forced to see the death not only of their brothers in arms, military soldiers, but when they enter the occupied territories, when they liberate occupied territories, they see killed Ukrainians, children, women, even animals, because our military have very good feelings towards animals. Another organic problem is the concussion which people get from the explosion, and it is not visible, and it is very treacherous in a sense. That's why very often we see psychological trauma and this sort of physical trauma which is not visible. So when somebody is demobilized because of health condition, it is very difficult for us to rehabilitate the person because the war is still going on. It's in progress. And after we help a person somehow, but then suddenly they get information that some of their friends was killed in the front line, they come back to their trauma again. So what our center would need most is research to be conducted on Ukrainian trauma. So for people to distribute our experience in the international community. This psychological trauma is the situation which we can teach the other countries, the whole world. That's why I would call upon people to train, to prepare, to learn new knowledge, to increase the empathy and prepare for influx of people from the front line. Thank you. Thank you. Empathy is what we really need sometimes. I was informed that I have only 4 minutes left. So I would like to use this time for a brief conclusion. We talked about justice, responsibility, including from international community. But as far as the issue of rehabilitation of military personnel was raised, I want to say that the Ukrainian state has huge responsibility towards military personnel. Now we see situations when Ukrainian military are trying to push forward the Ukrainian healthcare system towards this. And Masynayem, who is not present now, he set up the NGO which helps Ukrainian military personnel at least to understand the bureaucracy and to overcome the bureaucratic obstacles on their way. Recently, I read a story about hero of Ukraine, Pashko from the Azov, and he wrote about the circles of hell which they had to go through in order to get necessary certificates from bureaucracy. So we hope very much that this process will be changed because the empathy and respect are extremely important and should be demonstrated at all levels. Thank you very much for participation in this panel, and we hope that we'll be able to continue this discussion, including behind the scenes of the Kyiv Security Forum. Now, the next panel is going to start immediately. Please stay here. Don't leave the room.
Чудово. Що скликати?
Remind me to get a photo with you at the end.
Okay. Вітаю всіх, запрошую всіх до залу і запрошую наших панелістів.
We welcome everybody and we invite all the panelists to the podium.
Please, our esteemed panelists, could you join me on the stage? We have a very packed afternoon with an excellent lineup of speakers and very important discussions. This has been an incredible start to a conference, but specifically this previous panel brought to the fore the kinds of challenges, the kinds of trauma, the kind of damage that has already been inflicted and that is bound to be inflicted by this war. Tens of thousands of people have been killed. Tens of thousands more have been maimed. You cannot bring these people to life. You cannot grow limbs back. Thousands of women and children have been raped. You cannot unrape them. Millions of people have been displaced. A generation of Ukrainian children is growing up in bomb shelters. That trauma cannot be undone. It could be mitigated. So the question becomes, what could have prevented this from happening in the first place? What kind of structures and institutions, what sort of things do we need to have in place? Not only that Ukraine, again, even after the victory in which we're all confident, even after this victory, what sort of things could prevent this from repeating? And what kind of assurances do other countries in the region that perhaps are in a similar situation like Ukraine has been over these past 30 years, what sort of things can they count on to prevent the same
the same tragedy from happening. And so today, right now, on the stage, we have an incredible lineup of speakers to address the questions of how to build a lasting peace in this region going forward. What sort of institutions could be helpful? What sort of security arrangements could be helpful? I am very honored to welcome, let me first introduce all of our speakers. Welcome first Svetlana Tsikhanouska, who will be joining us online. She is the president of the Coordination Council of Belarus. Also joining us online is Ambassador Michael Carpenter, who is the United States permanent representative to the Organization of Security and Cooperation in Europe. On the stage here, I'm joined by Mika Aaltola from Finland. He is director of the Finnish Institute of International Affairs. Teona Akubardia from Georgia. She's the deputy head of Defense and Security Committee of the Parliament of Georgia. I also welcome Iulian Cifu, who is the state counselor of the Prime Minister of Romania for Foreign Relations, Security and Strategic Affairs. Next, I'm honored to introduce Charlotta Rothe from Sweden. She is the acting deputy director of the Stockholm Center for Eastern European Studies. And last but certainly not the least, Constanze Stelzenmüller, and she's the director of the Center for the United States and Europe at the Brookings Institution. Please join me in welcoming our panelists. First, I would like to address these sets of very complex questions to Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya, whom we honored to welcome here at the Kyiv Security Forum. If you could tell us, please, how does this war look from your national perspective? What kinds of shifts and what kinds of realizations did that bring about in Belarus?
Good afternoon, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me thank our Ukrainian friends for inviting me as the representative of Democratic Belarus to discuss the future of our region's security. We must ensure that the voice of Belarusians in preserving our national interests is heard, to more effectively fight dictators and to prepare for post-war settlement. You know, since last December, when I first spoke here, the political situation in Belarus hasn't improved, to say the least. The regime continues repressions and remains a factor of instability and a threat to the whole region. Just to mention the orchestrated migration crisis that is still challenging the European Union. Moscow's open interference is the cornerstone of Lukashenko's rule. Violence, repressions, hostile and reckless actions of the regime are possible with Moscow's support. Lukashenko is simply being used as Russia fireband to destabilize Europe. Without it, the regime wouldn't survive a day. Now, since 2020, when Lukashenko lost elections, the Kremlin has been capitalizing on his illegitimacy to undermine Belarus' sovereignty. The so-called integration process, or let's put it bluntly, selling the country for personal power, has sped up. And to bring Belarus under complete control, the Kremlin imposed on Lukashenko so-called 28 integration maps. The dictators adopted a new joint military doctrine, and military grouping now allows broad Russian military presence in Belarus. We see a complete surrender of the information space to Russia and a deliberate policy to wipe out Belarusian national identity. Lukashenko's regime remains a key Russian ally in the criminal war against Ukraine. It provides Russia with weapons, ammunition, and industrial capabilities. Dictators' aggressive rhetoric and concentration of troops on the Ukraine border create tensions. While the invasion from Belarusian territory is less likely now, all this distracts Ukrainian forces from their main mission to defeat Russian invaders. The situation is further aggravated by Putin's decision to deploy Russian nuclear weapons in Belarus. Since 1986, when the Non-Proliferation Treaty was signed, this would be the first deployment of such weapons by a nuclear state outside its territory. And yesterday, Putin's and Lukashenko's ministers signed papers on deployment. And it's a matter of weeks before nuclear weapons are transferred to Belarus. The vast majority of Belarusians are for independence and against the war and nuclear weapon in Belarus. But the level of Russia-sponsored repressions doesn't let people protest openly. So the protest movement has gone underground at the moment. There is a broad consensus that Belarus will have its best chance to end Russian interference when Ukraine defeats Russia. But in no way it means that we can slow down. On the contrary, we must double our efforts to help Ukraine. Together with our partners, we are building pressure on the regime through various forms. We should increase pressure on the regime through sanctions and complete political isolation. I know that some countries are lobbying for softened sanctions on Belarus fertilizers, a major source of income for repressions and the war machine. It mustn't happen. In the international arena, one of the recent important developments became the Moscow Mechanism report on Belarus. And here I would like to thank Ambassador Carpenter for his leadership in the OSCE. His focus, energy, and diplomatic skills made this result possible. So we increase our work in the UN. With the war and planned deployment of nuclear weapons in Belarus, the importance of Belarus has grown. And we are expanding relations with the global South to highlight Lukashenko's damage to the international order and stressing the danger of Russian colonialism. We insist that Lukashenko must be prosecuted for his crimes against humanity, crimes of aggression, and complicity in war crimes. Recently, my deputy, Pavel Latushka, and National Anti-Crisis Management published a report on the abduction and deportation of Ukrainian kids to Belarus, not only to Russia. The International Criminal Court and International Court of Justice must consider a probe against Lukashenko as it was done with Putin. In 10 days, the UN General Assembly will elect non-permanent members of the Security Council. Our goal is not just to prevent Lukashenko from being elected. This vote must become a global impeachment to Lukashenko, a rejection of his deplorable practices, and we are working on it. Only democratic Belarus will restore its international reputation and will once be elected to the UN Security Council. Also, we keep building our international presence. We have set up missions in Kyiv, Brussels, Prague, and Tallinn. The Council of Europe set up a contact group on relations with Belarus. A similar consultative group is being set up with the European Union. We are working on the design of the strategic dialogue with the United States. This will make our bilateral work more systematic, consistent, and result-oriented. And I hope this example of US leadership will be followed by other friends of Belarus. Our United Transitional Cabinet has developed a plan to revise relations with Russia to give way to the new geopolitical choice. Belarus will denounce Lukashenko's treaties with Russia and leave CSTO. There is no way that we will stay in a military alliance with an aggressor. And I fully support the peace plan proposed by President Zelensky. I joined the call of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly to welcome Ukraine into the alliance, and I hope that it will happen soon. Regional security also requires that the Russian military leave Belarus for good, and the Kremlin's interference in our internal affairs stops. This will help win the peace and stabilize the whole region. And we Belarusians must dismantle the tyranny and make Russian troops leave. I'm convinced that we will succeed when we join our efforts with Ukraine. Only the new democratic Belarus will provide firm security guarantees for Ukraine and implement broad partnerships with our neighbors. Today, the future of our region, of European security, and of the international order is decided in Ukraine. Russia is waging this war because of its hate and fear of freedom. Ukrainians are fighting because they love their country, their people, and their right to be themselves. So this is why truly Belarusian hearts beat for Ukraine. By all means, we must continue to support Ukrainians in their just war until it defeats Russia. Слава Україні! Живі Білорусь!
Героям слава! Thank you so much, Ms. Tsikhanouska, and I think I speak on behalf of everyone here of just how much we admire the work that you do and the continued fight for the freedom of your country. Next, let me turn to Ambassador Carpenter. Welcome, Ambassador Carpenter. You are a U.S. representative to the Organization on Cooperation and Security in Europe. Could you please share with us, what role the OSCE can play in this new security architecture? What role is it playing now, and what is its future promise?
Well, first of all, thanks so much for having me, and it is really an honor to be here alongside Svetlana Tsikhanouska and so many other distinguished panelists. I'd like to start with the premise that what we're seeing right now is the greatest clash of systems since at least the Cold War, but probably since the World War II at a minimum. What we're seeing is this arc of geopolitical competition that stretches from Russia's border with Belarus. It runs through Ukraine, it runs through the Black Sea, the South Caucasus, on the borders of Iran and Syria, and then extends into the PRC, into China and into North Korea. And on the one hand, we have democracies, and on the other, we have autocracies. And I see this clash as systemic, as global, but as fundamentally occurring on three different levels. And I just want to unpack this a little bit because I think this matters to how we approach the current crisis, how we approach this brutal war in Ukraine, and what the solutions are that both the OSCE and other players in the international system offer when this war results in Ukraine's victory at the end. So at the individual level, we're seeing here is a clash between systems that protect individual rights and those who believe in individual liberty, and those that espouse an ideology of raison d'etat or collective will, where that individual liberty is sublimated to the power of the state. And look, this is the underlying principle of so many different revolutions around the world. Certainly the American Revolution, Ukraine's revolution of dignity was premised on this, but also Belarus's civic awakening in 2020 was very much centered on this notion of individual liberty against the collective will of the state, as embodied usually in an autocratic leader. The second dimension at which this clash of systems is taking place is at the societal level, or at the level of countries. And here we see this is not about individuals, this is about institutions. So here we see the difference between democracies and autocracies manifested in institutional arrangements. So on the one hand, you have systems, democratic systems, where power devolves from the ground up. And in other cases, you have systems where power is projected from the top down. And this is fundamentally about whether there exist checks and balances on individuals, whether in power, whether there is free media, whether there is political pluralism or not. And then finally, thirdly, we're seeing this clash of systems occurring at the level of the international system. And here we face a division between those who would respect international law, the UN Charter fundamentally, but also the rules of war as embodied in the Geneva Conventions or the Helsinki Final Act, which is the founding document of the OSCE. And those states like Russia that have violated every single one of their commitments under these fundamental core institutions of international law. And as we sit today and we look at this sort of clash of systems or tectonic plates, it's clear that this is going to be a systemic battle that is not going to have a local solution. Yes, Ukraine winning is central to this, but there is no Arms control will also be important as we move forward at the end of this war, but arms control will be a piece of the solution. This will not be a technical fix to the situation we find ourselves in. Ultimately, the way I see it, we have a number of imperatives that face us in the coming years. First, as I said, Ukraine has to win. This is imperative for the entire success of both individual liberty, of democratic governance, and then of a rules-based international order. So at all three levels that I've discussed of this systemic clash, it is absolutely vital that Ukraine wins. And so therefore we have to provide the military support, the economic support, the humanitarian support, and we have to rally the free world to stand with Ukraine. That's number one. Number two, we have to recognize that this clash is also a clash of ideas. Ideologists from the Russian Federation and from the Chinese Communist Party are arguing that authoritarian systems where power is projected from the top down are more efficient, are more able to provide solutions for the problems that their citizens face than democracies. That is fundamentally false, but it is our job in the international community to now demonstrate that democracies deliver more individual liberty, they create more opportunity, they create the conditions for innovation, and they create the conditions for prosperity. This is a long-term competition that we will be seeing playing out. Not something that can be solved in the next year or two, not something that any one instrument at the OSCE or at the UN is going to resolve. It's a long-term competition between systems. And so what are we doing here at the OSCE? Well, the OSCE is just a tiny sliver of the international community that deals with this fundamental systemic clash. We are trying to convince other states here that this is a systemic competition, that the stakes are enormous, that their ability to survive and prosper within the international system, the ability of individuals to have liberty, the ability of democratic systems to survive and thrive requires active engagement and mobilization at all levels. So military neutrality in the face of this conflict is not just a moral stance, it is taking a stance at all three levels of this systemic clash. And so we're trying to mobilize resources, we're trying to get our allies and partners, and yes, those countries in between, to see what is at stake, to invest in Ukraine's victory, to invest in democratic institutions, and to fundamentally put forward the vision that the OSCE stands for, which is comprehensive security, that is both human security, it's political military security, it's economic and environmental security, but we have to win. We have to project power. We have to show that the vision that we have, the strategic vision of Western liberal democracies, is ultimately going to win out. And so we have to put our money where our mouth is, and we have to invest in this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Carpenter. It is indeed imperative that Ukraine wins, not just for Ukraine's sake, but for the sake of security of all of Europe. My next question will be turned to the representatives of the newly minted and soon to be newly minted countries, members of the North Atlantic Alliance. I think it is easy, or it's rather obvious to us how the war in Ukraine impacted the decision-making in Finland and in Sweden. But if you could just comment and share with us and the audience how this decades-long policy of neutrality got reversed on a dime, and what are the prospects for both Finland and Sweden in this kind of participation in these, not just the North Atlantic Alliance writ large, but specifically in relation to Ukraine and similar countries in the region. So I will first turn to Charlotte Rode.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mariana. It's wonderful to be here. I'd like to share some of the insights of what the process has been like in Sweden. And I think the key message of everything I'm going to say is really that there is no safe space in the gray zone. And I think that's something that is very, very clear from what we see in Ukraine today. We should have understood it earlier. I think many people describe Swedish policies over the last decades as, slightly naive, and I have some understanding for that. I think there was a genuine hope for some kind of detente, and 2014 was maybe, you're lying and you're sleeping and dreaming, and the alarm rings and you put it on snooze. But in February last year, there was really a very rude awakening. And it's safe to say that the idea of safety in the grey zone is dead. And that was what we finally understood, and draw the conclusion that we should indeed apply for membership. When it comes to the grey zone, let me just say a couple of things. It's not just that you don't want to be in the grey zone because it's not a safe space. It's also the fact that the very existence of a grey zone between the Euro-Atlantic communities and the Russian Federation is actually bringing instability in itself. So, the grey zone is really not just a moral problem, which it clearly is. We heard the previous panel, but it's something that we cannot live with. Not Ukraine, not Sweden, not Finland, no one. And we can't really build a policy based on some wishful thinking about Russia becoming weak or more peaceful. The Russia problem and the Russia crisis, that's what we should be talking about, the Russia crisis. It's a long-term crisis, it's a systemic crisis, it's a structural crisis. And the best bet is to assume that it will continue, and we'll just have to deal with deterrence, containment for the long haul. I will continue a little bit, if that's all right. So the process that happened in Sweden, as you know, we were really trying to reach out, finding security guarantees, bilateral arrangements. The arrangements we have with Finland are, of course, particularly strong, but it was also very clear in this process that the only real security guarantees are, that's Article 5. Security assurances are great. They're a temporary measure. I think to be really credible for us, and probably also for others, it requires some boots on the ground. We just finished the Aurora exercise, the largest military exercise in the last 30 years, with a huge NATO presence. And I think that's important. But when it comes to being an ally or not being an ally, that's binary. You're either in or you're out. And it works. Article 5 works. It's actually a real deterrent. So that's why we want to be in. So a couple of things about where we are right now. Obviously you need 31, or hopefully in Ukraine's case, 32 countries to agree. You don't need 29. 29 is not enough. And I think in Sweden, our process was very introspective in a way. It was quick, it was introspective. We were essentially sort of looking at our belly bottoms and looking at our Finnish friends and neighbors. And I think we didn't really foresee how this was going to play out. So I think that's a lesson. Don't be surprised. Think about the fact that you actually need all of them. Now we're in a situation where, I hope this will be sorted out for Vilnius. Erdogan looks like he's about to win. The fact that our new anti-terrorism legislation is going to be entering into force on the 1st of June obviously gives him a chance to give the yes, but I mean, this is clearly not only a function of the bilateral relationship between Sweden and Turkey. It's also a broader issue, and there are other things at stake. So let's see. But I think in terms of the bilateral relationship, I mean, he definitely has cover already now to say yes. I mean, I don't want to be a doomsayer here, but I mean, if this doesn't work out, I think there are some quite serious consequences. I mean, for us, practically, of course, in terms of defense planning, I mean, Finland is going ahead and we're still on the outside. But also for credibility issues. I mean, both the credibility of the open door policy, I mean, an extension of that is actually the credibility of NATO as such. And there are consequences for Ukraine, of course. I mean, what does it mean if the open door policy doesn't work? But I want to be optimistic. I want to say that soon there will be 2 new blue and yellow flags outside the headquarters of NATO in Brussels. And I'm looking forward to that.
Thank you so much, Sir Locker. And I couldn't agree with you more that the existence of these gray zones, which you call, right, these security vacuums in the region, and the perception of, you know, the weakness, as it were, the vulnerability of these zones, it invites the aggressor, right? There is no firm deterrent from malicious actors such as Russia to move in and do as they will. And again, Ukraine is not the only country that finds itself in such a security vacuum, not the only country that finds itself in the zone. And we'll hear from the Georgian representative soon. But before that, I'd like to turn to Mika Altola, to you, to talk a bit about the Finnish experience. And welcome to NATO.
Thank you very much. It was a curious thing that in Finland you are not supposed to celebrate these things, so I got quite a lot of congratulations from my global Western colleagues. But Finns don't celebrate it. It means bad luck. It's almost sinful. Mm-hmm. We are very stoic, even Spartan nation, having lived along Russia in a place of hostility for centuries. So you have very stern strategic culture in Finland. That was obvious when the Ukraine started to fight back the resistance in Ukraine. The nation rose up. It was so easy for Finns to identify with that, feel empathy. I think according to opinion polls, Finns are the most supportive for Ukraine in Europe. It's around 90%, the support level. And that's remarkably high. So the Russian force was met with a counterforce, and I think it was the Ukrainian nationality that stopped the Russians. And that sparked, I think, a seismic shift among the Finnish population. They remembered something that perhaps was a little bit buried underneath the niceties of the cooperative security talk, where you don't name any enemies, you talk in a dialogical manner. So that side was awakened in Finland. And it became very clear that Finland is going to move. Of course, it was important for us to look towards our western neighbor, Sweden, that has always been a model for Finland, has been there to help us during the Winter War, for example, a defensive war against Russia. 30% of Swedish Air Force was located in Finland, even though Sweden was neutral. So Sweden was important to keep on the same track. And I hope that Sweden will soon, and I believe firmly that having visited Ankara myself last February, I believe that after the elections, this is not a huge issue for Turkey. And if Turkey moves, then Hungary moves. So Swedish route will be there. So you have to kind of understand the location of Finland on the map. I know that the Ukrainian border with Russia is even longer, but the 1,300 kilometers of Finnish border with Russia is quite extensive, a defensive burden. And because of the kind of a Spartan attitudes in Finland, we always save that defensive force there. Even during the Cold War years, Finland had a defense force. We a little bit kind of tried to downplay the existence of that because the Russians were a little bit annoyed because they had their own plans when it came to Finland. I know that all the Ukrainians know the word Finlandization that was recommended as a policy for Ukraine as well by some powerful figures. In Finland, that is a curse word, not to be recommended to anybody. So perhaps the NATO route that we took, that is a new form of a model that perhaps Ukraine should also try to achieve. Sometimes it takes longer, sometimes it's faster. Finland did that on a world record speed in 9 months. And why did that happen? Well, you have to look to the map, 1,300 kilometers. You can think about that in two ways. Either it is a bit of a bind, a difficulty, a challenge, but a border that extends from Kola Peninsula to the gates of St. Petersburg, to one of the most important strategic bottlenecks in Northern Europe, to the Gulf of Finland, and from there to Åland Islands. It is also a location that matters. It's all about location. So we had friends, not only in Sweden, but also in US, in UK, that had vital national interests in the region. So Finland took care of itself. It had friends. It wasn't a problem. The route was easy. Surprisingly smooth. During the times of Finlandization, when we were under the Russian pressure, Soviet pressure, after the loss or perhaps a defensive victory, depends on how you define it, we became a tool for Russian geostrategic manipulation. So we were window dressing policy for the rest of the Western European states to follow, kind of a model for cohabitation between two ideological systems. So we were kind of a sales point, window dressing policy. So even those times, have to be realistically evaluated. On the whole, Finland has always adopted the westernmost position available to it. During the Cold War years, that was neutrality. Soviet Union never recognized Finnish neutrality. They always referred to it in terms of that Finland aspires to be neutral, because they knew that we, from their perspective, are part of their sphere of influence. And I guess kind of the ultimate trigger, besides the Ukrainian bravery for the Finnish NATO membership, was remembering who we are and our history. And that then led for the political decision makers to kind of pave the way. And the process was well done, very well managed. But it was a bottom-up process. The opinion polls, they started to shift very radically. I could feel it in the television studios, in the corridors of the parliament, in the basements of the parliament, that something happened in the minds of Finns when they saw on the streets of Kiev old women and men filling up bottles with gasoline in preparation for the fight when the siege of Kiev was at the high point. So things are connected. We are not living in a vacuum, and that's one of the key messages that I would like to conclude with. You know, we think that we are kind of an archipelago of states living in somewhere in a large ocean, very interconnected, from the Black Sea to the Baltic Sea, from there to Arctic. That's where Russia thinks its kind of a natural geopolitical border should be. And therefore, you know, the Finnish security is connected to the Ukrainian security, and we should think about reconstructing this region, kind of creating a corridor of resilience here. Right now, you know, start right now to think about how to interlink this region in a better way. The political infrastructure, economic, and also the military one, those are interlinked. So if we want to actually have a rooted deterrence, that needs to happen. And I don't know if it requires a NATO membership. Perhaps it does, perhaps it would be good. But the work can start. We are also very pragmatic people. You know, a reconstruction after reconstruction has happened in the Finnish history. I know in Ukraine as well. So you can start building, and we should start building together.
Thank you so much. And you know, Ukraine has been told for decades to look up to Finland and to, you know, be Finlandized, or Finlandization is one of the options for Ukraine's security conundrum. And I think at this point we can all say here that we very much would like to be Finlandized as well, and all the way to NATO membership. Teona, could I please ask you to comment on the Georgian position? Because clearly Ukraine, you know, is not alone, as we said, in this unallied, right, a security gray zone. And your country has actually felt the effects of the Russian aggression before Ukraine did. You were the first one on that front line. How has the war in Ukraine shifted the thinking? What things did it reinforce, and what things became new for Georgians?
Thank you very much. I think it's work, yeah. Thank you for the invitation. Today, Georgia celebrates its Independence Day.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This day, we remember that Georgia regained its independence after the Russian Tsarism, then after the Soviet occupation, and we are still fighting for our independence and sovereignty, which is violated by Russia. And it's not just the past wars we had. We had 3 wars with Russia, and we have 20% of occupied territories by Russia. But it is a constant war, which is not over, and it is continuing with its creeping occupation, annexation process of the occupied regions, and with its Russian hybrid warfare, whether it is information, whether it is political, whether it is economic or military dimensions. And with the war in Ukraine, the war in this hybrid dimension is getting stronger. We have so-called agreement with occupied Abkhazia and Russia to annex part of Abkhazia. We have more illegally detained citizens over occupied regions, and we feel increased Russian influence in Georgia. And Russia, of course, wants to regain back Georgia under its influence. And of course, Russia is attacking Georgian democracy because it is contradictory to the system which Russia is building. And Russia is attacking our shared values with the West. And we Georgians feel it even more since this full-scale attack on Ukraine. Therefore, the war also opens the wound of each Georgian about the war. And this feeling of support was not only to support Ukraine, which is our strategic partner, but to support Ukraine for its fight of sovereignty and independence, because we are in this process as well. And today I paid a tribute to the Georgian fighter who fell fighting for Ukrainian independence and sovereignty. And for Georgians, this is the common fight, because Ukraine war is Georgian war, and we believe that if we together fight for this enemy, we will win together. And when we talk about the future perspectives, somehow there is this idea that after Russia is fully defeated in Ukraine, and I believe that strategically Ukraine already won this war, because what Russia wanted to achieve with this military operation is already failed. But there is no guarantee that after Ukraine wins fully, Georgia will win as well, because Russia is pushing Georgia under its influence, and on the expense of losing Ukraine, it is trying harder to maintain the control and to the influence on Georgia and over the region as well. When we talk about the connectivity, Black Sea, Baltic security, and I cannot imagine security of the Euro-Atlantic space without Black Sea security, where Ukraine and Georgia are part of the not only literal Black Sea country, but also part of the Black Sea Security Initiative. I cannot imagine security of Europe, security of the Black Sea without Georgia and Ukraine being member of NATO. And, you know, me as a Georgian, I understand it more than maybe our partners. The mistakes which were made when in 2008 in NATO Bucharest Summit, Ukraine and Georgia was not given membership action plan, but the promise that one day we will become a NATO member. And Russia understood it as a sign of weakness, and soon after invaded Georgia in 2008. And unfortunately, despite the fact that Georgia maintained its sovereignty with the support of our partner countries, Russia became an elephant in the room on the decision about pushing forward for NATO membership of Georgia and Ukraine. And despite the biggest support from the people of Georgia to NATO membership, this skeptical attitude was increasing because of factor of Russian occupation and question if and when Georgia is occupied partly, how we can become a NATO member. But now, with the war in Ukraine, this question is more and more important to be answered by NATO allies, because I'm pretty sure that the war will be over with the victory of Ukraine, but Russian revisionism will not end with Putin's regime, and Russia will continue its revisionist foreign policy to fight back. And we Georgians know it more than any, because despite the 2008 ceasefire agreement, which is not fulfilled by Russia, and we have increased this creeping occupation and so-called borderization, which is a unique hybrid warfare tactics, when they come and build the barbed wires dividing people's life. And with this process, there is a clear vision needed from the West that there will be no peace and no security in Europe unless Georgia and Ukraine are NATO members. So what my idea is, and not only mine, that Georgia should not be left behind with this war, because this is not only about the democracy and security of Georgia, but it is about the defending sovereignty principle from Russia, not only today, but for the long-term perspective. And it will not be handled until there is no security umbrella, Article 5, for Ukraine and Georgia. And I think in this context, when also the region, South Caucasus, is trying to shift from Russia after the conflict between our two neighbors, and EU and US is increasing their role to achieve the peace, long-lasting, not what Russia is trying to, in order to have the leverage over the region. This is very important that we turn the Black Sea as well as South Caucasus as a place of security, prosperity, and long-term stability. And when we talk about the connectivity and also prosperity, Georgia is playing a vital role in there. And now Georgia is expecting the EU candidacy status, which is not only important for political parties, but for the people, because 90% of population is supporting candidacy status. And also, Russia is trying to create barriers for this, because they are lifting the visa regime with Georgia and opening the direct flights. That was a so-called soft power or carrot and stick policy in order to influence against Georgia's national interest, which is to become EU and NATO member. So just to conclude, my ideas is that Black Sea security cannot be ensured unless Georgia and Ukraine are not NATO member, and Georgia should not be left behind while the West is tending to support the peace, security, and stability and principle of sovereignty, which Russia is violating, and it will continue if there is no mechanism of security guarantee for both of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Teona Kubardi, and we're very grateful to Georgian people for their very long-standing support of Ukraine, and I'm pretty sure that there will be a path that Georgia and Ukraine will be charting together. And you aptly mentioned the Black Sea region, right? It is, when we talk about regions, I think a lot of NATO planners for a while were looking at the Baltics, right? What is the Russian scenario in the Baltics might look like, and how they might peddle their influence or undermine security there. But a number of very astute analysts have always drawn attention to the Black Sea region as one that is rife with all sorts of security vulnerabilities, that is so to say. So let me turn to you, Iulian Cifu. You represent, you're a Romanian official. Romania is a key NATO member in this region. How did the war reverberate in your country? And also, what is Romania's role in this very core Black Sea region?
Thank you very much, Mariana. Thank to the organizers who invite me to Arseniy Yatsenyuk for sure. Well, we are used that Russia blinks one way and does acts on another direction. And actually everything that happened since 2014, since 2008 in Georgia, since 2007, the suspension of the CFE treaty happened in that region. Remember the provisions of getting out to the warm seas. So we are advocating for that for some time, and fortunately at the Madrid Summit in the strategic concept we have the wider Black Sea region as being a region of strategic interest for NATO, for the alliance. I'm sure that now we can make a common push together with our Ukrainian friends to also have this Black Sea strategy that the Congress, the US Congress is fighting to pass, and it's also of tremendous importance. I would like to come with actually 3 objectives for the peace, 3+1 conditions for the short and mid-term about the war, maybe 2 red lines that we have in the West, but also at least 3 lessons learned. Yes, the war is still going on. There's a lot to learn at the tactical and operational level for our militaries, but there are also some lessons learned at the strategic level that I would like to underline. So first, 3 conditions related to the perspectives. It's very clear, you've heard them, and you can find them in all the documents of the international organization. Ukraine should win, Russia should lose. It's no question mark, it's no nuances, because we are talking about observing the rules-based order. If there is any type of, I don't know, security versus territory, first, it won't work like in the Middle East. It's not possible in a world that passes via Helsinki 1, Helsinki 2, so on and so forth. So it's the same thing as getting back to square one for everything that means security in our region. The second point, Russia should pay. There's a lot of debate, and you can see even nowadays, discussing the fact that Russia has an extra impetus to do that because it never pays, as successor to the Soviet Union, for what they've done in Central and Eastern Europe. Nobody actually debated the succession of the Comecon, nobody debated the succession of the Warsaw Pact, and everything that Russia has spoiled from our countries, including the independent states in the post-Soviet space. I don't remember to have a debate after the fall of the Soviet Union about the succession, the heritage, what the new independent state should ask, because they contributed to the wealth of the metropole in front, as being considered as colonies. The third point is the fact, and we own that to our citizens as well in the West, who accepted to pay for the war, to pay for humanitarian help, for military help, for financial support, for budgetary support, you name it. And they accept it because they want their children and their grandchildren to live these imperfect democracies that we are living. But at least to have a choice, not to live under some type of Putin who tells them what to think, what to do, what to eat, and where is their place in the world. Now, moving to the 3+1 condition on the short and mid-term. The first one is about the resilience of the Ukrainians. And I'm praying for that because actually it's not only about the Ukrainians who are in the first line, who are the heroes nowadays and supported from all ports, but it's also about the resilience of the Ukrainians here. The Ukrainians in Ukraine who takes the burden of the war. It would have been far more easier for the fighters if they would know that somewhere behind the lines their families are okay, but we've seen how it happens with rockets targeting buildings, schools, kindergartens, or on the streets killing people, civilians. And it's very difficult. And it's very difficult, and that's why we need to have a proper air defense for the whole of Ukraine in order to avoid that pressure. The second point, we've talked about resilience of Ukrainians, which actually is tremendously important. We have a resilience of the West that is necessary. We also are counting on what will happen on the ground in the next week, month or so. Because actually, it's one thing to absorb the pressure of the Russians on the front lines, but it's a different thing when you need also to split their army, not to let them go on their proper plan. And that means proper counteroffensive actions that would split the army, that will divide the forces, and would allow Ukraine even to have a strategic victory, meaning first and foremost splitting the two flanks, in two directions, and putting a pressure on Crimea, maybe blowing up the bridge in Kerch, and having the conditions to move on, giving a signal that it is doable. And there is a +1 condition which is relative to Russia. I'm quite sure that the next panel will do the whole debate, but actually it's about the capacity of Putin of maintaining the vertical of power. It is very difficult. In an autocratic country, actually the system can fall like every moment, beginning with a minor trigger. We have, I don't know, we've seen in Iran, for instance, the police taking a young woman and having millions on the streets. We have seen happening in Russia several times, but it is important. Let me move now to 2 red lines that the West has. I'm not going to comment on them, but actually one thing is about avoiding escalation and proportionality. Actually, every time when Russia escalated, a new range of systems came and supported Ukraine. Unfortunately, Russia escalated to the highest level, so actually the space where it could go on is actually still unthinkable, but it's there. We have some game changers that could happen. I'm not going to pronounce and go that way. The second limitation for the West, NATO, US troops is no boots on the ground. We can discuss about the perspective, but these are the conditions we are working in because it's about multilateralism, it's about votes of all the countries involved, and actually it's not just a matter of the will of a leader, political leader. Now, allow me also to make 3 lessons learned from the conflict. And actually the first one is there's that gray zones means green lights. I'm just quoting Kurt Volker 2 weeks ago in Leonard Merrick conference. But it also, when you have green zones, it also welcomes spheres of interests and grand power politics, meaning using war for solving international relations problems and also excessive levels of ambition as Russia has nowadays. It tries to maintain itself as a grand power. The second point, second lesson learned from our region is the fact that the eastern flank, Ukraine, and Republic of Moldova security are completely interlinked. Any fall of each of the players means a huge problem, a huge security problem for the other. In the case of Republic of Moldova, we will have actually the Russians on Prut River and on the Danube gorges. If it is for Republic of Moldova to fall or in any type, we will have a kind of Kaliningrad between us, Romania, eastern flank of NATO, EU, and Ukraine, which will create another big headache. And the third lesson learned that I want to give to you is the fact that the war, actually the long war, high intensity, and a long-term war is there. It's a new threat for NATO that we never planned for. And it's going to change dramatically what's going to happen in the summit in Vilnius and afterwards. Because actually, if you begin to plan with this, you can kiss goodbye, professional army, small army, high tech, because you need quantity matters. You need to have reserves and resilience of your own country. So maybe you need to come back to conscription once again. You need to have the support of your country, of your society, for doing a war. And it's far easier for us in the eastern flank because the war is right there, it's our neighbor, it's ourselves. But it's far more difficult, for instance, and I can tell you for experience and discussion, to tell citizens in Portugal or Spain that they need to pay for a war, to move to a war industry, large-scale production of capabilities and ammunition, in order to defend, to send them, to ship them to Ukraine, to defend the borders of NATO and the EU, in order not to be obliged sometimes to move also the troops. And if you want, I will come back a little bit to the secondary line, which means no boots on the ground. Actually, if there's no enough support for Ukraine and the conditions altogether to have a victory, meaning recuperating, because there's no question more, recuperating all the territories in the boundaries recognized 1991, that's the definition of victory. But also, it's not a bad peace. It should be also with the respect of principles and agreements that we have in place or that we will put in place. Because actually, when we are saying that Russia needs to pay, and all the countries that are helping, countries, citizens, companies that are helping Russia to avoid sanctions, they need to pay. Paying is war crimes, but also the crime of aggression, and we are supporter of a new tribunal for the crime of aggression and the definition, international definition of that. It means also paying for reconstruction, but it also means paying for the fact that they launched this war and for the fact that we don't need them to come anytime soon in the next foreseeable time frame to use war once again. We have the experiences from the Second World War. We are far more sophisticated nowadays in overseeing and following the pieces of equipment needed in any type of war. So I'm sure that we can build up a system that would constrain Russia to let away this type of instrument. And I would dare to say that this would lead to, naturally, eventually to the democratization of Russia. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Yulian Chifu. And, you know, I'm glad you quoted that gray zones amount to green lights per Kurt Volker's saying. That's very apt. And we're looking how to cover those gray zones going forward. So the existing support of our allies and partners is absolutely essential for ending this war and reestablishing Ukrainian borders. But again, we're looking mid-term and long-term as to what to do with these gray zones. And there seems to be very few alternatives, right? There seems to be very few choices to the Euro-Atlantic integration. And I'd like to turn now to, with these sort of questions to you, Konstanz Stelzenmüller. You wear many hats. You're based in Washington, D.C. at Brookings, but you also are German yourself, and you're a long-term observer of European politics. Can you give us your impressions of what's going on in Berlin? How has this war shifted thinking in Berlin? And can we count that these shifts are permanent, that these shifts are constructive, given, you know, Germans' skepticism of the past toward covering gray zones with some sorts of guarantees?
Sure. First off, I want to say thank you for this fascinating panel, and thank you to the Kyiv Security Forum, and to Mr. Yatsenyuk for inviting me here. It's a matter of, been a real personal goal of mine to come to Kyiv. And I consider myself very privileged and honored that you invited me. And it is probably the most meaningful trip I have taken in a very long time. I also want to say thank you to the organizers. I know how much work this is, having done this kind of thing myself. And to do this kind of thing in the middle of a war is truly admirable. And I applaud your fortitude and your courage. I also want to apologize for my coughing. I have been testing myself. I don't have COVID. I do have a very bad cold. That's why my voice is so low. No, I hope it makes me sound like Marlene Dietrich, but probably not. Now, on the question of Germany, yes, I get asked that question a lot, and some of you know I write a column for the Financial Times, and I wrote about the anniversary of Zeitenwende and said the Zeitenwende is to defense and security policy what Schrödinger's cat is to quantum theory, to quantum electronics. It both is and is not. And arguably, you could, I think that personally, from observation of this cabinet, let me say the following. This traffic light coalition came in after 16 years of mostly grand coalitions under the leadership of Angela Merkel, saying the country has had enough of incremental change. We need transformative change, otherwise we will not survive the challenges of the future. And grand coalitions are death, of course, to any kind of disruptive change. Now, what this grand coalition, which is a center-left coalition, had in mind, of course, was planetary survival and social justice. They thought, the Social Democrats thought they were going to do social reforms, the Greens thought they were going to do energy and climate reform. What they did not have in mind was war on the continent perpetrated by Russia. So now they find themselves, of course, having to do all these three things at the same time. Social reforms, climate and energy reforms, and defense reforms. And I personally, because at this point I'm old enough to know a lot of the actors, and I've talked to them and I've watched them over time, I take Chancellor Scholz very seriously. He's a very sort of dry and reticent sort of man. He's almost Finnish in the way that he speaks in public. But I am personally convinced that he was very serious with his Zeitenwende speech on February 27 of last year, where he said, our defense and security policy has to change completely. What has changed since then is actually quite dramatic, but in different ways. The first, of course, was energy decoupling. The ministry that really raced to change things was the Economics and Climate Ministry, and decoupled from Russian coal in April 2022. It decoupled from Russian oil by December, and we were only going to decouple from Russian gas by the end of 2024, but the Russians decoupled us last September. So that's it. We no longer have any Russian fossil fuel imports whatsoever. There are Eastern Europeans that still do. And in fact, if I'm not completely mistaken, Russian gas still comes through the Ukrainian gas pipeline to some Eastern European countries. And I'm not saying that to praise us. All I'm saying is that this is something that we actually did do. Defense reform is more complicated, and I'm not going to bore you with the many ways that this is complicated and difficult to do. The main reason is that when we, after World War II, gave ourselves a basic law with the help of the Allies, it didn't provide for armed forces, right? The basic law of 1949 did not provide for armed forces, full stop. Then the Allies realized that to defend the inter-German border of 1,700 kilometers, they were going to need more men, and they didn't want to do it themselves all the time, forever. So they told West Germany to rearm, and that specifically meant stand up 12 divisions, in 1955, in a country that had lost most of its young men. And some of the older men were obviously committed Nazis. And we stood up those 12 divisions, but as Adenauer famously said, I don't think the Allies are going to buy 18-year-old generals from us. So yes, we had to rehire some of the Wehrmacht officers. Anyway, the entire construction was weighted down with civilian oversight at every level, local, state, federal, and the result of which is a defense constitutional order, as we call it, that is systemically designed to resist any kind of disruptive change. That said, you probably will have noticed that things have started to change a little bit when we shifted from one Social Democratic defense minister to the next. We had Defense Minister Christine Lamprecht, and then who left after an ill-considered New Year's video, and it has been replaced by Boris Pistorius, and suddenly the defense ministry has become a seething hub of activity. That suggests that personal intent and personal capability also has something to do with it. So I actually think that a lot of things are happening here, but let me tell the real reason why I think things are happening. And there's two. Or rather, it's fear. And it's fear because we're seeing what's happening in Ukraine. This is the first war in the modern era that has been fully covered in real time by civilians recording war crimes and crimes against humanity. There is no way today for a dictator, an autocrat, a warmonger, to hide what he, more rarely she, is doing. We know the facts, they are inescapable. The international law is very clear. In the Yugoslav wars, which I covered as a young journalist, and the Rwandan genocide, which I also covered, the legal situation was a little less clear. This is one of these very rare cases of an act of international aggression that is utterly clear in what the law is and what its application is. And I have absolutely no doubt that there will be a tribunal for the crime of aggression and that there will be war crimes trials for war crimes and crimes against humanity. And Putin does not have to be in jail for that, nor does Patrushev, nor does anybody else. Remember that the International Criminal Court on The Hague held evidentiary hearings for years on the Bosnian and on the war crimes perpetrated in Yugoslavia before any of these people were captured, before the Dayton agreements. So it is possible to collect war crimes and create a judicial record without having people in front of the court, and that is a legal innovation, a judicial innovation created by the war crimes tribunals of Yugoslavia and Russia. That's an important point. So that realization, I think, is genuinely reshaping thinking in Berlin. The horror that I think is particularly triggering to Germans, even Germans of a later generation, of watching the Russians commit war crimes and crimes against humanity in what Timothy Snyder has aptly called the Bloodlands, and where not just the Stalin's army, but also, of course, the Nazi army, the Wehrmacht, and the SS perpetrated horrific crimes and killed millions, tens of millions of people. But there is another element, and some of you who sort of are policy experts will remember that the Kremlin sent 2 identical treaty drafts on December 17, before Christmas in 2021, before the invasion had even started. And anybody who read those treaty drafts, I did, was immediately understood that this was not just about Ukraine, it was about actually the entirety of the European security order. It was about rolling back the democratic transformation of Eastern Europe, some of whose representatives are sitting here on this panel, and it was about neutralizing militarily Western Europe and about getting America out of Europe. That is unacceptable, even if we were indifferent to Ukraine, which we are not. But that is the end of what we have fought to build for decades after 1945, and that cannot stand. So that is why I think the Zeitenwende will happen, is ineluctable. There are still a lot of problems, and there's one thing that I would like to mention before I stop that nobody has mentioned really here, and that is the following. I think that it is important to talk about institutions of international security because they prevent us from having to be heroic all the time. The Ukrainians are being heroic right now, which is admirable, and I think has generated an extraordinary sort of torrent of support across Europe and across the world, it seems to me. But the good thing about institutions in peacetime is that they let people be normal again. This is a thought that goes back to the French thinker Benjamin Constant, who said bourgeois democracy is all about having functioning and credible and legitimate institutions so that people don't have to be heroic citizens every day. They can just be normal people. The same is true for the international order. So we have to think very carefully about this, and I think we are at this point in a design moment. For a long time after 1945, and again after 1989, we were in a moment when we thought, oh, the machinery is constructed, we can add on here and there, but basically everything is ticking along nicely. This is no longer the case. We are in a redesign moment. But the other thing we also have to talk about, and we haven't mentioned here, is our internal affairs and the effectiveness and the legitimacy of our democratic orders in the members of the European Union and NATO. All of us have populist parties whose goal is to undermine and to destroy pluralist, separation of powers, protection of minorities, constitutionalism. We're seeing this in my own country, in Germany. We're seeing it in France. We're seeing it in America. We're seeing it in Britain and elsewhere. All of us need to push back against the authoritarians, identitarians, enemies of constitutional order in our own countries, if we want to be able to help Ukraine. These things are now connected. So when we talk to you about democracy, we are very conscious that we have our own issues, but we can also say to you, joining the EU and NATO today isn't possible without being functioning, legitimate and effective democracies. It's a problem we share. We need to work on together. We can share our experiences with you. We're ready to help. But bear with us, this is going to be complicated. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Constance. And I'm glad that you mentioned Timothy Snyder. One of his kind of thoughts and propositions is that what we're seeing now is the standoff between the model of integration and the model of empire, right? The model of empire and spheres of influence. This is the last sort of land-based empire that we have. Russia is trying to reassert itself against the model of integration. Once again, there's very little alternative for integration for Ukraine and Georgia and the like states. We have Ambassador Carpenter with us still online, and so I would like to address this last question. I'm going to try and be provocative here, since we're in a like-minded company and it's not always interesting for all to agree. Ambassador Carpenter, you know, it seems that in terms of international institutions, and specifically OSCE, there were all of these tools already in place, right? There was the Vienna document, for instance, that obligated its signatories to notify, you know, about exercises, large-scale military exercises, lest they should be used as a pretext or excuse or, you know, cover up for building up forces for an invasion. We have all these great and nice, you know, clauses in the Helsinki Act and the UN Charter, and it seems that still none of that was effective to prevent, to deter a determined aggressor and a large state, a stakeholder in the international system, from perpetrating this war, from breaking pretty much every written commitment they themselves have committed to on the international state. And Ukraine is paying a very high price for it now. And the response really is the response of state policies, not so much institutions per se. Individual states that are forming coalitions of the willing to support Ukraine and supply it with the necessary tools to win. So what is the worth? What is the purchase of international institutions?
Well, thank you. It's a great question, and I'm afraid in my initial intervention, I may have been a little bit too much wearing my old political science PhD hat, and maybe not enough focused on what I was really trying to get at, which is essentially this. Look, we can devise solutions such as NATO membership for Sweden and Finland, for Ukraine and Georgia, as the Bucharest decision states, that will prevent Buchas and Irpins and Hostomels from happening in those countries. Right. But what I was trying to get at with my initial intervention, when I talked about there's an element here of individual liberty and how individuals perceive society and the state with the societal level institutions and then with the international system, is that we have to find a way to prevent Buchas and Irpins and Hostomels from happening, period, anywhere in Ukraine, but elsewhere in the world. And so we're at this inflection point in world history where we can either think small, narrow, or we can think big in terms of systemic solutions. And systemic solutions are not easy and they take time. And you can design a new conventional arms control arrangement that will capture some of the systems that are being used in Ukraine. But what is to prevent Russia or China or some other country from violating that sort of agreement? As you noted, Russia has violated every single tenet of just about every treaty and agreement it has ever signed up to, from the, as I mentioned, from the UN Charter to the Geneva Conventions to the Conventional Forces in Europe Treaty. You mentioned Vienna document, open skies. I mean, I could go on probably for another 10 minutes just listing the various conventions that they are transgressing. So what we need to do is we need to look at how to look at this holistically. How do we really get serious about creating energy security for Europe? How do we empower US-EU cooperation through the Trade and Technology Council to be able to not subsidize Chinese investments in high technology that they can then use to perpetrate something similar down the road, potentially, to what we're seeing now? I mean, because this conflict is being watched by the entire world. It's being watched in the Indo-Pacific, certainly by the PRC. It's being watched by the global South. They need to know how to align themselves. Is democracy going to be victorious, or is authoritarianism going to be victorious in the near term? There's no easy answer here, but the consequences are enormous. So I think after 2014, when Russia went into Crimea and then into the Donbass, there was a tendency to condemn Russia's actions, to take very strong rhetorical positions, but at the same time to import Russian gas through the Nord Stream pipeline, for example, which Constanza mentioned, to do business with Russia, to go amongst some world leaders to the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. So what kind of a message were we sending, and how seriously were we taking the challenge? I would submit that we weren't taking the challenge as seriously as we should have. And today, now we have an opportunity to really look at this as a serious challenge to our way of life. And I'm not using that term lightly. It is our way of life. It is individual liberty. It is democracy. It is rules in the international system. And so we have an opportunity here to create new rules, but ultimately it's about political will. It's about like-minded states banding together and enforcing those rules. How? Well, in the case of Ukraine, by sending Ukraine military equipment. As I said earlier, it's in 2023, being militarily neutral with respect to Ukraine is taking a moral stance, whether you like it or not. And so we need to be rallying allies and partners, and we need to be looking at this as a generational competition between systems. And we have a vested interest in having our system, liberal democracy, survive and thrive and outcompete the other systems that are out there. But we have to put our money where our mouth is. We have to take this seriously, whether it's in Ukraine or whether it's in the Indo-Pacific. How many European states today look at the People's Republic in China and say, well, but we have to do business? Well, of course, nobody's talking about decoupling from the Chinese economy. Nobody wants to create that sort of economic havoc. But de-risking at this point in time, of course, we have to be looking at that. So I would end by saying, as we think about a new European security architecture, from whether it's Sweden, Finland, Moldova, Ukraine, Georgia, Central Asia, yes, we can design institutions, but we have to look at this with the big picture in mind, where we want our values to triumph. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And thank you for kind of bringing us to this concluding thought, Ambassador Carpenter. We are certainly not at the end of interest in the topic, but we're unfortunately at the end of time for this panel. Please join me in thanking all of our excellent panelists. And we'll be moving straight to the next panel, thinking not just how to build a lasting peace, but also how to build a just peace after this war. Please, you're free to grab yourself a coffee or a refreshment, and I invite the panelists for our next panel to the stage. There will be no break, so please hang around for this next panel on justice. Oh, sorry. So we do have a break. I'm sorry. And a lunch break. Enjoy your lunch. Please be back at 3 o'clock. Okay. Whew.
Давайте почнемо з представлення і пояснення, чому для вас важливо бути тут сьогодні на Київському безпековому форумі.
Я Олексій Мельник, співдиректор програм зовнішньої політики міжнародної безпеки Центру Разумкова. Я надзвичайно вдячний організаторам, всім учасникам, які проробили довжелезний шлях. Мабуть, я б згадав слова одного з панелістів, чи вірніше однієї з панелісток, яка сказала, що ця подорож, приїзд для неї в Київ, можливо, одна з найвизначніших подій, яка в неї була, і подорожі, яка була в неї за багато років. Я не скажу, що це сьогоднішній форум, можливо, найвизначніший, але принаймні, як ще раз звертаю увагу на ці слова, тобто сьогодні відбуваються неймовірні речі. І окрім тієї важкої боротьби, яка триває як на лінії фронту, так і в тилу, є ще одна сфера, яка, можливо, непомітна для широкого загалу, вона не так багато привертає уваги, але це величезна інтелектуальна робота над тим, щоб зрозуміти, де ми є, куди ми рухаємося, і, можливо, підказати нашим політикам правильний шлях, незалежно від того, наскільки вони готові прислухатися. В чому я маю на увазі, це як наших українських політиків, яких, на превеликий жаль, сьогодні не так багато присутніх в залі, так і західних політиків, які також, можливо, чи не мають часу, чи мають свої власні ідеї, які для них більш цінні, ніж ті, які пропонують експерти. Але в будь-якому разі вода камінь точить, і я думаю, що цей форум якраз саме є великий, великий внесок в те, щоб ми все-таки змінимо це на краще.
А які у вас очікування щодо Вільнюського саміту наступного?
Я не маю особливих очікувань стосовно Вільнюського саміту, і не тому, що я є песиміст чи оптиміст, просто є об'єктивні реалії. І на сьогоднішній день, звичайно, будуть хороші заяви, я впевнений, будуть практичні рішення, але не буде сенсацій. Скоріше за все, не буде сенсацій. І це, власне кажучи, теж не сама погана новина. Тому що в сьогоднішніх умовах значно важливіше це те, щоб процес підтримки України був послідовним. І це, мабуть, більш важливо, чим, якісь символічні кроки, чи якась нова формула, яка б окреслила перспективу набуття України членства в НАТО.
Можете на сам кінець описати, яким ви бачите перемогу України?
Прошу?
Якою ви бачите перемогу України у цій війні?
Тут я думаю, що в нас, мабуть, думки переважно збігаються. Тому що перше, це має бути, образ перемоги має бути таким, що він не лише позбавить нас, загрози негайної, яка сьогодні є від російських обстрілів, від того, що роблять окупанти на тимчасово окупованих територіях, що вони роблять в прикордонних районах України. Мова йде про те, щоб здобути надійний мир на багато років, щоб ця загроза вона не нависала над нами. Є також розуміння, що насамперед необхідно для цього. Тобто насамперед необхідно, щоб добитися, щоб жодного москальського окупанта не було на території України. Але це дуже важливо зробити, але це далеко не гарантія. Тобто, окрім цього, буде ще багато важливої праці. І те, про що також говорилось чимало на форумі, що поруч з надзвичайно важким завданням виграти війну є не менш важливе завдання не втратити мир. Тому так, мабуть, я охарактеризував би образ нашої перемоги.
Дякую вам дуже. Представтесь, будь ласка, і скажіть, чому для вас важливо сьогодні бути на Київському безпековому форумі?
Ігор Жданов, керівник проєкту «Інформаційна оборона» фонду «Відкрита політика», міністр молоді і спорту України в 2014-2019 роках. Я вдячний фонду «Відкрий Україну» Арсенію Яценюку за організацію цього форуму. Це 15-й форум. Він дуже вчасно проходить, тому що 10-11 липня у нас Вільнюський саміт НАТО. І саме там, можливо, буде прийнято якесь рішення щодо майбутнього членства в НАТО. І наше завдання разом громадськості, громадянського суспільства, аналітичних центрів, органів державної влади створити такий тиск на країни, члени НАТО, аби вони прийняли чітке і зрозуміле рішення. Україна є членом НАТО. Дійсно, тут багато вже говорилося. Ми вже втомилися від цих фраз, що там відкриті для нас двері, що там буде ПДЧ якийсь. ПДЧ ми здаємо на полі бою. Да? ПДЧ, за великим рахунком, це такі, знаєте, дорога з двостороннім рухом, two-way road. І ще багато в чому арміям НАТО потрібно повчитися в наших Збройних сил України. А стосовно відкритих дверей, то давайте ми туди зайдемо і сядемо за стіл серед інших повноправних членів НАТО. Ще раз говорю, ця дискусія дуже нам корисна. Вона, я думаю, що всі іноземні учасники, які є впливовими або експертами, або посадовцями, або колишніми посадовцями НАТО, іноземних країн, членами там парламентів, європарламентів, національних парламентів, вони побачили, що Україна єдина, що суспільство, еліта, влада, громадянське суспільство, вони налаштовані однаково. Ми є членами Євроатлантичного альянсу, Північно-Атлантичного альянсу, безпекової організації, військово-політичним союзом. Я думаю, що це відбудеться досить швидко.
Скажіть, будь ласка, що для вас буде перемогою України?
Для мене перемогою України? Програма «Мінімум» – це відновлення в кордонах 91-го року, якщо говорити про війну. Програма «Максимум» – це нейтралізація загрози у вигляді імперської Росії, яка екзистенційно загрожує існуванню української держави, української нації. Тобто нейтралізація цієї загрози. В будь-якому випадку знищення, розпад, мені все однаково. Вони напали на нашу державу, вони знищують наших мирних громадян, вони ненавидять нас, вони повинні нести відповідальність. А ми будемо зі зброєю в руках захищати нашу свободу і незалежність.
Дякую вам. представлення і розкажете, чому для вас сьогодні важливо тут бути.
Добре, так. Мене звати Катерина, я студентка магістратури університету Сорбона. І на цьому заході я вдруге. Перший раз я була минулого року, і для мене цей захід максимально важливий, адже саме тут збирається, скажімо, такий центр сили, я б сказала так, різних сфер, тобто це і політичний, дипломатичний, і різні закордонні представники. У порівнянні з минулим роком, я можу сказати, що набагато менше представників молоді, що насправді трошечки засмучує мене особисто, але тим не менш мене надихнув цей форум, адже я тільки повернулася з Парижу, і я бачу все одно, я бачу цю енергію, цю силу кожного з нас, і навіть просто молоді, яка тільки починає самореалізовуватися. І для мене це важливо. І тут насправді величезна подяка саме організаторам, адже тут зібрано всі представники, тобто всі представники суспільства як такого, тобто навіть що і молодь має шанс бути залученою і бачити цю перспективу і прагнути чогось більшого.
А що вам найбільше запам'яталося з виступів спікерів за ці 2 дні?
Як я певно вже сказала, що були різні представники, мені сподобалося, що було залучено різні сторони боротьби. Тобто той факт, що ми, наприклад, що було запрошено уповноваженого представника з прав людини Дмитра Лубінця, тобто оцей сектор також і закордонні представники, тобто ми бачимо і міжнародну підтримку. І, напевно, це все склало таке дуже гарне враження, і особливо те, що саме тут опозиція має право голосу. Ми бачимо, що опозиція, вона притискається. Той же факт, що не допускається прямий телеканал до суспільного марафону. Це все. А тут дійсно такий, скажімо так, навіть центр певний центр демократії. Тут усі мають свободу слова, і кожен може висловити свою позицію і показати, чим він просуває цю боротьбу за свободу українського народу.
Скажіть, які у вас очікування від Вільнюського саміту НАТО?
Все ж таки треба розуміти, що я просто представник молоді, але це максимально важливо, як ми це спостерігаємо із коментарів закордонних представників. Ви знаєте, насправді очікування дуже змішані, тому що, скажімо так, коли ми в 2014 році було це непряме вторгнення, я спробую сказати, що це було непряме вторгнення Росії, як-не-як, зовсім інша була реакція. В 2022 році ми бачимо повну підтримку. Чи буде така ж підтримка, такий же рівень, це просто дійсно залежить від різних настроїв в суспільстві. Я надіюсь, звичайно, що це буде не просто ухилення різними назвами різних документів, видуманих інших процедур, що це дійсно буде заявка, але чи я можу про це впевнено вказувати, я, на жаль, не експерт, просто молодь.
Скажіть нам насамкінець, якою ви бачите перемогу України?
Це вже дуже емоційне запитання. Найближчому майбутньому, і я вважаю, що наша перемога це вклад інших держав. Це, звичайно, буде так. Ця допомога, вона буде спільною, напевно, взагалі цілої Європи. Але тим не менш, ця перемога, вона буде кроком вперед. Ми побачимо, це буде дійсно також прикладом для інших народів. Це буде прикладом для того, що є боротьба і можливо побороти авторитарний режим. І напевно, це більше буде говорити про згуртованість українського народу, і що можна буде подолати той нав'язаний стереотип, що є західний українець, є російськомовний українець. Ми зрозуміємо, що це все просто навішані такі ярлики на український народ, і це буде дійсно комплексна перемога. Це перемога усіх стереотипів, усіх факторів, усіх обмежень на шляху до цієї величі, до якої ми так прагнемо, такою важкою ціною.
Дякуємо. Представтесь, будь ласка, і скажіть, який з виступів вас найбільше надихнув сьогодні за ці 2 дні?
Доброго дня, мене звати Демченко Аня. Я студентка Київського університету Бориса Грінченка, навчаюсь на міжнародних відносинах. Для мене цей безпековий форум став дуже класною можливістю для того, аби послухати дійсно експертів в своїх галузях, в галузі міжнародних відносин, послухати іноземних діячів і найбільше, певно, мене зацікавив виступ вчорашньої спікерки. Це була Іванна, яка дійсно, як на мене, дуже чітко сказала про важливість відповідно входження України в НАТО. І, як на мене, вона чітко сказала про те, що міжнародна спільнота має звертати увагу не тільки на відповідно розмови в галузі вступить Україна до НАТО чи ні, а саме розробляти чіткі стратегії, яким чином це буде досягнено. І, як на мене, вона дійсно чітко сказала про те, як це має відбуватися.
А чому для вас важливо тут бути?
Для мене це дуже класна практика. Відповідно, так зараз. Перш за все, для мене це дуже класний досвід спілкування з високоповажними людьми, як на мене, які є експертами в своїх галузях. І це дуже гарна можливість якісь прийняти ідеї, відповідно проаналізувати їх і робити певні висновки для того, аби в майбутньому знову ж таки мати можливість теж працювати в цій сфері і просувати нашу Україну до європейських цінностей, до відповідно входження в майбутньому до ЄС та НАТО і робити певні кроки для досягнення цих цілей.
Скажіть, на вашу думку, у Вільнюсі нам вдасться продвинутись в цьому напрямку?
Як на мене, знову ж таки, це питання виносилось, воно оговорювалось, і, як я помітила, в принципі, є шанси, і, в принципі, міжнародні діячі теж про це говорять, але, якщо чесно, я поки що не бачу конкретних, скажімо так, чітких рішень. І мені здається, що все-таки, можливо, не зараз, можливо, не влітку, не цього року, але, можливо, на якомусь іншому саміті пізніше ми матимемо змогу досягти вже певних рішень. Але, на жаль, в цьому році, мені здається, сценарій більш песимістичний.
Можете описати перемогу України, якою ви її уявляєте?
Звісно, в першу чергу це перемога України, це в будь-якому випадку перемога України, і я бачу її в першу чергу. Я в першу чергу її бачу наряду з європейськими цінностями. Я впевнена, що Європа нам буде дуже сильно допомагати в цьому, міжнародна спільнота буде в цьому допомагати. І рано чи пізно, звісно ж, ми переможемо, ми будемо процвітаючою країною, ми будемо мати розвинену економіку, ми матимемо гарні інвестиції в її розвиток. І це дасть змогу винести Україну на світову арену як авторитетну, повноцінну європейську державу з розвиненою економікою, політикою, військовою сферою. І в першу чергу це буде знову ж таки за досягненням миру в Україні.
Дякуємо вам. Представтесь, будь ласка, і скажіть, чому ви сьогодні тут?
Добрий день, мене звати Микита. Я навчаюся на 3-му курсі в авіаційному університеті, вивчаю кібербезпеку. Тут я по запрошенню, бо це дуже важливий івент для України і для наступного покоління. Як представник молоді повинен тут знаходитися, спілкуватися з людьми, тобто впроваджувати себе як майбутнього спеціаліста по кібербезпеці, як людину, яка може в майбутньому через декілька років вже вплинути на країну з боку технологій, з боку безпеки і іншого.
Микито, з виступів спікерів ви щось взяли для себе нового корисного?
Так, по-перше, я дуже ціную вислів кожного спікера. Кожен має свою думку, свої зауваження щодо України. Хтось вважає, що НАТО зараз не може приєднати Україну до себе, хтось вважає по-іншому. Але я дуже ціную, тому що це люди з великим досвідом. Вони розуміють більше, ніж я, і вони можуть висловити якісь думки, які я не зовсім розумію, з боку того, що я в економіці і відносинах не дуже розуміюся. Але все одно їхні вислови щодо України, вони, по-перше, надихають, а по-друге, не дозволяють нам дуже сильно підніматися у небо. Ми залишаємося тут і розуміємо, що все серйозно. Ця ситуація потребує дуже багато зусиль для того, щоб подолати усі труднощі. Тому я з усіма спікерами згоден з якогось боку, а з іншого я просто розумію, що вони знають більше, ніж я. Ось.
Але все ж, на вашу думку, якою ви бачите перемогу України?
Ще раз.
Як ви уявляєте перемогу України? Опишіть власні думки.
По-перше, перемога України в моєму уявленні – це повністю відрізати від себе російський вплив. Бо ще з історичних часів, з 91-го року, російські представники були запроваджені у якісь українські рішення, і це псувало дуже багато чого. І тому я вважаю, що перше, що потрібно зробити для перемоги, це бути автономною повністю з усіх боків, тобто видалити з себе російську культуру, російську мову, російську політику і розуміння усього. Тобто я вважаю, що ми повинні зробити фокус тільки на Україну, зробити фокус на себе – це перше. А по-друге, це знайти допомогу з боку НАТО або з боку Євросоюзу. Тобто вони вже як наступний крок допоможуть автономній Україні без російського впливу розвиватися далі. Тому що що нам потрібно? Нам потрібен мир, нам потрібен розвиток. Тобто для цього потрібно зробити Україну повністю автономною, без впливу інших держав, а потім запровадити допомогу. Це і зараз є, але треба рухатися ще далі.
Дякуємо.
Спочатку хотів представитись, мене звати Катерина, тут як представник молоді. Це вже мій другий раз, як я на цьому форумі. Так, які питання?
А чому ви берете в ньому участь уже вдруге?
Це другий день, так. І я тут беру просто як молодь, я слухаю, пізнаю політику нашої країни і взагалі яка позиція інших інтернаціональних політиків щодо України, щодо нашого членства в НАТО і так далі.
Які з цих позицій вам найбільш суголосні?
Взагалі я зі всіма згодна, бо всі підтримують Україну, всі кажуть, що так, ми повинні вступити в НАТО і так далі. Тому мені вся їхня думка подобається.
Чому для України важливо бути членом НАТО, на ваш?
Багато причин. По-перше, той факт, що ми вистояли після наступу Другої світової армії світу. Так, це перша причина. Так, а по-друге, це те, що давайте я подумаю зараз трішечки. Я думаю, це все. Ну, багато причин.
Тобто Україна стане сильнішою в військовому плані?
По-перше, це ж підтримка буде. Ми ж тут як представники, не ми, а Україна, вона захищає не тільки свою територію, а вона також захищає і територію інших країн. Бо якщо Росія переможе Україну, а це навряд чи станеться, то вона піде далі. Тобто піде вона до Польщі і так далі. Тому ми захищаємо не тільки нас, а в принципі всі країни НАТО, всі країни Європи.
Можете описати перемогу України, як ви її уявляєте?
Ну, перше, я бачу, що ми повинні бути учасниками, членами НАТО. Це по-перше. А по-друге, я бачу, що перемога – це коли ми відбудуємо всі наші будівлі, так, і повернемо українців, які виїхали з України через війну.
Дякую вам. Could you please introduce yourself and explain for our audience why it's important for you to be here today?
My name is Andreas Umland. I'm an analyst at the Stockholm Center for Eastern European Studies at the Swedish Institute of International Affairs. And my colleague, Charlotta Rode, who also spoke today from the same center, and we are here to learn about Ukraine and the future challenges of Ukraine, and also to, as Charlotta did already today, speak about the Swedish accession to NATO, something also a problem you could say similar to the Ukrainian accession to NATO. And Sweden is a long-term partner of Ukraine, and a very, I think, if you consider the size of Sweden, important partner of Ukraine. And well, it's important to see here the colleagues from Ukraine and from other countries, and to to explore future projects as well.
In your opinion, why for us is so important to keep fighting for that membership?
The final solution only for Ukraine's security issues will be the accession to NATO, and it's a long-term already request from Ukraine. In fact, there have been already in the 1990s people in Ukraine, like the former foreign minister Boris Tarasyuk has already been talking about this in the 1990s. There has been the law on the fundamentals of national security from 2003, which spoke about Ukraine's membership in NATO. And of course, the application then for NATO membership, or for the membership action plan in 2008, and now the most recent application for NATO membership. So I'm afraid it's not yet happening this year, perhaps, but it's important to keep the topic in the public sphere, and perhaps even the way of Finland into NATO and the current application of Sweden for NATO membership may have also certain ideas, or maybe a pathway also for Ukraine to become one day a member of NATO.
Could you describe possible next steps on a Vilnius summit for Ukraine?
I hope that the Vilnius summit will be more concrete on the accession of Ukraine to NATO, and perhaps even introduce a new stage to the accession process, perhaps drawing on the experience that NATO had with the accession of Finland, which NATO now has with the almost accession of Sweden to NATO. Maybe this experience from these two new members of NATO, Finland is already a member. I think Sweden will probably this year become a member. Maybe that will then also be a model, you could say, for Ukraine. Perhaps not for entering NATO in the immediate future, but in the midterm future.
How you could describe Ukrainians' victory?
Ukrainians' victory is clearly the full restoration of Ukrainian territorial integrity and political sovereignty over all territories of Ukraine, including Crimea. In fact, I've just published yesterday an article in the newspaper, the Kyiv Independent, why the division between the Crimea question and the question of the return of the mainland oblasts, Kherson, Zaporizhia, Donetsk and Luhansk, is an artificial division. These are connected territories, and it does not make sense, as some people, unfortunately, in the West do now. They compartmentalize the Crimea issue and the mainland territories, but that is not actually possible. All of these territories have to be returned under Kiev control.
Thanks a lot. Представтесь, будь ласка, і скажіть, чому для вас важливо сьогодні бути на Київському безпековому форумі?
Тарас Шамайда, співкоординатор руху «Простір свободи». Гасло, під яким відбувається цьогорічний форум «За нашу і вашу свободу» для України зараз важливе як ніколи, і понад те, воно важливо не лише для України. Безпека України, стала безпека нашої держави, вона важлива також і для Східної Європи, і для всієї Європи, і понад те для всього світу. Тому дуже важливо, що сьогодні різні люди, представники експертного середовища, представники влади, люди з різних держав, друзі України, експерти, обговорюють питання членства України в НАТО, руху України до НАТО, тому що, як сьогодні сказав, не пам'ятаю, хто сказав.
Один зі спікерів.
А ми це в ефірі вже? Я перепрошую тоді. Хтось сказав, чи то Петро Олексійович Порошенко, чи хтось із спікерів про те, що якщо двері відкриті, то дайте нам зайти. Тому не можна постійно з Бухарестського форуму 2008 року повторювати, що двері відкриті, і не пускати Україну в НАТО. Тому дуже важливо, що сьогодні дуже багато і вчора людей на форумі говорили про те, що важливо отримати запрошення, важливо отримати чіткий сигнал про те, що Україну чекають в НАТО, і запрошення до України стати членом НАТО на саміті в Вільнюсі. Також дуже важливо, що тут сьогодні, зокрема, під час панелі про демократію, дуже багато уваги приділялося тому, що вільна Україна – це означає не тільки незалежна Україна, а й Україна демократична. В цьому слові «вільна Україна» два значення. І незалежна Україна можлива тільки як демократична держава. Тому важливо, щоб в тому числі і представники української влади не використовували війну як привід для, скажімо так, певної узурпації влади чи руху в бік узурпації влади. Тому що тоді нам не світить ні НАТО, ні Європейський Союз, і не світить вільна Україна як така. Тому дуже важливо, щоб Україна розвивалася як правова демократична держава, щоб національна єдність базувалася саме на фундаменті свободи, демократії, європейського і євроатлантичного вибору.
Можете описати, як ви уявляєте перемогу України у цій війні?
Ви знаєте, це складне питання, тому що, безумовно, це повинно бути звільнення всіх наших територій, і це повинно бути закінчення бойових дій, це повинно бути військова поразка Росії, але це не буде перемога остаточно, тому що для того, щоб перемога була остаточною, треба, щоб Росія ніколи не змогла загрожувати ні Україні, ні жодній країні Європейського континенту. Це означає і членство України в НАТО, і це означає процеси, які повинні відбутися з самою Росією, чи з тим, що буде на місці Росії. Це означає, починаючи від виплати репарацій, я переконаний, що демократичне людство, демократичний світ повинен знайти в собі сили для демілітаризації Росії, для того, щоб аж до, можливо, ядерного роззброєння. Чому ні? Якщо поставити таку мету, це було б дуже корисно для всього людства. І, зрештою, Росія повинна дати свободу і громадянам своїм, і поневоленим народам, тому що Росія залишається імперією, ніяких імперій бути не повинно. Тому ключові, якщо говорити довгостроковій перспективі, якщо говорити глобально про перемогу України, це звільнення наших територій, це гарантії безпеки, якими може бути лише членство в НАТО, і це трансформація того, що є зараз Російською Федерацією. Це свобода народам і свобода людині.
Дякуємо.
Maria Piechowska, ja z Polskiego Instytutu Międzynarodnych Відносин. My tu przyjechali na tydzień do Kijewa z kolegami z pism, żeby побачити, як у Києві, no і, звичайно, щоб тут на форум послухати. Це було дуже цікаво для нас, ну і маємо надію, що приїдемо на наступний форум.
Дякуємо дуже польському народу за допомогу Україні в цій війні. І скажіть, на вашу думку, чому так важливо прагнення України вступити все-таки в НАТО?
Я не чую, вибачте.
Чому для українців так важливо боротися за цей вступ до НАТО?
No це просто взагалі нема іншої опції. Гарантії безпеки це зовсім не може бути надовго. Це НАТО є один тут, нема іншої просто опції. А ми знаємо в Польщі всі, що тут просто українці взагалі це і за нас боротися, то так треба просто. І маю надію, що Україна буде швидко в НАТО.
Можете описати, як ви уявляєте перемогу України?
Це тільки одна можливість. Перемога України мусить бути до кінця, до кордонів з 91 року. No i звичайно, це не тільки те. Найважливіше, щоб просто Росія зрозуміла, що вона програла, що щоб не було ніякої війни ще раз за кілька років.
Дякую вам дуже. Пані Івано, давайте почнемо з представлення для нашої аудиторії і, мабуть, якогось загального такого вступного пояснення, чому Україні варто продовжувати цю боротьбу, продовжувати шукати стратегії як для якомога швидшого входу в склад НАТО.
Представлення ви що маєте на увазі? Мене представити, так? Мене звати Іванна Климпуш-Цинцадзе, я народна депутатка України, голова Комітету з питань інтеграції України до Європейського Союзу. Між 2016 і 2019 роками була віце-прем'єркою з питань європейської і євроатлантичної інтеграції України. В нас з 2014 року нарешті громадська думка, суспільство України ухвалило для себе принципове рішення стосовно остаточного вибору і розуміння нашого шляху. Куди ми належимо, хто ми є, що ми є європейці, що ми належимо до європейської, до вільної цивілізації і що нам потрібно рухатися однозначно тільки в тому напрямку. І я рада, що з того часу ми продовжуємо цей рух. В 2019 році ми закріпили членство в ЄС і в НАТО в нашій Конституції. Тоді багато хто нас звинувачував у тому, що, мовляв, це якийсь піар-крок. Ми бачили, як це був реальний запобіжник проти зміни курсу в 2020-му, в 2021 роках. Ну і тепер, нарешті, я думаю, що і вся владна команда і опозиційні політичні сили, включно з нашою політичною силою, очевидно, ми на одній хвилі з точки зору цілей нашої інтеграції. Для нас це можливість мати майбутнє. Для нас це можливість мати вибір. Для нас це можливість бути в безпеці, бути членами європейської і євроатлантичної спільноти. Але точно так само і для європейської, і для євроатлантичної спільноти критично мати Україну серед своїх членів для того, щоб нарешті позбавитися сірих зон, які до сьогодні існували на європейському континенті, і якими благополучно, на жаль, скористалася Росія, атакуючи такою брутальною війною Україну, і ведучи цю війну вже 9,5 років, а 15 місяців тому перевівши її в повномасштабне вторгнення.
Тут за ці 2 дні лунало вже безліч підходів і поглядів на цю інтеграцію. З якими з них вам би було б найцікавіше подискутувати?
Ми постійно дискутуємо в рамках роботи в парламентській дипломатії. Мені доводиться постійно або онлайн, або наживо включатися в різні майданчики. Не завжди дискусія проста, не завжди вона, знаєте, компліментарна. Весь час доводиться шукати додаткові аргументи, щоб пояснювати, в чому наш спільний інтерес для того, щоб європейська і євроатлантична інтеграція України відбулася. І мені прикро, що поки що на рівні Північно-Атлантичного альянсу, на рівні НАТО немає консенсусу стосовно того, що вже необхідно прийняти рішення щодо запрошення України в альянс, щоб вона після перемоги у цій війні стала безпосереднім членом НАТО. Але це не означає, що можна складати руки і перестати над цим працювати, тому мені очевидно прикро, що на даний момент навіть найбільші наші стратегічні партнери і союзники не прийняли для себе цього рішення, і що острах перед Росією як ядерною державою все ще обмежує їхній політичний маневр в ухваленні цього політичного рішення.
Чи будуть якісь кроки з їхнього боку на цьому саміті у Вільнюсі, як ви гадаєте?
Безумовно будуть. Безумовно, ми побачимо додаткові інструменти, які будуть запропоновані Україні, і вони будуть подаватися як, скажімо так, така безпекова подушка додаткова, яка надаватиметься Україні до того часу, поки не завершиться війна. Сподіваємося, знову ж таки, що всі будуть готові не тільки до перемоги України, як уже більшість все-таки націлені саме на такий результат, а саме до поразки Російської Федерації. Це теж критично важливо, щоб цю поразку були готові забезпечити і допомогти нам її забезпечити. І ми отримаємо додаткові інструменти, буде посилено комплексний пакет допомоги Україні, будуть посилені програми взаємодії. Є хороша ідея стосовно перелаштування комісії Україна-НАТО на рівень Ради Україна-НАТО. Поки що це не, скажімо, не пропрацьоване до кінця і не ухвалене рішення, але якщо воно буде, це буде хорошим позитивним кроком вперед. Але хотілося б, щоб ми в такий час, вільний світ, він все-таки рухався не черепашиними кроками, а більш впевнено крокував до захисту, реального захисту своїх інтересів, реального захисту тих цінностей, які декларуються, але за які сьогодні вмирають українці.
Ви вже згадали про послаблення впливу Росії. Опишіть, будь ласка, як ви уявляєте перемогу України у цій війні?
Я вчора намагалася безпосередньо на тій сесії, в якій я брала участь, сформулювати. Для мене це досить все зрозуміло. Це кордони 91-го року, це повна поразка Росії і це послаблення Росії в такий спосіб, щоб вона не могла більше атакувати ні жодного зі своїх сусідів, ані інші країни у світі. Це неповернення до закупівлі корисних копалин з Російської Федерації. Це продовження санкцій, незважаючи на завершення війни. Це не надання Росії технологій, щоб вона не могла відбудовувати свої збройні сили. Це демілітаризована зона довкола нашого кордону на території Росії, принаймні на 100 кілометрів вглиб російської території. Це 100% покарання Росії через суди, через міжнародний спеціальний трибунал, але також покаяння російських поколінь за те, що вони вчинили і чинять зараз в Україні, і відповідно репарації Росії за всі збитки, які були принесені на теренах нашої країни. Але без того, щоб Україна стала членом Альянсу після цієї виконання всіх цих умов нашої перемоги, буде неможливо втримати довготривалий і стійкий мир на європейському континенті. Тому це теж має бути елементом нашої перемоги.
Дякую вам дуже. Could you please introduce yourself and say why it's so important for you to be here today?
First of all, it's my second time since the beginning of the war of extermination. Last time I was there, in Kyiv was in April 2022. I visited Bucha, and I discussed with the mayor, Fedoruk, and I met also Klitschko and many other people, here. And I was immediately shocked by the immensity of the crimes. A few weeks before, I already wrote pieces for CEPA, Center for European Policy Analysis, on the need that we have to have a kind of Nuremberg trial for all crimes committed by Russia, in Ukraine. And in fact, 4 categories of crimes, because we have crimes, war crimes, crimes against humanity, crime of genocide, and crimes of aggressions. We have to know and we have to show to the world that, the crimes committed by Putin and his cronies could never be forgiven. And I think the quest for justice is a kind of duty for all the civilized world. We had before the claim never again, but in fact it started again. In fact, if we consider, for instance, what Putin did to the world, not only in Ukraine, but also in Chechnya, in Georgia, in Syria, all the crimes against the civilians, all the civilian kills by Putin are very much more than the crimes committed by Al-Qaeda and ISIS combined. And I think that we have to show, really, that those crimes are part of a genocidal project, that the real aim of Putin is to destroy, to annihilate the Ukrainian nations, and that's not tolerable. During 22 years, the Western world has allowed Putin to set the agenda. And there was absolutely no reactions or no worthy reactions from the world. No, it has to stop. And in fact, we have not only to be completely, I will say, certain that Ukraine wins the war, but also that Putin regime is fully defeated in Ukraine, of course, at first, but fully defeated also in Georgia, in Moldova, in Belarus, in Syria. If we want the world to be a better place, we have to defeat Russia.
And do you think NATO could help us to stop him?
Well, I think that first of all, I was since 2008 advocating Ukraine and Georgia at that time to enter NATO. That's the only organization that is able to provide Ukraine with all the security guarantees that it needs. But in fact, Ukrainians need not only an Article 5, but an Article 5+. And I am advocating publicly since a very long time the deployment of NATO troops in the soil of Ukraine's liberated territories, and that could happen right now. We don't have to wait for that, even before, Ukraine enters NATO.
Thank you, sir.
begin our panel on justice.
Dear guests, please come in and take a seat. We'll start our panel on justice momentarily. We'll give it a minute or so. Right, so let me welcome you all back after lunch. I hope you enjoyed it. It was a very nice spread by our hosts of the KSF Security Forum. Let me inaugurate this next panel, and it's a panel on the very difficult issue, the issue of reestablishing justice after an unjust war. We have wonderful honorary and honorable guests joining us today. Let me introduce all of them in turn, and please join me here on the stage, those of you who are present here in person. I'll start by introducing those who are here in person. James Scher is a senior fellow of the Estonian Foreign Policy Institute at the International Center of Deterrence and Security. Dr. Scher. Nicolas Tenzer is chairman of the Center for Studies and Research on Political Decisions and a non-resident senior fellow at the Center for European Policy Analysis. Mr. Tenzer. And Dr. Philip Zelikov, who's a professor at the University of Virginia and a counselor of the United States Department of State from 2005 to 2007. We're also joined by guests online. Let me introduce Alexandra Matvichuk, head of the Center for Civil Liberties and Nobel Peace Prize laureate in 2022. Alexandra, welcome. We're also joined online by Ambassador William Taylor, who's a vice president of the United States Institute for Peace and a one-time ambassador, U.S. ambassador in Ukraine in 2006 to 2009. I think that's the two guests we have online. Welcome. A previous panel was about security arrangements, institutional and regional security arrangements that could help secure a long-lasting peace in Ukraine, but also in the region, in the territories, in the countries that so far are in the so-called gray zone, right? We need to cover that gray zone with maybe NATO blue, right? That it's no longer gray. But that peace has to be a certain kind of peace, not just lasting, it has to be a just peace. And I will, it's not an easy task, right, to know how to reestablish this justice and how to determine the liability of the perpetrators following the war in Ukraine, how to give honor and justice to the victims, and also set a precedent for potential aggressors, for future aggressors, to communicate to them that the war of aggression, the crimes against humanity, war crimes shall not go unpunished. And so I have this wonderful panel here, these guests to discuss these very difficult issues with me, and I will invite to begin with, first and foremost, Alexandra Matvichuk to offer her thoughts and her remarks about the just peace to follow this unjust war.
Thank you very much for providing me a floor. It's a huge honor for me to address to this distinguished audience. I'm a human rights lawyer, and I have been documenting war crimes in this war which Russia started against Ukraine in 2014. But when Russia extended this war of aggression to the large-scale invasion, we faced with unprecedented numbers of war crimes. Russian troops deliberately shelling residential buildings, schools, churches, hospitals, attack evacuation corridors, manage filtration camp system, organize forcible deportations, commit murders, torture, rape, abductions, and other kinds of offenses against civilians. And the entire UN system couldn't stop such Russian atrocities. There is no justification for Russian actions. There is no purpose to force people go down to the basement, to order them to appoint several volunteers, and no purpose in shooting them. There is no purpose to have a fun using the tanks, firing to people on bicycles, whose bodies lay scattered around the streets until liberation. There is no purpose in breaking someone's house, killing the owner, and raping his wife next to her young child. There is no purpose to shooting a 14-year-old boy in a close range who was just playing with the ball in the yard. And there is no military necessity in doing such things. Russians have done all these horrible things only because they could. All this hell which we now face in Ukraine, it's a result of total impunity which Russia enjoyed for decades in Chechnya, in Moldova, in Georgia, in Mali, in Libya, in Syria, in other countries of the world. And they have never been punished. They believe they can do whatever they want. That is why we must break the circle of impunity, not just for Ukrainians, but also for other nations who can become the next Russian target. We faced with accountability gap, which have two dimensions. The first is that there is no international court which can prosecute Putin and senior political leadership and high military command of Russian state for the crime of aggression. And I will remind that all atrocities which we are documenting, it's result of their leadership decision to initiate, to plan, and to start this war. That is why we must create a special tribunal on aggression and hold Putin, Lukashenko, and others guilty of this crime accountable. Also, we have to find a way how to provide justice for all people suffered from this war. In situation when International Criminal Court will limit its investigation only to several selected cases, and national system is overloaded. We need international assistance as a constant involvement of international element on the level of investigation and level of justice, like a model where national judges work together with international judges. National detectives, national prosecutors work together with international detectives and international prosecutors. Because we have provide justice for all people, regardless who they are, their social position, the type of crime they endured, and whether or not media or international organizations are interested in their cases. Because life of each person matters. As a human rights lawyer, I document war crimes so that sooner or later all Russian criminals to be held accountable. As a human being, I understand that we must stop these crimes without waiting for this moment. That is why I will allow myself to go beyond my topic and address the following. As long as Ukraine remains vulnerable, the entire Euro-Atlantic security system remains vulnerable. Instead of membership in NATO, some politicians are talking about some security assurances, which in reality can't even be equipped to Article 5. then how can separate assurances ensure the security of such a large country, which can't be covered with a single shield from Russian missiles? How much will they cost in the long-term perspective, particularly because of the direct consequences of insecurity, such as a food crisis? Do particular insurances allow to achieve sustainability when what is rebuilt today can be destroyed again tomorrow, or to make it safe for millions of Ukrainian refugees to return to Ukraine? Ukraine deserves to be a member of NATO. Ukraine shares the values of freedom and democracy and is ready to defend them. Ukraine will not just a beneficiary, but a powerful contributor to the security of alliance. There are not promises. This is a fact proven on the battlefield. Ukraine will make NATO stronger. The beginning of the actual accession of Ukraine to NATO is a way to end this war, not to expand it, because strategic uncertainty will always serve as a reason for Russia to continue attacking Ukraine. Russia has always been proactive. Russia used wars and occupations of foreign territories as a fait accompli, thereby creating a new reality and forcing the international community to reckon with it. The democratic countries that participate in NATO should finally take the initiative to start managing this process. We have taken security for granted for too long. It's necessary to take responsibility for our common future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alexandra Matviichuk, Nobel Peace Prize laureate. I think it is very difficult to disagree with anything you just said, and I will ask our panelists to reflect on some of the things that you have put forward about the need to establish this justice. And Ambassador Taylor, I thank you so much for joining us. I know you're online, and just hang tight there for a minute. I will go to you in a moment. But first, let me turn to James Scher. James, you have been a long-time observer of Russia, of things Soviet and of things Russian. You know, we talk about justice in the hopes that perhaps, you know, that could have an effect on the kind of society and the kind of regime, you know, if we just show this regime that they cannot act with impunity, something Alexandra Matviichuk said, it's the word impunity. That's very key here. Perhaps that will sink in. Perhaps that might even change the very nature of that regime and the system. What are the prospects of that?
Can you hear me? Oh, yes. I can even hear myself. Thank you. My answer won't make many people happy. The precondition for a positive answer to your question is the conclusive and crushing defeat of Russian arms and the expulsion of Russian armed forces and Russia's people and creatures from Ukraine's legitimate, legally recognized territory. Only Ukraine's leadership and armed forces and the West acting together can bring about this result. It can't come about any other way. Russia won't be shamed into withdrawing forces. If Russian forces are not expelled by force of arms, they will not leave. Let us understand that. But if that happens, I believe that Russia will deal with regime change itself. But the third part of my answer, again, is less happy. I don't think that this process will be very nice. I think it is most likely to lead to what Russians call smutные времена, time of troubles, possibly a very savage time. And so I would say that in any foreseeable future, the prospect that a Russian leadership will emerge that will hand over Vladimir Putin and his okružение, his top people, to an international court of any type is very, very slim. Assuming that, that Vladimir Putin survives this process in the first place, rather than disappears on day one. Second question that we've all been asked, personal and collective involvement. Let's understand what that means. The former president of the Federal Republic of Germany, Richard von Weizsäcker, 40 years after the end of the war, in 1985, said the following: "After years of reflection, my countrymen can now recognize the 8th of May, 1945 as a liberation. The defeat of nothing has been better for my country than the defeat of Germany." Even 30 years after the end of this war, will we have a Russian president capable of saying that? Maybe yes, maybe no, but I certainly don't think it will come about tomorrow. But this is the most conclusive acknowledgement of collective responsibility when the leadership of a country can say that. Personal responsibility. There are many distinguished Russians now who talk about the necessity for Russians, ordinary Russian people, to understand their individual responsibility. First, what does this not mean? It does not mean, and we need to understand this, that every Russian, or even most Russians, bear some measure of guilt for the fact that the war started. I could elaborate on that answer, but it does not mean that. It does not mean that each and every Russian, ordinary Russians, bear a responsibility for going out and protesting, being arrested, being thrown into jail, and being beaten within an inch of their lives. No, it doesn't mean that. It means that every Russian, because they are Russian, has a responsibility to define his or her moral stance about this war. One could do no better than by quoting Dante, who said, "The hottest places in hell are reserved for those who, in a period of moral crisis, maintain their neutrality." A Russian who says, "I hate war, I won't live there as long as this situation carries on, I want to see peace," is evading his or her responsibility. This is the bar of responsibility. And the last point, if I have time for it.
Please.
What will the world look like after the war? Well, I think most people here have come here with an almost religious conviction there is no alternative to Ukraine's victory. But one has to consider the opposite to understand why there is no alternative. Because if the war ends without a conclusive Ukrainian victory and Russian defeat, Ukraine risks destruction. Ukraine will then undergo internal conflict and external stabilization. The effects on Europe will be profound. The effects on the credibility and of the reputation of the entire Western world will be profound. Not only in the eyes of Russia, but in the eyes of China. The failure to achieve a real victory will have very significant and lasting global consequences. And only if you consider them, and I'll add just one more point. The Marshall Plan in Europe contributed only about 5% of Europe's GDP at the time. What it did, apart from the fact that it was very well targeted, the Marshall Plan in 1947 and afterwards created the political confidence that enabled private capital to come in and reconstruct Europe. If this war does not end in a conclusive Ukrainian victory, and as Alexandra also emphasized, hard security guarantees for Ukraine, this political confidence will not exist, private capital will not come in. So add to all of the other problems we will face, the near impossibility of producing any meaningful reconstruction in Ukraine. The stakes could not be greater. No middle position is possible. Neutrality is not possible because it will lead in practice to absolutely baleful and long-term results. Thanks.
Thank you so much, James Scher. As always, very insightful reflections. And I think there's a leitmotif, there's a theme that's going through all of these discussions, is that democracy, respect for human rights, and lasting security are inseparable, right, in one way or another, and establishing kind of a secure space in which you can develop those democratic values and respect for human life and dignity. That's the number one priority. My next question would be for Nicolas Tenzer. You are part of something, you're chairman of something called Center for Studies and Research on Political Decision. What political decisions have to materialize? What political decisions have to be made in Europe, in the broader global community, in order for this peace, when it comes, to be a just peace?
First of all, let me just remind about the lack of political decision, precisely. Because on that matter, that has a tremendous importance. In fact, we have let, during 22 years, Putin being the agenda setter. We have let Putin committing all the war crimes, crimes against humanity and crimes of genocide in many parts of the world. Remember 1999, when Putin was prime minister, with the blast of the apartment in Russia, which was the excuse, forged excuse, for the Chechnya war. Remember Georgia, of course, and we know that was a ruling of the European Court of Human Rights in 2021, talking about the war crimes committed in Georgia. Remember Syria, and already it was recalled just before. In fact, in Syria, since 2015 especially, Russian forces have deliberately targeted hospitals, schools, markets, kindergartens, etc. And in fact, if we try to just consider the differences between Putin's and, let's say, Osama bin Laden or Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, the leaders of Al-Qaeda and ISIS, there are three differences. Putin's most of the time wears ties and suit. The second thing is that, of course, he's the head of states with nukes and a permanent member of the Security Council. And the third difference is that Putin has committed much more war crimes and crimes against humanity than ISIS and Al-Qaeda combined. And in fact, we have turned a blind eye to all those crimes. And I think we hadn't. What happened in Syria since 2014, and even more since the war of extermination launched in 2022 on February 24th, wouldn't have happened. In fact, we had the means to prevent the war. And we still have the means to stop the war. And so about the political decision, precisely. In fact, we are still halfway in our support to Ukraine. If we had decided to end the war by the end of 2022, we had the means to do so. And we could have prevented thousands of lives to be suppressed by Putin's regime. And personally, I feel guilty for that. And I think there is, in myself, and it must be in the heart of our leaders, a feeling of guilt for not having taken actions. And so, on the very concrete recommendations, there will be the Vilnius Summit on July 11th and 12th. We don't know if Ukraine will receive a map or not. We are absolutely not certain of that. There are many considerations. I am advocating the map for Georgia and Ukraine since 2008, and I am very ashamed by the non-decisions of Bucharest Summits of 2008. But what we can do right now, immediately, if we have the will to do so, is to send NATO troops to Ukraine and to have NATO troops on Ukrainian soils, at least the liberated areas. And then we could prevent other crimes to be committed. The second thing is that we have to prosecute Putin, his cronies, and even in each single perpetrators of the 4 categories of crimes: war crimes, crimes against humanity, crimes of genocide, and crimes of aggressions. You remember what was encrypted in the walls in many places in Syria? Doctor, pointing to Assad, your turn will come, and Putin, your turn will come. Lavrov, your turn will come. Shoigu will turn, you come. Who would have thought in, let's say, 1998, that Milosevic, Mladic, Karadzic, and others, hundreds of others, will be brought to the special tribunal for former Yugoslavia? So we must have time, and that's my third and last recommendations to start with. Which is, first of all, I don't know if there will be a regime change in Russia, and when, and how, etc. But we have to keep intact all the sanctions. We have to reinforce the sanctions as long as Putin and others are not brought to court. There must be no peace plans. There will be no settlement. Because I think that international law is not a matter of negotiations or of mediations. We have to be absolutely clear on that. There is no way for negotiations, no way to peace settlement with Putin's regime. And that must be our pledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your 3 points. Very well taken. Boots on the ground by NATO, the tribunal, and the keeping the sanctions regime. And I think you're absolutely right that, you know, these times show us that international community in response must not just do what is convenient or even what is possible, but what is necessary, right? Let me at this point bring Ambassador Taylor to our discussion. We did mention sanctions. We know that, you know, there's a lot of damage inflicted on Ukrainian soil at some point, and we discussed some of this yesterday. There will be a reconstruction, there will be a re-engagement, economic and otherwise, with Ukraine, and some of it will have to come through, you know, kind of claiming Russian liability for it through seizing of its funds and channeling them toward Ukraine. What role can the United States play in that? And what political decisions need to be made in your country, Ambassador Taylor, to make that possible?
So, Mariana, thank you very much. On your last question, which I think is a very important one, you have on your stage the person who has done as much thinking about how to do that, how to take those seized assets and move them into an international fund for the reconstruction of Ukraine. Philip Zelikow will speak shortly, I am sure, and I fully endorse the legal work that he's done. I'm impressed and in awe of the legal work that he has done, and I fully endorse the direction that he points us to. It is possible to take these funds transfer these funds as he can describe. It wasn't the immediate topic of this panel, but I'm glad you raised it, Mariana. I'm very glad you raised it. And you've got Philip right there to be able to elaborate. On the question of NATO, Vilnius, the idea of, as Nicola has described, boots on the ground, you probably don't need combat troops on the ground. What you need is a presence. I think it's important. It's NATO membership and the path to NATO membership, a concrete path, some clear indication of how the promise of 2008 can be made real. I was in Kyiv in 2008 when that promise was made. I was in Kyiv last week. I'm sorry not to join you this week. But in 2008, NATO made this promise that someday, well, that's not good enough. Last week, Minister Reznikov asked our small group about the open door. He says, open door, where is this door? He wants to see this door. It needs to be more concrete in Vilnius. So that's going to be, I think that will be important. And then presence, maybe not combat troops, but certainly presence, trainers around the country, co-production of weapons for Ukraine. This is certainly possible. There will need to be the security that a guarantee provides. Mariana, let me just also mention your question, the question really of this panel on justice. There needs to be a process started. Once a legal process begins, it takes on a life of its own. It takes on a momentum. Evidence is gathered. If there is a mechanism for holding Putin accountable for the crime of aggression, then that process can get started and can have moved toward an outcome. Questions now, how to get that process started, and there are options. As I'm sure you've discussed already, how to get an international tribunal to prosecute President Putin for the crime of aggression. How to do this. One option is to have the United Nations General Assembly pass a resolution that would establish with the government of Ukraine an international tribunal for exactly this purpose. It would be authorized, it would be designed to prosecute Putin and others at the senior level in the Kremlin. We all know there are difficulties associated with that. In particular, a vote in the General Assembly. We've seen General Assembly votes that have gone very well, 141 to 5, 143. So there are ways to do this. It will take an enormous effort to get that kind of a vote for this kind of issue, but it can be done. So that's one option. Another option that people have talked about is a smaller group of nations, European nations, that could establish an international tribunal. Could be even a smaller coalition. Now, the United States has suggested a hybrid, not preferred by Ukrainians and others. That's not my favorite option either, I will say. But the United States has put forward this idea of an internationalized national court. That would be a Ukrainian court with international support. There's some problems with this, which probably we can discuss. Let me just throw out, there's one last option that David Sheffer, Ambassador Sheffer, who was the first U.S. ambassador for war crimes. He suggested that there might be another option which is worth people like Philip Zelikow and other international lawyers to take a look at, and that is a national court in a nation that has universal jurisdiction, that has on its books this nation with universal jurisdiction has on its books the crime of aggression. there may be a nation out there. There may be a European nation. There may be a European nation right in the center of Europe that would qualify for this. It would be worth taking a look to see if that is an option to be able to prosecute President Putin for the crime of aggression. My main point here is, in addition to supporting Alexandra and Nicola on the NATO question, with presence of internationals and Americans in Ukraine to provide that kind of confidence, that kind of security, is to start the process. Start the process that will get the legal wheels turning and that will take on a momentum of its own. And again, Mariana, thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you, Ambassador Taylor. Thank you. And since you nicely set this up for me to turn to Philip Zelikow next on the issue of Russian financial liability and its assets, Philip Zelikow, could you share your thoughts with us about that?
Sure, I'm glad to. I'm really grateful for the chance to be here in Kyiv, and I've spoken with a lot of Ukrainians. I think any outsider coming here should feel a sense of humility in talking to Ukrainians about how to obtain justice. The meaning of justice for Ukrainians will ultimately be a matter in which Ukrainians must have the first and most important voice. All I can do as an outsider is perhaps come here and share some of the experiences I've had and see if they're useful to Ukrainians. An example where one country does a brazen international invasion of another country, universally recognized as such, is rare in modern times. I just happened to be a part of the policies the last time this happened in such a clear-cut way, which was not a civil war case. This was the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait in August 1990. There are other acts of aggression after that, but this was on the extreme end, brazen, universally recognized as international aggression formally by the international community, like in your case. In other words, this was a worst case situation, like in your case. In August 1990, I was working in the White House and the National Security Council staff for the older President Bush. At the time, I was mainly involved in the negotiations about the unification of Germany and the end of the Cold War, but immediately I and my colleagues began working on what to do about this invasion. There was a lot of work done on this. As you may know, first we started with sanctions. Sanctions didn't work. Then we had armed force. The armed force expelled Iraq from Kuwait. But it didn't really, there was no peace treaty. You had a ceasefire. Then there was the cry for justice. Kuwait had been burned, pillaged, looted. And by the way, many other countries and people had been damaged. How to obtain this justice? Well, we worked on this problem. And we came up with a practical solution and set precedents. And I saw this firsthand. You move away from sanctions. You transition from sanctions and you move into what under international law is called the international law of countermeasures. In the old days, this used to be called reprisal. Now we have a more polite term for it, which is countermeasures. And the countermeasures, there actually have been codified in international law by the United Nations International Law Commission, which actually wrote a statement summarizing the international law on, quote, the accountability and responsibility of states for internationally wrongful acts. It sounds like the handbook any Ukrainian would open for their case today. And if you opened this handbook, you would find that they were instructed by the Iraq precedent. What we did in the case of Iraq is we and all other states took all the Iraqi state assets that they could lay their hands on, all the money, gold bullion that they could lay their hands on, state assets, and through state action, no court cases, state action, we transferred those assets into an escrow account in our country, then to an internationally controlled escrow account, where that money was then simply used to perform the international duty to compensate the victims of the aggression. In that particular case, there were particular procedures set up for how to do this, which was an elaborate process. So what I can do is I can come here to Ukraine and I can tell you this story. The last time we had an aggression like this, on this scale, brazen aggression, this is what we did. And it worked. More than $50 billion in claims were paid. But now I'll just add finally, your case is much, much bigger than that case. In every sense. In the gravity of the challenge, in the gravity of the damage, in every sense. So if that case was extreme enough for us to move from sanctions to countermeasures, surely this case is even more so. And in this case, we have a unique, marvelous gift, which is the Russians made a colossal strategic error, which I mentioned yesterday. They made the strategic error of carrying out this invasion while leaving hundreds of billions of dollars and euros in the accounts of law-abiding countries. Money that has now been comprehensively frozen and is now ready for these countermeasures to take effect if that's the way Ukrainians want to approach the issue. So all I can do as the outsider is I can tell you what we did that I saw firsthand and participated in doing, and you can decide if this example is suggestive.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Philip Zoloko. Indeed, another thing that really helped in the Kuwait invasion is the Desert Storm operation. I think that was also part of reestablishing security and justice.
But the Desert Storm operation did not overthrow the government of Iraq. It was meant to recover invaded territory, which may sound familiar to you. You will have your own storms, which are coming, and it may be more than one. Ukraine will ultimately have to judge what it can do and has to do, supported by its international partners, as others here have discussed. What I was describing is a situation where at the end of the day, some of this was unsatisfactory. The aggressor tyrant had not been overthrown. But nonetheless, you had to find practical justice. And you're going to have a people who deserve that kind of practical justice.
Thank you. So we are also very fortunate to be joined online right now by Omid Nouripour, I'm sorry if I mispronounce it, who's a member of the German Bundestag and a co-chair of political party Alliance 90 and the Greens. Now, Germany knows a lot about justice and responsibility and collective justice. Are we ready for the online?
Thank you very much once again for having me and for giving me the opportunity to bring a message to the Kyiv Strategic Forum. I'm Omid Nouripour, the chairman of the Green Party of Germany, and a dedicated fan of Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. I traveled to Ukraine a bunch of times in the past in my former job as a chairman of the Ukrainian caucus in the German Bundestag. And I saw so many people who served democracy, who served freedom, who served sovereignty of their own country and of Europe. This was before the February 24th of the last year, before the next level of the Russian aggression started. What we're seeing these days is a strong defense of Europe entirely, and the values of us we are sharing by the Ukrainian people. And they also defend the international rule-based order. So let me start with my first point I want to make, and this is the expression of my and our deep gratitude for the service and for the courage of the Ukrainian people to stand up and to fight for themselves and also for us. Second, this is not about gratitude being expressed by words only. It's about our duty to stand with the Ukrainian people by action. Germany did a lot in the past, in the last months, for helping and for delivering assistance on a military level and also on a financial and a humanitarian level. It's our duty, and of course we have to go on talking to each other and talking with each other about the question of what's needed next, how can we help more to tackle the Russian aggression. And I just can say that we endorse the American decision to bring in jet fighters, and also the initiative of our friends in Britain to form a coalition of those countries who are ready and able to help on that level. We're going to go on discussing about single and certain weapon systems which are needed, and of course we're going to have discussions with our friends in Ukraine and also with our friends in NATO and the EU, how we can go on and improve our assistance to you people there. But let me make two more points. The first one is, this war is about justice also. So it's about accountability. I'm dealing with wars and conflicts and armed conflicts in my entire life. And if there is one lesson I've learned, this is that a lack of accountability, a lack of transitional justice is a preparation for the next coming up conflict. So this is why it's so important to register and record all of the war crimes committed by the Russian aggression, by Kremlin, and of course working on how to make those accountable who are responsible for all of these war crimes. And it's always starting with a head of the chain of command, and this is President Putin. The second point I want to make is about the time after the victory of the Ukrainian people, because it's absolutely necessary to underline that we're going to go on working on assistance for reconstruction, rebuilding the country, and also for more property and more integration of Ukraine into the Western alliances. And of course, it starts with the talks about the membership of Ukraine in the European Union. I just want to let you know, at your side, us at the Green Party of Germany. Let me finish my message to you with the promise that the end of this war, of course, will come, but we know that the end of this war is going to be determined by the will of the Ukrainian people. This is about your country. We're going to be there to help and to assist. We're going to be friends forever. But this is about you people to decide how this war is going to end and which the conditions of that are going to be. Thank you very much for having me, and thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you today. I wish you a perfect security forum, and I'm going to be happy to go on with the discussion with the Kyiv Security Forum.
Many thanks to Mr. Miedner-Repor, and we know that the Green Party in Germany has been a great supporter of this Ukrainian effort and this Ukrainian fight. But let me turn back to our guests here, and specifically to our online guests, to Ms. Alexandra Matviichuk. Alexandra, you know, the things that you've outlined are really difficult to disagree with, right? We all know about this imperative to reestablish justice, to bring perpetrators to account. You travel the world with your addresses. You are a Nobel Peace Laureate. You have access. You've talked to so many people in the world. What are the biggest impediments to implementing some of the necessary things that need to start right now, figuring out this international tribunal, bringing the perpetrators to justice, or at least doing the necessary groundwork and thinking? What is your impression?
My impression is that the biggest challenge is our way of thinking, because we still look to the world through the prism of Nuremberg trials. Past century, the civilized world made a significant move to establish law and justice, And on Nuremberg trials, the Nazi war criminals were tried, but after Nazi regime had collapsed. But we live in a new century. We must move further. Justice cannot wait. Justice can't be dependent, putting interdependence into magnitudes of Putin's regime's power. We must establish special tribunal now and hold Putin, Lukashenko, and other guilty of the crime accountable. And what I want to add in this regard, that sustainable peace in our region is impossible without justice, because in our part of the world, Russia for decades uses the war as a tool how to achieve their geopolitical interests and uses war crimes as the methods how to win this war. And I finish with that fact that last year, when large-scale invasion started, the civilized world said, let's help Ukraine not to lose. And we received the first serious weapons and first serious sanctions were introduced into force. But it's time to change this narrative to another one. Let's help Ukraine to win fast. There is a huge difference between let's help Ukraine not to lose and let's help Ukraine to win fast. That is why I speak with way of thinking, because some ideas appeared on symbolical level and later become our practice.
Indeed, the longer this drags on, the more violations, the more war crimes will be committed. We've seen the modus operandi of the Russian troops on Ukrainian territory. I will ask the panelists on the stage to reflect briefly on this one question. If you had a choice of one capital to go to and make points about the need to reestablish justice, about the policy decisions that need to take place now, what would that capital be and what would your arguments be to the leaders there? James Sher, do you want to take a shot at that?
My capital, not of choice, but as a matter of responsibility, I don't mean personal responsibility, let me rephrase it, as a matter of effectiveness, would be Washington, because it is the US financial and military support or the withdrawal of such support which will have the most crucial bearing on Ukraine's capacity to supplement its own internal organic capabilities to realize these objectives. And these points have to be made there. And there's a second reason. The United States, of course, is a very large place, and there's a large spectrum of informed opinion, some of which is represented here by Ambassador Taylor and by Dr. Zelikow. There's a much darker spectrum in the United States as well. But the United States is far removed from this war in a way Tallinn, where I live, is not. Warsaw is not. Eastern and Central Europe share a common history, in many ways, a fond of historical experience with Ukraine and even with Russia. We know what Russian occupation means. We know what it is to live in Russia's historic zone of influence. The United States does not. France does not. These are major differences, and we have to find a way at a moral and emotional level to bridge those differences if we are going to be able, in the long term, to rely on the United States. Sorry for a very long answer.
If I may
It's
offer
a fair one. Yes, please, Dr. Zelikow.
maybe a slightly different answer. Of course, it's always helpful to talk to Washington, perhaps. At least that's the self-flattering American view of things. We naturally like to think of ourselves as the center of every story. But in this case, actually, I would take the argument first to Paris. Why? As we transition from a sanctions mindset to a countermeasures mindset, that means that you suspend Russian sovereign immunity over their state assets. And the answer and the reasoning behind that is all about justice, the theme of this panel, which is simple. If you're an outlaw, you can't claim if you violate international law, you can't claim international law to protect your assets. When you quit violating international law, you get your sovereign immunity back. So, but the capital where I think you could have the most impact in changing that mindset to that transition is actually Paris. Because I think if Paris was to make that choice, to me, it would be very difficult to imagine that Belgium, where most of the euro assets are held, or Berlin or London would then be able to stand in the way. And I think the tide on this issue would change.
Interesting.
Yes,
Nicolas
thank you.
Tanzer, Paris.
Yes,
there we
basically,
go.
you know, I fully back your proposal, you know, regarding Paris, but I back yours also about Washington. Certainly, what I would say, especially then about Washington, first of all, I think that there is a true need of consistency. And for that, I think, I stated very clearly, that also the US must join the Roma status on International Criminal Court. That will be something which would have a tremendous dimensions in terms of consistency. The second thing is that we have right now to declare Russia a state sponsor of terrorism or a terrorist state, because it has legal consequences. I made in a very long piece, you know, the case for that. I think that had tremendous, because no one then could be financed by Russia, could trade with Russia, could have any kind of relationship with Russia. And I think we must absolutely do that. And the third thing, in my view, which is very important, and also I made the very concrete legal case for that with a lot of legal detailed arguments. We should expel Russia from the UN Security Council, where it is a permanent member. And we could even expel Russia from the UN right now. We have the legal means. We have the legal arguments. It's just a question of political choice. And lastly, I think we have to be also consistent on two things. First of all, on the Article 51 of the UN Charter regarding, you know, the self-defense. Ukraine has the right to defend itself and to strike Russia's territory, I mean military target, on Russian soil. And so could also legally all the allies who support Russia. And the second article, which is no longer applied, not because of Russia or China, but because of our own inconsistency, is the Article 27, paragraph 3 of the UN Charter. No country who is part of a conflict should have a voice at the UN Security Council. So let's be consistent and let's have the long-term view in implementing justice and the rule of law.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for bringing Article 51 and the UN Charter. And I will turn to Ambassador Taylor that, you know, I often wondered why Ukraine did not invoke Article 51 and request for collective defense at the General Assembly. And my suspicion is because Ukrainian leaders knew nobody would come directly to Ukraine's help. And the reason for that is two words: nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons that Russia possesses. What is in the United States, sort of broadly speaking, discourse and discussions? Something I didn't hear so much in this forum, but the question of Russia's nuclear status and the risk of escalation looms very, very large in discussions there. What is then the relationship between nuclear weapons in the world and the chances of establishing justice?
Mariana, I'm glad to hear, actually, that this issue hasn't come up very much. I think it's good that it hasn't come up, and it's good that it's faded from the discourse. It's faded as people have recognized that the use of nuclear weapons is very low probability, very low probability. And that low probability indicates that we should not be deterred from doing what we need to do, going back to what Alexandra said, that is, help Ukraine win soon. We need to provide the weapons and the ammunition, the intelligence, the training, but in particular the weapons, to enable Ukraine to win soon, this year, and then we can move forward. And for a long time, too much discussion went, in my view, into this nuclear question. And I'm glad to hear you say that it has not been a major part of the discussion there. It's not here. It has declined here as well.
Very happy to hear that, and thank you so much for this answer. We have run to the end of our panel time, and I thank our guests very, very much for the really insightful reflections on the issue of justice. Please join me in thanking our panel. And I now invite the director of the Kyiv Security Forum, Mr. Danilo Lubkivsky. While the panel, you're gratefully excused. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. I was going to ask you a historical question, but we ran out of time. Thank you.
Пані та панове, ми продовжуємо Київський безпековий.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are continue working, and I would like to draw your attention to the presentation to be made right now. It is important both for the forum and for Ukraine's foreign policy at large. Before giving the floor to the speaker and the forum participant who will deliver this presentation, I would like to introduce the topic of the presentation. It is about a study carried out by Ukrainian PRISM Institute and the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung in Ukraine on the assessment of Ukrainian diplomatic effort over the last year. We've been talking about heroism, bravery of the armed forces of Ukraine and Ukrainian people in their heroic fight against the Russian aggressor. But what is of principal importance to me is to mention other heroes, Ukrainian men and women who work in the sphere of diplomacy. And I would like you to give a round of applause to support our diplomats who promote Ukraine's national interests in all parts of the world without fail and without tiredness. This forum also supports Ukrainian diplomats, helps them in their endeavor because it is part of our large informal team of Ukraine promoting and protecting our national interests throughout the world. We've been doing it from day one of the Russian aggression back in 2014. We've been intensifying this effort since 24th of February 2022. For a single day, the forum did not leave the city. We were contacting our diplomatic missions. We conveyed the messages of what was going on in Ukraine, keeping in touch with our partners and allies throughout the world. And I would like to thank all Ukrainian diplomats, all my colleagues, for their huge, wonderful work that they do for the sake of Ukraine. I will give the floor to our friend, Serhiy Gerasimchuk, Deputy Executive Director of Foreign Policy Council Ukrainian PRISM, and he will present this study to Olivier. It is called Wartime Diplomacy, Scorecards and Principles. We will be speaking about practical things. What we need is the creative and powerful Ukrainian diplomacy. That's what we already have, and it manifests itself through extremely interesting, innovative, and powerful initiatives. Thank you very much. Thank you for your kind introduction and for the opportunity to present our study to this respected audience. It is a great honor to me, and I would be glad to acquaint you with the conclusions and findings of our study. It is our contribution, albeit diplomatic, into our common victory. 8th Annual Assessment of Ukraine's Foreign Policy Performance is one of the flagship products of the program. In 2022, our assessment was totally non-standard, and that's what we keep underscoring. My presentation will have 3 parts. I will tell you what this study is not, then what it is, and then I will comment on the contents and recommendations of this study. So first, this study is not an assessment of bilateral relations of Ukraine with other countries. We assess foreign policy of Ukraine in general. This study is not an assessment of the foreign policy carried out by or pursued by the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. There are many more players in the area of foreign policy. It is developed by the President, by Parliament, by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So we assess this entire range of actors engaged in the formulation, development, and implementation of foreign policy. This study is not an attempt to criticize anyone. Not at all. We are focusing on certain gaps that we still have in our foreign policy, and we provide recommendations on how to plug those gaps. This study is available in hard copies and on our website. It is available even at the reception. I will tell you now what this study is about. It is a result of our joint work. There is not a single author, but there is a whole team of subject matter experts from all over Ukraine. Our authors are true experts in their respective fields. And this study is based on evidence. We have very exact and well developed methodology, ECFR, and we also lean on the AMAO methodology. Both these structures assess foreign policies of the European Union, and we adjusted them to the Ukrainian context. So now to the contents of and findings of the assessment. In our methodology, we focused on several aspects. That's political interest and engagement of political actors to the political developments. When we speak about political interest, it's not only about the presidential office, the parliament, and MFA, but also interests of the leading political forces, factions, and individual politicians. The second point is new. We didn't focus on strategic communications in the past, but in 2022, it became obvious and understandable that strategic communications matter if we want to see how we cooperate with foreign partners, how to improve our collaboration, and how to get our message across. The third point is activities. What has been done, to what extent all of the actors achieved what they hoped to achieve, how they engaged with our foreign partners, and then results. Sometimes all of our activities and all of our strategic communications, all our political interests did not yield the necessary results. Then the assessment was poorer. But the total score, as you can see, is fairly good in the spheres of political interest, engagement, strategic communications, activities, and results. Ukraine's score is B+. Some might say it's not enough given the needs of today. Some will say it is too high given the context in which our politicians and diplomats worked, but we believe it is a good result given the consequences under which Ukraine lived. The total score is B+, A being the best score. When we assessed Ukraine's collaboration with the G7 countries, our score is even higher. We see A for the United Kingdom, and several factors contributed to it. First of all, those are the results obtained in 2022 and unprecedented support that Ukraine received from the UK. Then advancement towards the level of strategic partnership that we obtained, and the role of individuals and incredible popularity enjoyed by Prime Minister Johnson in Ukraine that spiked during his unexpected visits to Ukraine. By and large, I should also refer you to another study dedicated to regional initiatives, including Ukraine, Poland, the UK initiative. So during the national survey, Ukrainians know most about the activities of this triangle, even though many experts are doubtful about the results of its activity. So the successor of Johnson also demonstrates very good potential for the bilateral cooperation.
Same A we have for Canada, which is traditional. You have A for Germany, for the United States. With France and Japan, we had A-, but I would like to underline that the mark was put for part of 2021, so we had very substantial move forward for France and Japan. In 2023, we got a very important summit in Hiroshima. We got a package of documents on Japan. Italy, which had B+, now our relations are developing dynamically. And I think this year the mark will be A for Italy. About bilateral relations, which we studied with other countries, and we tried to select these countries based on the level of the importance influence on international situation. This spectrum is quite broad, from excellent marks which were given to Australia, Latvia, Lithuania, to the marks which are not high. We see Azerbaijan, it is C-, and here we say that the results were quite low, and Azerbaijan was quite reserved in assessment of Russian aggression against Ukraine, and well-known practice of not voting for important international documents when the state abstains from demonstrating its position. We had quite low assessment in 2022 concerning India, but here we may hope some progress, because quite recently President Zelensky communicated with Prime Minister of India, so we may hope that this mark will raise. The same D- was in relations with China. For a long time, the driver for bilateral relations was economy, and we often say that Ukraine has the highest level of trade turnover except for the European Union with China, and this turnover was maintained, though went lower, and there was no communication between President Zelensky and President Xi. But this communication has already taken place. The presidents talked about situation in Ukraine. President Zelensky explained his position, and we'll see what mark will China earn this year. With Poland, everything is excellent, and here we may speak about Foundation for Real Strategic Partnership, which has been established, and the diplomats present here also helped to form this foundation properly. Romania I personally work with Romania a lot. I'm happy to see this high mark, in spite of some issues which we have with respect to national minorities. Bucharest has never raised this issue in connection with support to Ukraine. And I must say that Romanian civil society has demonstrated a high level of support to Ukraine since the beginning of the full-fledged Russian invasion. With Turkey, we have Mark B. Hungary keeps the position D-, which is very unfortunate, bearing in mind that this is a country which is a European Union member. But I must say that during previous years, the marks were also quite low. And it's really very hard to get better results if they do not see possibilities for dialogue and mutual interaction. Continuing this talk and speaking about regional cooperation, here the difference between marks is even bigger. I would like to draw your attention to a number of regions which are a big problem for Ukrainian diplomacy and foreign policy. As we see within Northern Europe or Sub-Saharan Africa, we have a relatively high level of assessment of foreign policy, but there are regions where this level is low or even very low. It is in Middle East, Western Balkans, Latin America, and Central Asia. I would like to confess that for the first time over 8 years which we have been doing this research, I see the mark E+. Before, we had never had marks lower than D. Now we have E. Definitely, it's nice to see that already we may say that the level of Latin America has improved. We may say that also this also improving in Balkans, in Africa, but the Central Asia remains problematic, and more efforts should be applied over there to solve the problem. What are the recommendations in this context to those who make decisions on foreign policy of Ukraine? First of all, we think it is necessary to coordinate internal and foreign policy of Ukraine. Should be focused on implementation of reforms necessary for Euro-Atlantic and the European integration of Ukraine. And every call of Ukraine concerning support, increasing integration should be based on the progress in these reforms. The second point, which according to our vision is important, is a shift to an individual approach and consideration of the partners' pragmatic interest in strategic communication. We recently started working with Latin America and Eastern Asia, and it became obvious how deep and big lacunes we have in relations with those regions. They know not much about us, we know not much about them. And things which are acceptable and appropriate for our partners in the Western world not always are acceptable and appropriate for our partners in those regions. And that's why we must know more about these areas and put maximum efforts to move forward our messages in the most effective way. It is necessary to incentivize dialogue with big businesses and transnational corporations, because already now we may speak about a need to discuss the revival of Ukraine, and an important role would belong to non-state actors in this revival, that is non-governmental corporations, private investors, and so on. We must speak about international leadership in Ukraine's leadership in international organizations. We have deserved this approach by our resilience in 2022 and 2023. We've received that social capital which we need to for decisions to be taken for the benefit of Ukraine, for the benefit of the positive benefit of the world. Also, we need to work with our partners. And one of the important instruments for this work is the personal visits by Ukrainian leaders. So I can only hail the activity demonstrated by the President on Ukraine, Foreign Ministry in 22-23, because it's easier to persuade your partners when you meet them personally, when you talk to them personally. Also, it is necessary to bear in mind that some of our partners are getting into electoral cycle. First of all, these are big players like the United States, which are entering the electoral cycle, European Union, where the election to the European Parliament is going to take place, but elections takes place in the neighboring countries, and there they also play an important role in Slovakia and the Republic of Moldova. We also must bear in mind these processes, and we must understand that the Ukrainian interests should be taken into account, but on the other hand, we should be conscious that every political player is going to play on his or her electoral field, and in this case, we'll have a sort of set of delicate issues. About partner countries, we also have to strengthen these relations through intermediaries. The choice of intermediaries should be also very careful, should be done very carefully. The country which is the universal partner of Ukraine not always may be the best promoter of Ukraine in the world. The world is big, and not everywhere the same intermediary may be regarded with the same feelings. So we should work on finding intermediaries for moving forward Ukrainian interests in different regions in the world, especially in such difficult regions like Africa, South and Eastern Asia, or Latin America. It is necessary to combine political leadership of Ukrainian partner countries in the processes of advocacy. We need to strengthen Ukrainian diplomatic missions abroad, because obviously the role of diplomacy is extremely important for Ukraine today, and very often we have low level of representation in difficult regions, which is related both to the deficit of personnel as well as deficit of funds for these people. And the last but not least, we should focus on the synergy of public authorities, expert community and civil society, because I often repeat this at various platforms. Civil society has no borders. Therefore, civil society may help authorities and diplomats where there are such frontiers at mental level between the authorities, politicians, and state officials. So thanks to this synergy and cooperation as well as thanks to Ukrainian armed forces, we may substantially improve assessment of foreign policy of Ukraine in 2023. We hope on this, and we'll work together with all the stakeholders on this. Thank you for your attention.
If you have any questions, I am ready to take them. If there are no questions, please take a look at our study on our site, or take a copy outside this room.
Anyone can give me a pen? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Anyone can give me a pen? Thank you. That's too nice. Oh my God. Good afternoon, dear friends. We are, at this moment, we have a very, very special guest. The person who knows about military possibly the most. The person who we can count on two hands, people with the knowledge that this person has. General David Petraeus. Welcome to Kyiv Security Forum.
Thank you very much, Miroslava.
Yes,
good to be with you.
Thank you. So, General, welcome. We would love to have you here with us today in person. However, we are very, very grateful that you are with us online. And my first general question would be, obviously, how would you assess the war efforts at this moment from Ukrainian side? Ukraine is preparing for counteroffensive. And what would be your assessment on the situation generally on the ground, and the ability of Ukrainian people, Ukrainian government, Ukrainian military to go further?
Well, thanks very much. It's great to be with you, even if it has to be virtual. But I can tell you that I might be there sooner than you may think. And I look forward to that moment. I see the war right now as in a moment of transition. The Russian winter offensive failed to achieve its objectives, which of course were to seize the rest of Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts. They did not do that. They did ultimately take all but a tiny piece of Bakhmut, but they're already losing the flanks of Bakhmut. And it appears that if the Wagner Group hands off to the Russians, that the defenses there will not be all that solid. This comes, of course, after the Russians lost every battle last year, with the exception of the very early efforts in the south and southeast. They lost, needless to say, the battles of Kyiv, Sumy, Chernihiv, Kharkiv, Kherson, and so forth, and again, did not achieve the relatively modest objectives that they set out for themselves for this winter. In the meantime, of course, Ukrainian elements have been generating additional brigades. There are reportedly, publicly known, at least 6 new armored brigades and many others as well, of different combat and combat service support and support capabilities. The armored brigades largely feature Western tanks. Yes, there are some additional armored vehicles that, of course, the Ukrainian forces would like to have before they're fully ready for this and can position and set the conditions for the counteroffensive that we are all anticipating. But I think that they will do exceedingly well. And let me lay out why that is. A lot of it has to do with the Russian forces. These forces, many of them have been in combat for nearly 14 or 15 months. They've taken very significant losses. They've never been pulled offline and rebuilt and retrained and re-equipped. Rather, they've stayed in the line and had individual replacements. That's not the way that you produce a cohesive, well-disciplined, well-trained, well-equipped force. And of course, they've been rotating the commanders on a near every several months. They've just constantly had their organizational architecture and command and control in flux. It's been changing dramatically throughout. The forces themselves are not cohesive and coherent. You have regular forces, you have Russian special operations forces, which aren't special anymore because of the tremendous losses. They've been used largely as light infantry rather than as in special forces operations. You have the Wagner Group, you have the Chechens, you have the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics, you have a mishmash of militias and elements. And they are now about to conduct what is the most challenging of all missions, which is a withdrawal in contact with the enemy. Because in most places in the south and southeast, they're defending forward of their defensive lines. We know this from satellite photos, open source imagery that's available to all and has been widely examined. So there will be contact with these new Ukrainian forces that have been built. They are well trained, they are well equipped, they are well disciplined, they are well led, largely by experienced leaders. And this time, unlike what happened in Kharkiv, where once the initial elements culminated, another 96 hours or so, 72 hours, that's about as long as you can go. We experienced this during the fight to Baghdad when I was a 2-star general. And then you have to have follow-on forces push through you. There was a limit to how many of those were available, of course, back in that offensive last fall, the very impressive offensive south of Kharkiv. This time there are multiple elements that are going to be ready to push through. I expect that the Ukrainian forces will achieve what's called combined arms effects. In other words, not just tanks, but tanks protected by infantry, in infantry fighting vehicles, all Western provided now, artillery and mortars just out ahead of the forces, keeping the enemy's head down, deeper with drones, helping them target accurately, engineers to reduce the obstacles and defuse mines, air defense to keep the Russian air off them, not that it has done that much close air support, and then logistics right up behind the front lines with additional ammunition, food, fuel, water, and medical support. And then, as I said, right behind the lead elements, the follow-on forces that will push through. So when you look at the condition of the Russian forces, when you look at where they're defending and how they will have to withdraw in contact with the enemy, which is very, very difficult. Again, it requires superb command and control, discipline, training, and so forth, none of which the Russian forces have at this point in time. And then you contrast that with what the Ukrainian forces have built. I think we're going to see a very impressive performance by the Ukrainian forces in this offensive. Once the ground is completely dry so that the track vehicles, the tanks can go off-road without getting mired. And also once the additional elements have arrived that President Zelensky has alluded to in his public comments.
Thank you very much. Another question, important question. Ukraine was asking for fighter jets, F-16, particularly. Finally, it looks like decision was made to deliver them. Every time Ukraine asked for some significant military support, every time the coalition that's obviously supporting Ukraine, delaying some of the ammunition, and that support, it's kind of always step back that it's supposed to be. And so my question is, is there a cohesive partnership right now? Is American leadership in American military already trust Ukrainian military enough to actually listen to them? Or are there
Yep. Now, to be fair, first of all, let's point out that depending on when you start the clock, the U.S. alone has provided at least $36 billion. It's 38 or more, depending again on where you begin counting. That is a staggering amount of military support, security assistance, ammunition, major end items, and all the rest of that. It is just, again, beyond almost comprehension. It is staggering. Yes, there are certain decisions that have taken longer than I have hoped and some others have hoped. In the beginning, I think there was some rationale for this, a concern about escalation and so forth. I think those concerns are no longer as valid as they were back then. I was a proponent of the F-16 months ago, the M1 tank all the way last fall, just because that was how you would get the Germans to allow the delivery of the Leopards. But ultimately, in every case, the U.S. and all others have come through. Look at Germany. They just committed $3 billion more in arms and assistance. That more than doubles what they've already provided. That is an enormous quantity. And so you put it all together, and it is an extraordinary amount. Again, the U.S. alone now over 2 million rounds of 155 millimeter howitzer ammunition. Again, as somebody who shot a lot of ammunition during the fight to Baghdad, I'm just astonished at the sheer quantity of this. So, yes, some of these decisions have taken a bit longer than we'd hope. There are some that I'd still like to be taken. I'd like to see the Army Tactical Missile System, which would take the range out. It would just about double what the ground-launched small diameter bomb from the multiple launch rocket system can do, noting, of course, that the British provided a range that is greater than that. With their Storm Shadow, which is already being put to good use. I'd like to see some more advanced drones. There's good news, I think, also that because of the accounting in the Pentagon, they were accounting on one basis, and it turns out that was $3 billion more than really what they needed to say. So there's $3 billion a bit. Hey,
I heard they were threatened with some audits.
Just a little miscalculation, but that's a good miscalculation because it means that there's $3 billion more out of the authorization and appropriation that was passed late last year. So I think there is very solid support on Capitol Hill, obviously in the U.S. administration. I think throughout NATO and really the Western world writ large, it was very good to see President Zelensky's trip to European capitals 2 weeks ago, to the G7, to Saudi Arabia for the Arab League summit and all the rest of this. I think all of that is very, very positive. And again, there is now a lot riding on this counteroffensive. I can tell you from experience, having taken command in Iraq at a time when the situation was very desperate, we conducted the surge in Iraq. We were 1 or 2 votes away in the Senate from actually having the Iraq war constrained in some way, possibly even defunded to a degree. And then the surge succeeded. And all of a sudden, everybody, who used to question it, criticize it, all of a sudden now they're all big supporters. And it provided an opportunity for the new administration to do what they had sought to do with full congressional support. So this counteroffensive is very, very important. Nothing succeeds like success. I do believe that this will be assessed a success when it is all said and done, although it's impossible, obviously, to predict how much of the Russian forces might crumble and collapse, which will have a lot to do with just how ultimately successful this is.
We at this forum talk a lot about NATO. It looks like the United States, Washington, did not yet flag their position on Vilnius, on the future for Ukraine membership, specifically for Vilnius Summit. How do you view the prospect for Ukraine to be a NATO member, and maybe specifically receiving the invitation to join NATO at the Vilnius Summit?
Well, I'd love to see it happen at Vilnius. It's obviously just a couple of months away. I'm not sure that there will be consensus by that point in time. This is another one of those difficult decisions, like the F-16, like the small diameter bomb, like the multiple launch, all of these that have over time taken a bit longer than we would have liked, the M1 tanks and so forth. But I do think that just like the F-16, which by the way, that was inevitable. There were no more MiG-29s or any other Russian or old Soviet fighter jets that were available in the NATO countries. Just about any of them that can fly have been transferred or are in the process of being refurbished for transfer to Ukraine. So Ukraine has to go to a Western provided system. The real question was whether the F-16 or the FNA-18 or one of the Swedish fighter or something like that was the right aircraft. Consensus has emerged. It's the F-16. It's so broadly available that makes a lot of sense in a very good system. And by the way, the ones that I've seen entertained for being provided, the Block 50 or 52-ish, that's a bit beyond a fourth generation aircraft. So that'll do very, very well, much better than, again, much longer range with its various systems than, say, the older MiG-29s. When it comes to NATO, what I do think is, again, that there will appear to be a degree of inevitability about this. The fact that the US and NATO have been arming Ukraine means that the defensive line of NATO now, for all intents and purposes, or at least NATO's security, really rests on Ukraine. That is the new front line for NATO, whether it's in NATO or not, because we have been arming Ukraine, and we clearly have a commitment in that regard. So I think over time it is inevitable that there will be an invitation. There could be problems, again, with one or two countries, the way there has been, for example, was for Finland. They're now a member, but there still is for Sweden. I think that we'll see those issues resolved in the next few months. So I think, again, and you even see someone like Henry Kissinger, who, as you will know,
yes,
previously cautioned against NATO. And I think, to be fair, in hindsight in particular, said that dangling NATO membership without actually allowing Ukraine to be a member, which started back, I believe, in 2008, that was a mistake. Because it did the worst of all worlds. It didn't get Ukraine into NATO and the Article 5 collective self-defense commitment, but it did present a concern, a worry to Russia, and may have been one of the factors that ultimately led to this colossal miscalculation by Vladimir Putin. And let me just add there, by the way, the real key to the way forward in Ukraine has to be that Vladimir Putin ultimately is finally convinced that he will not be able to outsuffer. The Russians will not be able to outsuffer the Ukrainians, the Europeans, and the Americans. And again, there's a lot riding on this counteroffensive in that regard. And I think the counteroffensive, again, will achieve very impressive results.
Thank you so much. My understanding, we have like 15 minutes. I'll ask you one more question, final question about your view on the end of the war. How do you see victory of Ukraine?
Well, there are a number of different possibilities. One that cannot be discounted is that Ukraine liberates all of its territory. Crimea, perhaps by isolating it, forcing Russia to withdraw from it in the same way that Russians withdrew from the area of Kherson that was west of the Dnipro River. So that's one possibility. Again, complete liberation. I don't know that that is the base case right now. We'll see. Again, the counteroffensive will have a lot to say about the possibilities. Another, of course, is, again, if through a combination of success in the battlefield, the horrific losses that the Russians have taken, It's now estimated that the Russians lost far more in their fight for Bakhmut, just that one city, than they lost in 9 or 10 years in Afghanistan. That's not sustainable over time. And even Vladimir Putin will have to acknowledge that at some moment. And if, again, this counteroffensive succeeds the way that I believe it will likely, then it will do a lot to convince Moscow, together with further tightening of the economic, financial, and personal sanctions and export controls, that this war is not sustainable and that Russia is not going to be able to outsuffer Ukraine, Europe, and the Americans. If you can reach that point, then together with the promise of a Marshall-like reconstruction plan, and above all, some form of security guarantee without which no reconstruction plan can be successful. If you can have a security guarantee, then you'll see real success in the reconstruction and very likely even private investment. And that combination of success on the battlefield for Ukraine, a Marshall-like reconstruction plan, a security guarantee, whatever form that takes, whether it's a road to NATO membership or some other commitment, with the losses by the Russians and the damage done to their economy, then maybe you can have a negotiated resolution that could, again, bring this war to an end. So, again, I think those are the alternatives. I don't believe that it will be a new frozen conflict with new front lines. I think that the Ukrainian progress that they will make will engender continued support from the Western world and will therefore make possible continued success on the battlefield itself as well. But no predictions about how long any of this might take. That's something that will depend a great deal, as I mentioned earlier, really on how the Russian forces react to this offensive and whether they crumble and collapse either locally or more broadly, as I have described, because of the factors that obtain with respect to them.
Thank you so much, and keep helping Ukraine. Thank you.
Absolutely. This is our fight too. Thank you very much.
We say goodbye to General Petraeus. We would love to see him here. We are happy he was online. And our next panel, at our next panel, we will be talking about this war in the field of information and truth and disinformation. Okay. So, I would like to welcome to this panel, unfortunately, Christopher Miller, who was announced in the schedule, is not able to come. So, our next next panelist is Vitaly Portnikov, journalist and author, and a friend, I would say. Vitaly, welcome to the stage. I would like to welcome Brian Whitmer. Please, is he here? Yes, he's here. Professor at the University of Texas, Austin, a friend as well, Austin, and Arlington, right? We met in Austin last time. Actually, Brian worked for Radio Liberty for a long period of time, so our colleague, my colleague. And we have Ambassador Steven Sestanovich, professor at Columbia University. We already met him yesterday, and I don't see him. He's here, he's here, he is here. So, this war, this is the first. Many would say, oh, we have people online. I'm so sorry, I forgot about that, as always. So online we have, I see Ivan Fedchenko, co-founder and editor-in-chief of Stop Fake. Do we have others? Andrew Marr, journalist and TV anchor, United Kingdom. I'm not sure he's there, but we are announcing him. And those two people will be with us online. Thank you so much. So this war, as some would say, is the first digital war in the world. We are seeing almost in a minute, on every minute of development in this war. And the journalist played a significant role in this process. And it's easy to say that basically with this war, there are a lot of myths that has been broken, specifically about Russia. And my first question would be to Brian. Brian, we talked about it a lot at many panels. Give us this assessment about myth that Ukraine was fiercely fighting Russians were able to break.
Thank you, Miroslava. And somebody please get Miroslava a drink. I think if she moderates one more panel, we're going to have to carry her off the stage.
Yeah, it's here.
But seriously, I mean, we've been admiring this problem, in the words of the immortal Dan Fried, for the better part of the last 10 years. We've been describing and analyzing and dissecting and scrutinizing all the horrible things that Vladimir Putin is doing to us in the information sphere. But because I'm an optimist by nature, today I want to do something a little bit different. I want to talk about why and how we are winning. And why and how we are winning largely thanks to Ukraine. Ukraine isn't just saving us from Putin. Ukraine is saving us from ourselves. And the way I want to do this is to reframe the issue a bit. I want to move away from this sphere of disinformation and talk more about narratives.
Yes.
And talk more about storytelling. And to look at this as a battle of stories, a battle of narratives. And the reason I want to do this, Miroslav, if you'll allow me to kind of step back a little bit and broaden the aperture here. Storytelling is vital to being human. It's essential to being human. Humans are natural storytellers. The great Israeli historian, Yuval Noah Harari, has taught us that it was actually storytelling that makes civilization possible. Storytelling is the reason that sapiens emerged as the dominant species on this planet, because they developed storytelling before the Neanderthals. The Neanderthals got a bum rap. They were just as smart as the sapiens, but the sapiens developed storytelling first. And once you develop storytelling, then institutions are possible. Mass cooperation is possible. Things like as banal as money are possible. Money is just a piece of paper with a famous dead person on it. But if we believe the story about money, the story that money has value, well, then it does have value. That becomes reified. And so too with our societies and how we organize our societies. And Western civilization, Western liberal democracy, has told a very powerful story that has led to unprecedented peace and prosperity. It's told a story that individuals have rights, that those rights are sacrosanct. It's told a story that the consent of the governed is the only legitimizing factor for government. It's told a story that government has to be accountable to the governed. It's told a story that multi-confessional, multiracial, multi-ethnic societies can indeed balance liberty and equality for all. This is a powerful story. This is who we are, but it's only real because we believe it. It's only real because we believe it. And this is where the problems come in. And this is where Mr. Putin comes in. Because over the past couple of decades, and most intensely in the past decade, Mr. Putin in Russia has been telling a very different story. He's been telling a story that it's a dangerous world out there. And we need authoritarian, patrimonial regimes to protect us.
And Ukraine doesn't exist.
That Ukraine doesn't exist is another part of the story. I'm definitely going to get to that. He's telling a story that the sovereignty of small states is conditional at best. Small states don't have any agency. In Putin's view, Russia has agency, the United States has agency, and China has agency, and that's about it. So I want to now just to get to Ukraine now, and what Ukraine's doing here is Ukraine is busting these myths wide open, and in the process is reviving our faith in our Western story. Myth number one, democracy is a spent force. Democracy is a spent force. You see this in Mr. Putin's rhetoric, but you also see it in our Western societies. I mean, I'm looking at my own country. A recent poll I saw, only 52% of young Americans in their 20s, believe that it is essential to live in a democracy. For my generation, that number was in the 90s, right? What is Ukraine doing right now? They are showing us that democracy is worth fighting and dying for, and in the process is restoring our faith in the West in democracy. Myth number two, multi-ethnic and multi-confessional societies are chaotic and are inferior to ethno-nationalist societies. Ukraine is obliterating that myth as we speak. I don't have to tell the people in this room that the president of Ukraine, who has become the Churchill of our time, is a Russian-speaking Jewish man from Eastern Ukraine. Right? The father of the Euromaidan revolution, Mustafa Naim, was an Afghan immigrant to Ukraine. Ukraine is reviving the concept of civic patriotism. Ukrainians believe in this thing called Ukraine that is irregardless of somebody's language, ethnicity, religion, just like the cherished American myths about this. You are reviving the notion of civic patriotism. Myth number three, only great powers have agency. I alluded to this earlier, right? In Russia's view, only great powers, only America, China, and Russia, and maybe Europe to a degree, have agency. Ukraine is showing us in no uncertain terms that it has agency as well. And finally, I would add one more myth here, and that is that the truth is dead. 6 months before this war, Putin published his ridiculous so-called essay on the historical unity of Russia and Ukraine, which I read in its entirety, and I think I needed psychological counseling afterwards because of all the historical inaccuracies in it. But nobody took this seriously. This was widely ridiculed. And I have a lot to say about history, Miroslava, but I'm going to save that for my second intervention. And I'm glad to elaborate on each one of these, but I know you like to keep your panels tight, so I timed this so I was under 5 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Stephen, my next question to you. You are a Russian specialist. You know, understand, and I mean, you listen to in Washington, specifically on Russia. What are Russians are telling themselves for last 3 decades about the future of the world, and specifically on Ukraine? And why do you think this war was possible?
I think the war was possible mainly because Putin had built a system of power in which one man could make a decision that no one could challenge, even the many around him who knew this was an idiotic project. That's the essential requirement. And that system of power had many, many sources. But I think we need to step back from the optimism of Brian's account, which is mostly, if I could say, about how we've won the information war with ourselves. That is, we've regained confidence. Ukraine has shown us all of the wonderful things that Brian has said. All of that is absolutely true, and I think not insignificant at all. But I think it is too self-referential because, as you say, the information war goes both ways. The Russians are part of it, and we're waging it with ourselves, in the sense that we want to bolster our confidence in ourselves and in Ukraine, and Ukraine's confidence in itself, and Ukraine is bolstering our confidence in us, and so forth. But I think we need to broaden the understanding of the information war a little bit and ask about the information war inside Russia. Because for all of the disagreements that we've had with Russia over 30 years, we haven't really faced anything quite as extreme as this combination of military might and aggression and propaganda. Putin, let's remember, has managed to sustain and increase his domestic support at home, despite the fact that it's justified in completely preposterous terms. As Brian says, you need counseling after reading his justifications for the war. But we haven't done enough to divide Russians. We haven't really waged the information war against Russia effectively enough. We have not really tried to challenge the idea that is at the heart of Putin's war, which is, actually, it's not just that Ukraine is not a real country. It's that the West is determined to destroy Russia. That is the key element of Putin's rationale. And we act as though it's enough in rebutting it to say, Putin is challenging the rules-based international order. Well, Putin actually has a pretty good response to that, which is to say, I'm not hearing about those rules. Who made these rules? What are they? And I think that has been effective inside Russia. I think in the information war, we have taken Russian unity too much for granted, rather than seeing it as a political phenomenon, something that Putin actually created and that is vulnerable. So what should we do about that?
That would be next. What should we do would be next. However, I have follow-up questions because I would ask Vitaly about those internal Russian issues. But follow up to you, why is the West were buying the Russian story that they were telling to the West? You cannot disagree that the world were buying Russian story.
No, I do disagree.
Okay.
Russia, we don't even bother to buy the story. We just think that the story is so ridiculous that we don't have to buy it. That as long as the Russians buy it,
so we brush it off.
We can't do anything about that. But I think in an information war, that's not good enough. In an information war, you have to fight to dispel the narrative of the other side. Brian has said this is a war about narratives. We're not fighting Putin's narrative. And that means that inside Russia, there's no real challenge to Putin's claims about the war.
Brian, hold your thought, please. Hold your thought. Next, Vitaly. Vitaly, you worked in Russia for a long period of time. You know them well, and then you moved to Ukraine. You can tell us story from both sides. Why this Russian story were able to succeed? Russians were able to succeed, and why this war was able to happen?
I think that it is necessary to begin answering this question from one important idea. I don't believe in propaganda at all. When people say that you have to combat propaganda, I say a very simple thing. It's not Russian people who speak the language of Putin or Russian TV channels, but Russian TV channels and Putin speak the language of Russian people. And it has always been like this. The Russian people, like any imperialistic nation, has different understanding of its development as other nations which are not imperialistic. If you look at the history of other imperialistic nations, the trauma which was suffered by Brits when they lost India, trauma which French suffered when they lost Algeria, or revanchist moods in Germany. Same was in 1930s. Propaganda of Dr. Goebbels spoke in the language of German people. They said Germans what they wanted to hear. And it took 2 decades after the war for German society to want something different. This also didn't happen overnight on the 8th of May 1945. The decades of changes it took. So for me, there is nothing surprising in what's going on. Bolshevik ideology consumed the development of Russian state for decades. So development, which other imperialistic states has already passed, Russia is going through, but after 100 years. And we became the victims of this. But nothing especially new and special is happening, and with one exception. This is a nuclear state. This is the first nuclear empire which is ready to make any possible step in order to return, to bring back its lost territories. And when we speak about truth, and we are talking truth at this meeting, we have to tell truth to ourselves. We, and this concerns our Western allies and ourselves, with respect to Putin and to Russians supporting him, we have attitude like to some Tamagotchi. The West will give Ukraine enough arms, military support. Ukraine will liberate its territories or part of its territories. Ukraine will have strong positions at the negotiations, and the war will end with the victory. This is roughly the context which we may hear from Ukrainian politicians, from Western politicians, from Western media. We are talking about this with Ukrainian society, with Western societies, and I always ask a question: what happens if there is no negotiations? Do you have a plan B? Ukrainian troops entered some territories, they reached the Ukrainian borders, though for Russia there is no borders. Putin declared that Ukraine has no borders at all. What will be your plan B? There is no plan B. Plan B is these not clear guarantees of security. Plan B is what we hear from the White House. We cannot attack the territory of Russia. It's enough for Ukrainian people to suffer. The suffering should not go beyond the borders of Ukraine. We don't want Russian people to suffer, but we want the war to stop. Ukrainian people cannot suffer for all, like Saint Sebastian on the cross. For Russian people, for our Western allies, what's happening in Ukraine with respect to Ukraine all this time, and for which we are used to thank the West, is incredible injustice, both political and information. They offer us to fight against a nuclear state, and waiting and looking how long can we do this. It's like an experiment, just looking and waiting and see what will we do against this nuclear state. And I can tell you that if we do not last for long, the new wars will start in Europe. Somebody say that chaos in Ukraine will start. Chaos and problems in Ukraine is not a big problem for the West. The problem for the West would be the restoration of all Russian borders, because a Russian imperialistic idea is very clear, from Uzhhorod to Ashgabat. Before there was Europe from Lisbon to Vladivostok, there will not be such a Europe, but Russia from Uzhhorod to Ashgabat will be built through war, bombardments, millions of refugees. All this we might have to suffer. But why I am telling you this? Because we do not speak to people. We don't speak to people here in the United States as if people are just little kids. We are creating a picture of the world for them, which would be different from what Russian propaganda is creating. In the Russian picture of the world, everything is clear. We will win in 5 years, in 10 years. Russian people are used to suffering. Why not to suffer for new territories once again? We say no. You will see there will be negotiations, there will be peace and happiness. None of these ideas is based on political narrative, and we must tell the truth to ourselves. As soon as we start telling the truth, will approach to the end of this war. If not this year, then in 2024. If not 24, then in 25. And then we would see some end. Now, nobody sees any end. And this is the biggest problem of what's going on. And I believe that we also don't do enough in this because we used to be popular. Popularity is optimistic information. I always hear, you scare people. Why do you scare people? Why do you tell them this? They only want to hand out and do nothing.
But I keep saying that if we fail to tell the truth to people, sooner or later, they will find out the truth themselves. In front of my eyes, I keep seeing the speech of Prime Minister of Armenia, Pashinyan, on the day when they signed a peace agreement with Azerbaijan. And the people thought that they would see a victory, but instead of victory, there was a miserable defeat. I'm not trying to say that it'll be the same with Ukraine, but even if part of our expectations fail, this can be compared to the effect which the Armenians have experienced. That's why I keep appealing to politicians and journalists, and this is much more important than fighting Russia's propaganda, to tell the truth to the people. It's better to scare people today so that they would not raise their expectations too high, rather than meet a situation when people will be in despair because their expectations will totally fail. We will not know what to do with that crisis. That will be a total failure of our country. You mean to scare or to tell the facts to people? Well, as a matter of fact, I'd like to address Yevgen Fedchenko now.
Project Fake, Stop Fake for years and years. You started right after the Revolution of Dignity, and you were, spearheading this fight against Russian fakes. You did something significant. You actually achieved that the world started looking for the way to battle this propaganda. How do you see? Were your jobs successful at this point?
Yes, thank you so much. Indeed, my team and I were working on disinformation since 2014, and we really did a lot to map the problem of disinformation in the political discourse, because before that it was not there and nobody was talking and thinking about that. But I would also be quite pessimistic here, because as Clausewitz said, the result in this war is never final. So for us, this war, information war, is already going for many years, and I'm afraid it still would be around for many years, because as soon as Russia would start losing on the front line, they would use more and more non-kinetic instruments to influence the world, like disinformation, cyber attacks, intelligence leaks, because that's exactly what Russia can do, is prepared to do. And unfortunately, in the West, there is not much understanding that how much this system which Russia created is still alive, is still intact, and still has a lot of opportunities to meddle, not only in Ukraine, because actually in Ukraine we did a lot to to create limitations for Russia to be present here. And yes, indeed, we were successful in this. But I'm now talking more about other countries. We see how people talk that we already won the information war, Or another point, which I recently heard at one of the conferences, let's learn how to live with disinformation. So this is completely kind of new approach, like let's start ignoring it and expect that we would not be impacted in any way by it. I think it's one of the biggest mistakes. Now we see, for example, how the topic of disinformation is somehow disappearing from political agenda again, pretty much like it was in 2014, and other important issues are substituting it, like war per se, kinetic warfare, political war, and other things. I think it's also wrong because we see very dangerous tendencies happening right now. First of all, we see how Russian disinformation is restructuring very quickly. So from becoming one very big thing coming from Russia, they actually try to subdivide it into smaller systems and subsystems and to domesticate it in different European countries. My team and I are now working a lot with Latin American countries and Spain with Spanish language audiences, and we see how Russian disinformation, which is, for example, sanctioned in Spain, is trying to build the small system within Spanish political system to merge with local political parties, political forces, far left, for example, in Spain, far right in some Latin American countries. And the same model is also happening in France and Germany. So it becomes very difficult to monitor, to identify, and it's also not Russian by definition. It becomes already a kind of a quasi-domestic element of political system, and it would make it much more difficult to identify and to fight. And that's exactly what Russia is now very actively doing. So they are still spending a lot of money on this. They are still building huge audiences around their social media assets in different language segments. And this is very important not to overlook this, because as I said, I see a lot of euphoria that yes, we are winning, and so we can, switch our attention to something else. It's absolutely a wrong approach, because in information war, you cannot win it one and forever until we would see the regime change in Russia, which would not use the tools of disinformation to disrupt other political systems, because actually none of the political systems around the world are completely immune against those interferences now and in the future.
Actually, that's what I wanted to ask you as a follow-up. Do you still see the tendency of Western governments, Western media, Western people buy the Russian propaganda? I mean, they have used to it for 20 years, over 20 years. I mean, at least this in the modern time, I would say. But with the war in Ukraine, how did the situation changed?
Yeah, I would say that at the beginning of the aggression, the situation a little bit changed, because it was kind of a big alarm for everyone. And the second, it became very marginal to be the Russian mouthpieces. But now we see the opposite trend. We see that those people who've been actually helping Russia to set the stage for this war are already back and very active, like those people who've been promoting the narrative, for example, that Ukraine is a Nazi or fascist state. They are still around, they are very active, they are still trying to find how far Nazi Ukraine still is. And those voices are again becoming more and more loud, because it's not already that marginal. So people already lived through the first stage, through the shock. And now we see how those voices are becoming again more relevant. They are invited to different conferences. So they still are a part of active political process. And on another hand, as I said, the topic of disinformation is quietly disappearing. And another tendency with this somehow destructive, what I see, is that many parties are trying to do the disinformation work on their own. So we don't see kind of some unification of efforts, because the disinformation is a global challenge. And my point is that we can solve this problem only at the global scale. But at the current moment, we see that everybody tried to do something on their own. So we do something in Ukraine, actually we do a lot. Then we see some other countries are doing something on their own. Then we see NATO is doing something separately. And those actually, there is no any kind of synthesis of this knowledge about this. But on the other hand, Ukraine is a place where we accumulated the biggest knowledge actually on Russian doctrine in the information warfare, Russian strategy, Russian instruments, platforms, approaches. So we know all of that and we have this knowledge ready to share. But unfortunately, everybody is trying to play their own game and it's kind of decreases the effectiveness of those campaigns.
Thank you, Zhenya. Brian, we all know that right before the war, everybody, specifically in the West, were saying that Kyiv would fall in 3 days. Everybody has to be out of Ukraine. Russian army is a strong army. We would never be able to fight Russian army, and so on. So assessment of Ukraine in the West was wrong. Assessment of Russian power in the West was wrong. What do you think that contributed to this wrong assessment? I'm asking from the educational standpoint of view. You are in academia.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that question. I mean, yeah, I mean, I can get into how military analysts across the spectrum underestimated the capabilities of the Ukrainian armed forces, underestimated the resilience of Ukrainian society, and overestimated the capabilities of the Russian armed forces. But I think what we're talking about here is something much, much, much deeper. And this is the Western understanding of what Ukraine is. And to kind of preface this, I say we have moved from the Ukraine to Ukraine. And that's not my original formulation, by the way. That is the title of a book that a Canadian-Ukrainian historian, a very good friend of mine, Marta Duchok, is currently writing about the changing perceptions of Ukraine in the West. And there's a reason that we thought of Ukraine this way. I mean, the whole concept of the Ukraine implies that it is part of something else, namely Russia. I'm always laughing when I'm traveling here and my friends say, oh, you're going to the Ukraine? I said, yeah, but first I'm going to fly to the Germany. And then I'm going to get a train from the Poland, right? It sounds ridiculous, right? Well, the Ukraine now sounds as ridiculous as saying the Germany or the Poland, right? But there's a reason for this. It's because the teaching of history of this part of the world, in the not just in the United States, in North America and in Western Europe, was wrong until very, very recently. The reason for this is because white Russian historians embedded themselves in Western universities and brought with them this imperial version of Russian history that became the canon in American universities.
Key
and
point.
when I studied this as an undergraduate student, I never quite got it. You had Kievan Rus, and then somehow Russia magically moved, hundreds of kilometers north to Moscow. I never quite understood what was going on here, and I thought maybe I was just kind of dim and I wasn't studying hard enough because I was missing something. Well, it turned out I wasn't missing a damn thing because this is all a myth. Right? This is all a myth. And if you look at the true scope of Ukrainian history, after the Mongols invaded Kievan Rus, the western part of what was then Kievan Rus, which is today Ukraine and Belarus, became part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. First the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and later the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. In other words, Europe. That was Europe then. And Ukraine was part of that for 600 years. It was only part of Russian-ruled entities, either the Russian Empire or the Soviet Union, for less than 200 years. It's not even close. And so what we have now come to understand in the West is that Ukraine is a European nation that was artificially separated from Europe for 2 centuries by Russian imperialism. We finally got there. It took us forever to get there. When I teach my students the history of this part of the world, I say, you're lucky. Because when I learned this, everything I learned was wrong. And I had to re-educate myself as an adult to get it right. I had to discover the works of Hrushevsky. I had to read Sergei Plotky and later Timothy Snyder and others that are kind of doing groundbreaking work on this. But now we understand Ukraine better than we did. We understand what it is truly, a European nation, which has been artificially separated from Europe as a result of Russian imperialism. But these things run deep, and it was easy for us to underestimate the depth of national feeling here. We got it wrong, but I don't think we'll get it wrong again. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Yeah, we have to learn from our mistakes. However, Steve was nodding his head, and you got American education and educating others. What do you remember learning about Ukraine?
You know, I think we've all had an education over the past 40 years about what once upon a time was called Soviet nationalities policy, and then became relations among post-Soviet states, and then became rival nations within the post-Soviet space. I want to go back to something that Vitaly said, which I believe, and I'll be blunt, I believe is very incomplete. Empires end. Imperial populations change their minds. And we see this recently in European history. In the 50s, the French, who had always considered Algeria part of France, decided, actually, it isn't part of France. Never mind. At a period when, you know, most of the world was telling them, don't, you know, forget about this. But they, through a combination of political transformations, changed their minds. In the 90s, you had the same kind of post-imperial assertiveness from Serbia, which at first seemed to be a source of political support for you know, political entrepreneurs, and then suddenly it wasn't. You know, NATO played a role in this, but the important thing to remember is empires are not permanent. They're based on military power and political consensus, and both of those things change. Military power can be defeated. Political consensus can unravel. And my point here has been, we're not doing enough on the second half of that agenda. We're doing plenty on the military agenda. We are not taking on the question of whether this is a political consensus that can endure, and we need to give that more attention because it's going to be very important. It's going to be as important as the political, as the military dimension unfolds in this war.
It has to go hands in hands at this moment.
They have to go hand in hand because inevitably the way in which the war is resolved will depend on whether that consensus in Russia is maintained or cracks. In Serbia, it cracked. In France, it cracked. We need to make an effort to crack it in Russia.
Thank you. Very good point, and that's a good segue to Vitaly. Do you see the signs in Russia that the system can crack, and the views can, and Russia can change? And what would be the effect? Like, how did it affect the change?
Я думаю, що перше, що ми маємо зрозуміти, що
The first thing we need to understand is that we don't have to prove certain fait accomplis to Russians, and they will believe those facts one day, and they would live in accordance with the true reality. The very bright example, the Chief of the Constitutional Court, or President of the Constitutional Court of Russia, Valery Zorky, comes to President Vladimir Putin with a copy of a historical map. Both are literate persons. They can read, they know letters, and in many maps dating back to the 17th century, they did not find the word Ukraine. President of the Constitutional Court, Zorkin, finds a map with 2 mentions of Ukraine. Had I known Zorkin better, perhaps I would think he was trolling Putin. And he brings this map saying there is not a single mentioning of Ukraine here and here. And Putin says, yes, it can't be mentioned here in the 17th century map. And I remember the Ukrainian-Russian negotiations on the delimitation of the Sea of Azov. Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs Anton Butenko, who chaired our delegation, came with the map of the General Staff of the Soviet Union showing this delimitation line between Ukraine and the Russian Federation. And his Russian counterpart said, what's the map of the General Staff of the Soviet Union? What's the Soviet Union? It doesn't matter anymore. And now Russia wants to resolve the issues between Azerbaijan and Armenia, referring to the map of the General Staff of the Soviet Union, saying that it is the only possible border. And the Russian counterpart told Butenko that there should be a decision by the Presidium of Parliament of this Russian Federation and of Ukraine. And these are the decisions that pertain to Crimea. But when Crimea was annexed, they said it doesn't matter. The decisions of the Verkhovny Soviet, Supreme Soviet of the USSR, didn't matter. So, but we don't have the maps of the General Staff of the Soviet Union. So we are fighting a virtual reality, the political culture that is built on total lies. Russians lie as easily as they breathe. We have green little men in Crimea. We are not there. But in Belgorod Oblast, these are not green little men, but these are Ukrainian saboteurs. What's the way out of the quandary? And of the from the situation with the Russian Federation, we should stop paying attention to what they are saying, but rather think of how we can coexist next to them. At this very stage of history, we can coexist with them in only one paradigm, one and alone, in the paradigm of our political and civilizational wall, like the Berlin Wall. What's going on behind that wall is none of our business. Like in the Game of Thrones, there might be people, they have relations among themselves, but we do not think of how they live. And the greatest achievement of the Ukrainian people is that we have managed to jump over or mount over this wall from the world of the dead to the civilized world. So our next task is to move closer to the civilized world and wait till the world of the dead comes alive, which is the major, and will get resurrected, which is the key idea of Christianity, isn't it? The question is, to what extent are they dead? Are they really dead? It doesn't matter. What matters is how tall is the wall. Okay.
So I will pose this to in some way to Yevhen. We in Ukrainian society talk a lot about liberal media, good Russians, bad Russians, who are good Russians, who are bad Russians. You talked about media a lot, and do you see the liberal Russian media still playing the role in supporting Russian propaganda in the West?
Yeah, it's a very good question, because there are a lot of controversies around this, and someone really tries to believe that, yes, there is some different Russian media, which we can call liberal or good or whatever. But from our point of view, how we see this process analytically, we don't see actually a big difference in what Russian disinformation is doing and Russian media outlets which moved abroad, because those propagandistic media in Russia, they do have a real huge impact on Russian audience, unlike those Russian media outlets that moved abroad. They don't have any constituency in Russia. They don't have anyone to influence, and they are basically just aiming some portions of Russian diaspora, and so that's a very limited impact, so we cannot expect them to influence regime change in Russia or to bring more protests against this war or anything. From this point of view, they are not good Russians, because good Russians are those who are helping Ukrainians to fight against Putinism at the global scale. They do not. And more than that, they very often use the same approaches to information as the Russian agitprop. So basically, very often they just seconded those views. And from this point of view, they're not only not opposing to regime in Russia, but they are kind of voluntarily helpers. And also that's important how we see their dissemination around the world. So from this point of view, we can also say that Russia is just building alternative networks of influence abroad. And at some point, when the Russian kind of centralized disinformation machine would be dismembered, they would start using those alternative networks, as I said, which are very difficult to identify, especially if they label themselves as liberal. So everybody wants to support anything liberal coming from Russia, but that's just, good intention, and that just, we don't see any significant input from them to fight this war efforts. So from a stopfake point of view, we significantly decreased the number of anti-disinformation content which we were targeting at Russia, because we don't see anymore how we could impact Russian audiences. So our main focus now is audience in Ukraine and audiences in Western Europe and in Global South. That's where our fight is much more effective than in Russia itself, because frankly, I do not believe that we can help in any way to Russians. That's not because they don't have access to information. They still have access to any information they want, so we don't need to create special media for them to provide content in Russian coming to them from abroad. There is all kinds of information around. They just don't want to consume it. They just don't want to see the obvious things, and that's why I totally agree with Vitaly at this point.
Thank you very much. And but back to Steven Sestanovic's point that that empires dies. Brian, is there any? How can we change the Russian views? Is it even possible? You worked at Radio Liberty. Radio Liberty is building right now a huge Russian language operation directed to Russian people.
It's directed to Russian speakers. This was the calculation. The calculation was this is directed at Russian speakers. And the idea, and I no longer work for Radio Free Europe, so I cannot speak for them, but I was privy to the conversations when this was created back in 2015. And the idea was that we were seeding Russian speakers in places like Ukraine or Georgia or elsewhere to Первый канал, basically. And we had to get into that fight. So, but I want to return to this point of empires failing and Steve's point about that we're not doing enough to kind of influence public opinion inside of Russia. Quite frankly, having worked at Radio Free Europe for a very long time, I am quite skeptical about our efficacy in terms of changing Russian public opinion. I'm very skeptical of our ability to do this. And I'm also skeptical of whether this should be a very high priority. What happens inside Russia, and this is from somebody who's studied Russia his entire life, adult life at least, what happens inside of Russia is a lot less important to me than what happens inside Ukraine. That's the most important thing to me. Ukraine's our partner. Soon it will formally be our ally. These are our most important relationships, and these are where we should be focusing our energy and our resources. How do imperial mindsets end? Imperial mindsets end when empires lose imperial wars. The imperial mindset in Germany ended when Germany lost the Second World War and was occupied by the Allied forces. The Serbian imperial mindset ended when it lost a war to NATO. The French imperial mindset was severely curtailed and damaged and ended following the Algerian War. And Russia is not going to end its imperial mindset until it decisively loses a war and knows it lost a war. So how do we change Russia? We make sure Ukraine wins, and we make sure Russia loses decisively, and that Russia knows it loses decisively. And then what happens in Russia is up to the Russians, quite frankly. And as long as their chaos is contained inside of their own borders, our task is to protect our friends, our partners, and our allies, and to contain any imperial powers, whomever they may be, that are going to threaten our friends and allies. So I think for far too long we have prioritized what happens in Russia and our relations with Russia over our relations with countries like Ukraine and other former Soviet states. This is the logic that led to things like the Budapest Memorandum, and we better not repeat it again.
How can we frame that loss? What does it mean Russia lose? And how do they know that they lost? Steve, but you can add. Yeah, Steven, sorry. Yeah.
Look, you can lose a war, but the question is, which war have you lost? Putin has been able to sustain a support for this war, I think in part on the basis of views about Ukraine, but I'm not so sure a lot of people read his essay. I am sure that people hear his regular claim that the West is determined to break Russia up. And we never counter that claim. Yes, we say this is an unprovoked war. Okay, unprovoked by Ukraine. But Putin is saying, no, this is a war in which the issue is the world going to destroy Russia? And we aren't answering that claim.
Are we supposed to answer this question? How would you answer that question?
I would begin by saying that it's totally false, and that there's no basis for it, and that Putin can't begin to show it, and that he's lying to the Russian people. I would be rather robust about this.
Don't you think it's a myth that we have to kind of prove that you're not guilty? This is like a little bit of that, from my perspective.
No,
but,
I think that's just, in the world of political narratives, that's not sophisticated and effective enough. If the message of every Western leader is to the Russian people, Putin is lying to you about something fundamental that is causing tens of thousands of deaths in the course of a year on the basis of a lie, this is potentially more powerful than you think. You can say it's not our job to do that, but why isn't it our opportunity to do that? Because he's waging a war that's based on a ridiculous lie. And we don't do anything about that. Let me say, just if I could pick on Vitaly again, who has talked about the need for a new Berlin Wall. I worked in the Reagan administration on an initiative to overcome the Berlin Wall, which actually turned out, after I left, to be rather successful. And it's because we were ambitious in combating, and we had Radio Liberty working effectively at that time at combating.
Don't forget Voice of America, please.
And Voice of America. Oh, actually, Voice of America was even more important. Yeah.
Good.
I think we're not ambitious enough in thinking that we can counter Putin's lies. We're thinking we only have a military track to this war. It's not right. We are going to do fine with the military track, and God bless the soldiers on the front who are going to make that work, and God bless the people in the rear who are helping. But this is a consensus in Russia that we need to work harder to crack, and we're not doing it. And there are lots and lots of ways. Let me add one other sentence to this, which gets to the question of Russian exile media. If you listen, I can't tell whether the criticism of the Russian exile media is they're not effective or they're only saying what Putin says. But if anybody listens to the Russian exile media, they can't possibly say that they say what Putin says. The only question is, are they effective? Are we helping them to be effective? We need to work harder at this. Maybe Radio Liberty can't do the job alone, but why shouldn't there be genuine Russian media able to articulate a challenge to Putin's lies? Honestly, this seems to me to be work that we haven't really begun to undertake.
Thank you very much. Interesting point. Russian people doesn't believe that Ukrainians are dying anyway, so at this point. So it's very difficult to convince them.
But they know that Russians are dying.
They do. Yes. Yeah, Vitaly.
I would like to function as a devil's advocate and say that Putin doesn't lie when he says the West wants to ruin Russia. I was present at the meeting of the members of Parliament of Russian Federation 1991 or 1992 when they took a decision on how the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic would be named. And the most of the members of these delegates of this meeting wanted this Russia to be called just Russia, simply Russia. It is called a Russian Federation, according to the Constitution, because there was a protest from the representatives of national republics who wanted it to be called the Russian Federation. Russian Federation is the ex-Soviet Socialist Russian Republic in the borders of 1991. And the Russia, they wanted to bring back that Soviet Union with the word. So the West wants Russia to exist in the borders of Russian Federation. He wants to ruin Russia, the Russian which exists in the head of Russian President Putin and in the heads of millions of his compatriots. And when you say that Putin is lying, they will believe that he is telling truth, because for them, Russia is the territory from Uzhhorod to Ashgabat, which they conquered and defended in the Second World War, the Stalin's empire. And the West wants to ruin this Stalin's empire. This is their mentality. This is the way they think. There is a proposal of Russian Federation on security guarantees which were offered before Russia attacked Ukraine. It's written, any of the ex-Soviet republics cannot join NATO. No one, not only Ukraine or Georgia, of all countries which were liberated by the Soviet armies, all the new weapons should be withdrawn from them. This is according to their proposal. This is what they say. Either you allow us to restore the Soviet Union with its spheres of influence or will wage a war. I'm not sure that if Russia loses war against Ukraine, everything will stop. The war will not stop. It will continue in the Central Asia, in the Caucasus. They will continue warring. We must understand how we are going to live the next 10 years. We should be prepared for the 10 or 15 years of a war. Or give guarantees, security guarantees, to all those who Russia wants to deprive its sovereignty.
Energy on. Steve, you mentioned this myth that the West is trying to break up Russia, which actually I'm skeptical of whether that's in the West's security interest. There's an active debate going on about this in Washington, but I've been hearing since the early 90s in Russia that the West plotted to break up the Soviet Union. Now, that would come as a big surprise to people here who remember this very infamous speech which the 41st President of the United States, George H.W. Bush, gave in the parliament of what was then called the Ukrainian SSR, pleading with Ukraine not to declare independence and break up the Soviet Union. If the United States wanted to break up the Soviet Union, why the hell was the President of the United States in the Ukrainian parliament literally begging them not to declare independence? But nevertheless, people believe this. And this, again, is why I am skeptical about our efficacy to counter these absolutely ridiculous, absurd narratives. And I don't think we should be wasting our time on it. What we should be wasting our time on is building the narrative of a broader West that includes Ukraine. That's what we should be spending our time on. That is what is going to win this so-called information war. There's another myth that the West supposedly promised, that the U.S. promised the Soviet Union that NATO would never enlarge, which is ridiculous because NATO makes its decisions by consensus. One American president or one American secretary of state cannot make that decision for NATO. And one American president cannot make decisions for future American presidents. Yet despite the fact that this narrative is absurd on the face of it, Russians continue to believe this and repeat this ad nauseum. And I don't think we should be wasting our time trying to counter these narratives. These are internal problems for Russia to work out. Russia will change when it has a catharsis, when it understands we can no longer live this way. I had a heart attack back in 2011, and I had to make a decision. I had to lose some weight. I had to cut down my cholesterol. I had to do a lot of things, or else I was going to be dead. I had a catharsis. Right? When Russia has its catharsis after it loses in Ukraine, and it will lose in Ukraine, then we can begin the process of possibly Russia changing. But until then, the first order of business is winning here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have literally 3 minutes to the end of the panel, so I would ask each of the panelists to give us 1 minute conclusive remarks. Choose, I think the catharsis question is huge. What kind of, and how would it supposed to look like?
Well, I mean, Russia's legitimizing myth, its ideology, if you will, is imperialism. And as we all know, Dr. Brzezinski explained to us correctly that Russia with Ukraine is an empire, Russia without Ukraine is not an empire. When Russia loses Ukraine decisively, and it will lose Ukraine decisively, I am confident of that, then its myth is shattered. And then they have to ask the question of themselves, what are we now? What are we now? Because Ukraine's going to be gone. And they're going to have to give up this absurd myth that they've had since the time of the Duchy of Muscovy. Because really, it's hard to know if the state if the state created the empire or the empire created a state. That's how tightly woven these things are. And once that imperial dream is dead and buried once and for all, the Russians are going to have this catharsis. They're going to have to ask themselves, who are we? How do we want to live? And that's for them to work out. Again, our problem, our task, is to bring together what I call the wider West, the broader West, which importantly includes Ukraine. So that's how I see that issue of catharsis.
I think everybody is saying we should work hard on something that we're doing great at. We haven't had any problem sustaining the unity of the West. We have done fabulously at that. and we should all be proud of it. And the Biden administration shares the credit with the government of Ukraine and with other European governments, and it is a gigantic achievement. But it's not the end of the story. When empires break down, there's a political clash among the remnants of the political interests in the country that are vying for power and control over institutions, wealth, interests, narratives, and that is a process in which is going to be affected by the way in which Russians perceive their relationship with the outside world. And if we have done nothing, if we say that this war is about breaking up Russia or do not counter that, we are making it easier for the bad guys to win. And that is something that people who have spent their lives studying Russia and thinking about it should not be happy with and should not say we shouldn't waste our time on it.
Brian,
we should waste our time on it.
Nobody's saying this is to break up Russia. Nobody's saying this is to break up Russia. This is for Ukraine to win.
We are not saying it, but it is a much more powerful consensus that we're doing nothing to combat.
Тут вже згадували про Радіо Свобода.
It has already been mentioned something about Radio Liberty, a corporation which worked towards change on the Soviet and post-Soviet space a lot. And I'd like to say that, especially back in the 80s and the 90s, our force of this corporation was that we knew whom we're dealing with. We knew that we have very few friends and we have a lot of enemies who hate us and listen to us just because they want to hate us even more. And the Voice of America was a part of that corporation. And the majority of Russians watched Russian and Soviet television, for that matter. And we know that this state can be changed not by our words, but inability for aggression. Russia can be changed only when and if it is unable to go for aggression. If we want to make a difference, we should to make sure that Russia has no opportunity to harbor any aggressive plans against any former republic of the former Soviet Union. The alternative to this catharsis would be a long-term war on all this territory. That's the long and short of it. В стратегічних вивченнях визначення
defend your values. So for me, this war is about defending our values. That's what we do. First of all, for my team, it's a value of truth. Then based on this, the value of justice. And finally, the value of unity, which was mentioned also here. But we should also be aware that Russia continues to work to undermine those values. And this fight is still goes on. And I do believe that we still have a long way to go to say that we are winning information war.
Thank you so much, and I think we had a another fantastic panel, and thank you our panelists, thank you our expert. Please thank us.
Thank you, Mr. Sastanovich. Have a great day. Thank you very much.
Представтесь, будь ласка, і скажіть, чому для вас важливо сьогодні бути тут?
Амельченко Віталій Павлович, президент Центру української дипломатії.
Чому ви сьогодні тут?
Так я вчора був тут. Дуже цікаві дискусії проходять. Я не можу бути поза цим, поза межами цієї дискусії. І взагалі я на всіх безпекових форумах, які проводить Арсеній Петрович.
А що за ці 2 дні? Що за ці 2 дні ви найбільше запам'ятали? До чого б хотіли долучитись?
Я, по-перше, знав усіх американських послів, які тут присутні були. Приємно було і з ними зустрітися, обговорити деякі питання.
А які у вас очікування від саміту у Вільнюсі?
І з Марією Йовановою, з якою я знайомий більше 20 років, і з іншими послами. Я думаю, корисно проводити такі форуми в наш час. Непростий.
Скажіть, а якою ви бачите перемогу України?
Я думаю, що найближчим часом будуть звільнені території, вже озброєння є сучасне, до кінця літа. Все це реально.
Дякуємо вам. Давайте почнемо з вашого представлення і пояснимо людям, чому важливо, навіть попри обстріли, продовжувати збирати цей форум і чому для вас важливо сьогодні бути тут.
Зараз я надзвичайно повноважний посол України, ну і голова нашого правління Українського кризового медіа-центру. Українські дипломати, я думаю, що я можу краще зрозуміти важливість роботи цього форуму. По-перше, тому що я був на першому засіданні і, власне, дякую Арсенію Яценюку, його команді, зараз і Данилу Київському, ну і навіть команді тих, хто це втілює, за те, що вони роблять постійно дуже важливу роботу. Щорічно є можливість обговорити проблеми безпеки, а зараз проблеми безпеки ключові для України і українців. Обговорити це і на щорічному такому великому форумі. До речі, зараз він взагалі був, на мій погляд, дуже успішним з точки зору представництва зарубіжного. Серйозне представництво. Я не скажу чесно, що це було найбільш успішне з точки зору представництва української влади. Не знаю, з яких причин. Наш уряд, ну, я не кажу про парламент був представлений, але уряд якось проігнорував це засідання, можливо, крім Міністерства закордонних справ. Але представництво зарубіжне було одне з найбільш потужних за ці 15 років. Так от для мене дуже важлива та еволюція, яку здійснив і форум. Він дійсно став майданчиком обговорення проблем безпеки не тільки для України, а для всього регіону. Одним з найкращих в Європі. Я був на різних таких майданчиках і можу сказати, що це рівень, світовий рівень. Крім того, наша зараз специфіка, що ключові події відбуваються в Україні. Власне, саме тут має відбуватися ключова дискусія. Чи можна це робити під час війни, коли ще на фронті йдуть бойові дії? Це треба робити. І ви бачили, тут були присутні наші воїни, які і на фронті були, і знайшли в відпустці час обговорити питання, що буде після війни. Тому що питання, як буде забезпечена оборона і безпека України після війни, не менш важливі, ніж те, що відбувається зараз. Тому що це теж про життя, це також про наше майбутнє, це також про захищені країни, яка хоче розвиватися, хоче розвивати економіку, отримати інвестиції, відновити свої можливості. Тому вчасне засідання, дуже цікаві думки, дуже серйозні представники, які впливають на public opinion, громадську думку і навіть на рішення політиків в своїх країнах. І ще один елемент, все-таки це ідея, що питання зовнішні, забезпечення безпеки і зовнішньої політики мають йти одночасно з реформами внутрішніми, забезпечувати єднання всієї української нації, політиків. І тут майданчик для різних поглядів, але, як правило, мені дуже подобається, що тут є такий спільний голос українців для українського майбутнього. Ну і наостанок скажу, що дуже серйозно підсилився форум в плані підготовки аналітичних матеріалів, був спеціальний позиційний документ підготовлений під цей форум. Тобто це не просто розмова, це розмова в даному випадку про найкращу модель безпеки для України. І вона обґрунтована, вона аргументована і в базових матеріалах, і в виступах учасників.
Яким, на ваш погляд, може бути завершення війни для України? Українська перемога?
Якщо коротко сказати, по сьогоднішньому моменту, то це формула, яку запропонував президент України Володимир Зеленський, яка включає багато позицій, ми їх знаємо, цих 10 пунктів, але яка включає, крім деокупації території, відповідальності за воєнні злочини Росії, безпеки продовольчої, безпеки енергетичної, нерозповсюдження ядерної зброї, яка включає в себе гарантії безпеки, як назва, що це можуть бути гарантії, невідомо які. Я би додав до цієї формули членство в НАТО як система колективної безпеки і реальні гарантії. Тому що те, що зараз пропонується Україні, це просто не гарантії, це поглиблення підтримки, співпраці. Членство в НАТО або підписання угоди з ядерною державою на шляху до НАТО – це гарантія. Це, до речі, формула перемоги, тому що деокупувати територію не значить закінчити війну. Це, можливо, парадоксально для зараз звучить, але Росія, я вам нагадаю, починала обстрілювати наші території своєї землі. І зараз, до речі, запускає ракети з своїх територій. Вийти на кордони – це ще не закінчить війну. Треба створити парасольку безпеки, закритись. І в цьому плані, очевидно, Україна має бути потужною економічно, потужною в військовому плані, потужною в плані підтримки партнерів. В цьому зразу питання. А може Україна буде потужною, якщо ми не вирішили свободу судноплавства в Чорному морі? Якщо Росія контролює зараз наші кордони і в Азовському морі, наші територіальні води і в Чорному морі? Не може. Тому свобода мореплавства в Чорному морі і от членство в НАТО – це те, що я пропоную додати до цієї формули перемоги. І мені здається, без цього, може це розширена така формула, але без цього гарантувати нашу безпеку ми не можемо. Тобто мало досягти перемоги зараз на фронтах, треба ще забезпечити, щоб уникнути взагалі російських спроб далі атакувати нас. Або навіть не російських. Будь-якої агресора, який захоче знов повторити от такий акт агресії.
Які кроки нам необхідно робити для того, щоб пришвидшити цей процес уже ось на Вільнюському саміті?
Я оптиміст, але як добре поінформований оптиміст, реаліст. Я не очікую якихось проривів на Вільнюському саміті, але я очікую, що все-таки якийсь місток буде перекинутий на Вашингтон наступного року, 75 років саміт НАТО ювілейний. І, можливо, там от заклик, який міститься в матеріалах форуму, Київського безпекового форуму, він знайде своє втілення. Запрошення України до вступу до НАТО. На історичному форумі історичне рішення. Це, на мій погляд, може виглядати як оптимістичний погляд. Ну, думаю, при великих зусиллях і певних підтримці країн це може бути зроблено. Далі, звісно, буде ще питання імплементації, це і ратифікація внутрішньодержавні процедури в кожному із країн-членів НАТО. І це займе більше, ніж рік, як це відбулося з Фінляндією, я думаю, тому що з Фінляндією швидко відбулося, рекорд був. Але і домашня робота імплементації всіх стандартів, всіх вимог, те, що залишиться як певні невирішеності з деякими країнами. Це те, що ми можемо пройти за кілька років, і це абсолютно реалістично. Тому треба працювати в цьому напрямі. Як вдалося, до речі, після того, як обговорювали ці питання і досягти безвізового режиму в'їзду в ЄС, і кандидатський статус обговорити з Європейським Союзом. Тобто все є досяжне в разі, якщо об'єднати всі зусилля. І зараз унікальний для цього момент. Тому, в принципі, скажімо так, парадоксальна ситуація, що ми напередодні Вільнюса, вже багато хто говорить про Вашингтон. Це не є добре, тому що все-таки заклик був на Вільнюс, щоб зараз прийняти це рішення, але об'єктивно склалось так, що ми ще не знаємо всіх результатів літньо-осінньої кампанії української в цій війні з Росією. А результати, успіх, те, що успіх буде, ніхто не сумнівається, всі так впевнені в Україні, в Збройних силах України, ми то точно не сумніваємося. А от обсяг цього успіху, як це вплине на політичне рішення, ми ще не знаємо. Тому я думаю, що цей рік – це ще не рік прийняття кардинальних рішень щодо моделі безпеки для України. Наступний рік буде таким.
Дякую вам дуже. Чудово. Could you please introduce yourself and say why is it so important for you to be here today?
Sure, absolutely. Hi, my name is Shelby Magid. I'm the Deputy Director at the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. That's a think tank based in Washington, D.C. And the primary focus of my work... Oh, sorry. Should I start over? Okay. The primary focus of my work is supporting U.S. policy to engage and advocate for a stronger Ukraine. So I'm glad to be here because I need to see this firsthand, meet with Ukrainians, and also show how important it is for Americans to come here. I believe that supporting Ukraine is in the U.S. interest. So I'm here because I believe in Ukraine and Ukrainians, but also it's important for my national security. It's also excellent to hear a variety of perspectives on the different topics that have been covered.
Do you have any expectations about Vilnius Summit?
So I'm an optimist, so I would like to believe that there are a lot of positive statements made from allies, especially countries in Europe that are closer to Ukraine in Eastern and Central Europe. I think there will be sentiment about Ukraine belonging in NATO, but what I want to see is tangible steps. My expectation is not that we will see Ukraine getting membership right away. My hopes are actually looking more towards the next summit in Washington, D.C. So I think that we need to see what we get from Vilnius and then push that as hard as possible in Washington.
How you can describe or imagine the victory of Ukraine in this war?
So that's a hard question. I think there are a lot of scenarios, but what I see as victory is a victory on Ukraine's terms. So it doesn't matter what America says. It certainly doesn't matter what Russia says or any other country. It matters what Ukraine says, what the president says, and also what the people say. I believe it needs to be free, sovereign, territorial integrity, and also a Russia that is either completely militarily defeated or severely depleted so that they don't just pop up again in a couple years.
Thank you a lot.
Thank you very much.
It was great.
Could you, somebody give me... Okay, welcome everyone. This is our final panel, or not. So I'm happy to see all of you still here and you're still interested and still engaged. I would like to talk to all of you, listen to your questions, comments, but this conference doesn't allow it, apparently. It would be great if you would have that chance, don't you think? Next time, I hope that organizers will rethink that. And today, I'm very proud to start this panel with very special guest. We know that American political campaign, presidential campaign is starting. And I just ran to the Mikhailivska Square just 5 minutes ago, and Lindsey Graham is standing right near tanks and doing the press conference and telling Ukrainians how much America supports Ukraine. Ukraine become a part of political campaign in the United States. Why I'm mentioning presidential political campaign? Because right now we will have a special guest, special statement from one of the presidential nominees in the past who didn't get his nomination, but still is a stronger supporter of Ukraine. Please welcome Bush, how do you say, George W. Bush.
Greetings to those gathered for the Kyiv Security Forum. Laura and I send our deepest condolences to those who have lost loved ones as a result of Russia's invasion. This war has taken a horrific toll on your nation and your people, but you will prevail. We have been incredibly inspired by the spirit of the Ukrainian people and are deeply impressed by the leadership of President Zelensky. When I spoke with him, I call him the Winston Churchill of the 21st century, willing his people to victory in this war for freedom. Ukraine wants to be free and have the ability to determine its own future, and she will. I am confident that Ukraine can defeat Russia. The world is watching how you fight back. The world is also watching how the rest of us respond. At the Bush Institute, we are advocating for the assistance you need to win this war. We proudly stand with Ukraine and your right and determination to be free. God bless Ukraine.
My apologies. I honestly somehow didn't realize that it's George W. Bush. I thought it's his son. And George W. Bush was instrumental in pushing NATO countries to actually, in 2008, give Ukraine the membership NATO plan. However, it didn't happen. Some of the European countries were opposing it. And we will have a chance to hear from some of the ambassadors from some of the European countries, actually, and talk about that as well. So I would like to welcome to this stage already familiar with this stage, Paula Dobryansky, Ambassador Paula Dobryansky. Ambassador Extraordinary of France to Ukraine, Ambassador Antine de Poncins. And Ambassador Extraordinary of United Kingdom, Dan Simmons. Online, we have Bob Olon, independent expert on international relations, I know Bobo, he is the finest expert on China. We have Ambassador Michael McFall. Michael, hello, nice to see you here. We know him well as well, ambassador to Russia and long friends of Ukraine, spending time here in early 90s, and Russia as well. We have Raya Monach. This is a senior fellow at Asia Society Policy Institute in New Delhi. And we have Kurt Walker, former representative of the United States to Ukraine, and he's a special representative for Ukraine. We spent time with Kurt on the East back in 2018, I think, right? It was May 2018. Yeah. Thank you so much. So I think this panel is supposed to examine, again, we talked about it a little bit yesterday, but examine the past, current, and the future of the situation, and look forward to what lays ahead. And segueing from the our last discussion, last panel, I probably will start with Paula Dobryansky, because we have a special person, with special personal history. Paula was born to Ukrainian immigrants to United States. He grew up as Ukrainian in the United States. She had to explain to her colleagues all her youth what is Ukraine, what is Ukrainian, what does it mean. Nobody in the world and the United States knew about it. So, Paula, tell us a little bit about this issue, growing up Ukrainian in the country or in the world where Ukraine did not exist.
Good afternoon, the mic. That's right. Good afternoon. Yeah, it is on. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and hello, colleagues on the screen, all of you. I grew up, as Miroslava had said, my father and my mother both were born in the United States, but their parents, all sides, immigrated. And I went to public schools, actually growing up. And let me just start with that, just basically at that level. The comment was made in the earlier panel on information about the importance of education. And I have to agree with that. The understanding of education, of history. I was often asked, very simply, oh, your name, Dobryansky. Oh, what is that? What is that? And I'd say, I'm of Ukrainian descent. And they'd say, oh, you're Russian. I'd say, no, I'm Ukrainian. Well, no, yeah, you're Russian. And I'm serious. I had to constantly explain that. And then they'd ask, well, where is Ukraine? I'd say, well, Ukraine is forcibly part of the Soviet Union. Oh, you're Soviet. No, I'm not. I'm Ukrainian. So it was very clear to me, just not at that stage of my life, but quite frankly, as I went on, and whether it's, that level schooling, but right up to the time of my actually working in government, I'm going to say, it's interesting to me, I don't think that there is appreciation of nationalities, which also was another, and my second point, last point, mentioned on the panel. The importance of nationalities. There was a time during the Reagan administration when actually there was and it's public knowledge now, a national security decision directive that focused on nationalities and how that aspect has to be part of one's policy. And I'll conclude just by saying, to me, one of the most significant shifts that has taken place is the way in which the State Department conducts policy. There used to be the Soviet desk, as it was called. And quite frankly, any policy towards Ukraine was always done through Moscow. Then with the independence of Ukraine, which wasn't the first time of independence in its history. When Ukraine became independent, and as Vitaly was mentioning in the last panel, in 1991, at that time, there was the change of the desk and the actual structure, but yet, quite frankly, it wasn't until much later that actually, I would say, in its own right, policy toward Ukraine was conducted towards Ukraine. It was always through Moscow. Major flaw, and it's a lesson learned.
Thank you very much. Very important point. And I apologize for my colleagues here, but I want to go to Michael McFall. Since Paula mentioned policy was made through Moscow, you were ambassador, U.S. ambassador to Moscow. We had a lot of fierce discussions with you, as I remember, about that issue during that time and later. So how do you think, how this fact that the policy was made through Moscow, through the eyes of Moscow, it contributed to the wrong assessment of the situation in Ukraine at the start of this war?
Miroslava, that's a great question. And first, I want to apologize I'm not there in person. And second, I want to make sure that there's questions at the end. And so I'll stop talking as soon as you tell me to. But I think you raise
you have 3 minutes, please. 3 minutes. Go.
3 minutes. I think you're raising a much bigger question, even beyond policy. During the Soviet era, during the Cold War era, as Paula was intimating, our government made investments to train people to think about other parts of the communist bloc, to think about other parts, to train people that not just in Moscow. For instance, I was given money from the US government when I was an undergraduate here at Stanford University to study Polish. And I spent 2 summers in communist Poland, 86, 87, because that was a part of a strategy so that we learned about the entire empire, not just Moscow. But after the collapse of the Soviet Union, I think we atrophied with respect to that. Now, we have here all the experts on Ukraine, and you do at your conference. But I would say that we did have a Moscow-centric view with regards to policy, but we also did with respect to academia and training of our students. I'm a professor here at Stanford University. We do not have a chair in Ukrainian studies. That's shameful. That's horrible. That's awful. And if there's anybody in the audience who has millions of dollars who wants to endow one, please contact me, mcfall@stanford.edu. I'm only half joking, because I think we need to decolonize the way we think about this region, not just in our policy, but in the way we teach it. And there are superstars, let's be clear, there are some people that do it right. Tim Snyder, of course, his fantastic lecture series. But I think structurally, this is a much bigger problem, and I'm glad you're talking about it, because Ukraine is going to become one of the most important countries in Europe, one of the most important countries in the European Union, one of the most important countries in NATO. And therefore, at least I'm speaking about the United States, we have to start understanding Ukraine in all of its dimensions, not just as a country located next to Russia.
Thank you. Thank you. This is not a panel on education, but education in this particular issue is very, very important. And this way I will pass the microphone to Kurt Walker, because he actually made the opposite move. He brought American university to Ukraine. So he creating this dialogue. So Kurt, what? But particularly on the war and situation on the war since 2014. What do you think? What would be your assessment? West done wrong in assessing what was going on in this part of the world after Revolution of Dignity?
Well, thank you so much, Miroslava. And it might be easier to answer what didn't we do wrong, because we did so much that was wrong. But let me just start on education since we're picking up from there. I wish I was in Kyiv there with you, but I was just in Europe for 2 weeks, with the last week being in Ukraine and visiting Odessa and Mykolaiv and Kyiv. And we had the installation ceremony for the new president of the American University of Kyiv. And so despite the ongoing conflict, we've managed to build, we've renovated the building, we've attracted students, we've attracted great faculty. And I do believe that now is the time to invest in Ukraine and to build the future of Ukraine. And I hope that we see more and more businesses and more institutions making that same kind of investment in Ukraine and the people and the future of Ukraine. Now, as for 2014 and beyond, first thing is that we underreacted when we saw the little green men in Crimea and then in Donbass. We didn't believe, we really didn't think that Russia would launch a war, that it would try to steal territory from Ukraine. We were all kind of in disbelief. You know, everyone, Michael here is on the call, everyone was investing in a relationship with Russia at that time. And there was a thought that, okay, we can build some kind of a future, dealing with the Russia that we have, not understanding that, in fact, they were prepared to actually launch a war and take territory. When they did that, we froze it in place. I don't think President Poroshenko had any choice. The Ukrainian military was defeated on the ground very quickly. They fought to a standstill, but it was not sustainable, and there had to be an agreement, and that's how we ended up with the Minsk agreements. But then it was the French and Germans taking the lead on the Minsk agreements with some U.S. participation, but not a leading U.S. role. Because of the European lead, who did not want to see arms flow to Ukraine, they wanted to keep it without adding fuel to the conflict, so to speak. We also, the United States, did not provide arms to Ukraine until 2017, so we held off on lethal arms. And in the Minsk discussions, there was a sense that, well, we can get Ukraine to pass the right laws or to say they're implementing the Minsk agreements, but no one wanted to call out Russia as a party of the Minsk agreements, as failing to adhere to their obligations under the Minsk agreements, no withdrawal of foreign forces, no disbanding of illegal armed groups. So we were all giving Russia kind of a pass. And Russia used that opportunity both to strengthen its control of existing territories, to build its military, to prepare for a future invasion, and to deny at the time that it was doing any of those things. They continued to claim that it was separatists rather than Russian control, and that it was Ukraine that was failing to implement the Minsk agreements rather than Russia. So we lost a lot of time and a lot of ground when we could have been doing more to build up Ukraine, make it unattractive for Putin to actually attack again the way that he did in 2022. I have to give the Biden administration tremendous credit because they called out Putin for his planned invasion well before the invasion took place. And the level of assistance that the United States and other allies have provided to Ukraine since then has given Ukraine the tools that it has needed to fight back. We could have done more. We could have done it faster. We still could do more. We still can do it faster. But I think it's a tremendous achievement now for the U.S. and Europe to have partnered with Ukraine the way that we have, and to help save Ukraine and basically save the future of European security by helping Ukraine defend itself.
Thank you, Kurt. It's very important to hear that, admitting to some mistakes and learn from our mistakes. And I would like to fast forward to today's situation. And Great Britain was the leader of supporting Ukraine. I heard stories that then Prime Minister Johnson was literally calling President Zelensky every day, supporting him. Boris Johnson came to Ukraine at the beginning of the war to show that support. How important was the British leadership, and why Britain was so keen on supporting Ukraine's effort?
Thank you. It's not the question I thought I was going to be asked, so I'm going to put this aside.
Thank you.
And answer your question. It's really very simple, actually. At the point at which it became really clear to the British government that the Ukrainians would fight and fight to the death any invasion on their territory, on the one hand, and that on the other hand, Putin was going to do this thing in spite of potentially having an idea that that capability exists. It was really clear that the UK was going to help Ukraine defend itself against that invasion for reasons of values. That may sound quite woolly, but it isn't actually. It was a moment when our understanding of what it meant to be a European country, you did not do this, your neighbours did not invade you, you did not take off chunks of territory, and you certainly didn't subjugate its citizens in order to reclaim your empire, is something that the UK government felt really deeply. And what became really clear from the beginning of UK support was that it wasn't just the UK government that felt it deeply. The UK felt it deeply. We're at a stage where we're, a year and coming into a year and a third of this invasion. The UK is polled regularly, as I'm sure many countries are, and I know Ukraine is. The last poll on UK public support for the government's support to Ukraine is well over 70%. Over 70% of Brits think that this is the right thing to be doing. So it was a straightforward matter of supporting a country that had come under illegal attack from its neighbour. And from then on, quite frankly, and ever since then, there has never been a conversation between any of our prime ministers and President Zelensky on whether to do something. It has always been about what is now needed. And not just needed from the UK, but needed from the international community. That said, any government has many things on its plate, right? All governments everywhere have, and other things go on in the world. So I'm going to do this. I want to give a shout out to my own colleagues at my embassy, but actually to all diplomatic colleagues who stayed in the country. It's almost unheard of that so many embassies would stay and live the same experience of being under missile fire, same experience of having to take to shelter. It's not visible to people, but my own ministers would say to me, Boris Johnson said to me, actually, the presence of the embassy showing solidarity in the country keeps us honest. For as long as we are here reporting back, this is what is happening, that Ukrainians are doing what they're doing in cities and in villages and in oblasts everywhere, not just the fighting, but the rebuilding and the care of the civilians, was a constant live reminder to our ministers who had so many other things going on that they had to keep their eye on Ukraine. So we think of it, of course, as coming from leader down, and it did. It came from Boris Johnson, and I can tell you that Rishi Sunak doesn't waver any second more than Boris Johnson does. But actually, this has been a diplomatic effort in the round. It's something I cannot tell you how proud I am to be a part of, this community, all of us who stay here and do our job of reporting that out and keeping all our governments honest. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And the question to our French colleague. Back again, sorry for mentioning it, but it's important. 2008, France and Germany were against giving Ukraine a NATO membership plan. Bush administration, in the face of Paul Dobryansky, was very supportive and pushing for it. It did not happen. Do you think that was a wrong policy? And moving forward, how did that your thinking or your government thinking changed, and what is the position of your government today?
First, thank you for inviting me for this important panel. On 2008, I would not express myself for long, because it's history now. It's very far away. The situation has dramatically changed since that. This is not the same world. And so I do not think it's necessary to resume discussion now when there is not the same background now that it was at this period of time. But I would like very much to echo what Ambassador Simons has just said about the French reaction to this Russian invasion. And the two, you know that France and Great Britain are quite similar on many issues. We have, both of us, we have a strong diplomatic network, we have a strong military forces, and there are many, and we have two permanent members of the UN Security Council, and I must say that we have reacted more or less the same way as our British friends. The fact, which is maybe a bit different, is the element that President Macron, before the war, before the 24th of February, had already a very strong relationship, a friendly relationship with President Zelensky. You know,
and President Putin as well.
President Putin, no, not a friendly relationship.
Not the friendly, but he was pushing
he
it.
He had a relationship, which is a bit different. But with Zelensky, it was very special for different reasons. The first one is that President Macron received in Paris at the Élysée Palace Volodymyr Zelensky in between the second run of the presidential election. So that was a very strong signal. And President Zelensky mentions that every time, and he is very keen of that support from President Macron. And due to the fact that we had special responsibility in the Normandy format and so on, Emmanuel Macron was very much involved in the discussion, and so he had, before the war, and of course, immediately after the war started, those relationships were improved, and when Melinda describes the way the two prime ministers are discussing, it's exactly the way President Macron is discussing with President Zelensky. Usually their conversation takes place during the weekend, and usually it's 1 hour and a half, 2 hours of friendly conversation where they go into all details of the political, military, and maybe personal relationship. And this very strong link, I think, is very valuable for both leaders. And this is what I want to say. Regarding the French position since the war started, it is very clear. We support by all means Ukraine, which is aggressed by Russia. So my roadmap for this embassy is clear and clear. It's to do everything we can do to support Ukraine. Maybe regarding the French embassy here, two elements to take in mind. The first one is that we have never left the Ukrainian territory except a few hours, and we were relocalized during the dire hours of the war in February and March, and April in Lviv. So we wanted also to demonstrate, it was a personal decision by the President Macron to demonstrate that solidarity on the ground. I was with some colleagues in Lviv in that period, and that was a strong moment. And then now, due to my security, I have the capacity to go in the countryside and to express the French solidarity very far, deep into Ukraine. And to give you my last movement, I went to Kramatorsk a week ago, to Sloviansk, to Izium. It was my second trip to Izium. And this is very moving from a personal point of view, to see the war really next to the front line. And the welcome that I receive from the authorities and from the populations are very strong and warm. They are very happy, if I may say that, to see that France, as a G7 member, is present very on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For a long time, there were a lot of fear that the Western solidarity can break Western solidarity for Ukraine. but it's still strong, and it looks like it's almost solidified and it become very, very strong. However, some countries are not have a different position and different views. And we have today the representative from India. And I would like to ask you, tell us why. How is the Indian population sees the war? And why are so much uncertainty about clarity on this war?
Okay, I would say I'm not speaking for the government of India, but as a foreign policy analyst, I can tell you something about India's reaction. Just as Ukraine is facing aggression from Russia, India faces a similar aggression from China. And we are locked in a defense relationship with Moscow and Soviet Union. I mean, Ukraine was very much part of it. And that relationship today is critical to cope with the aggression from China. So that has complicated India's reaction. But otherwise, I would say few countries value the importance of territorial integrity and sovereignty than newly independent countries like India in Asia. So I think on the fundamental issue, there is no quarrel. Second, I think while India cannot explicitly, does not explicitly denounce Russian aggression, the outcome of the war between Russia and Ukraine will have consequences for Asia. Because if Russia does succeed with its invasion, it will empower China in Asia. It will empower China's ambitions, because China has territorial claims almost against Japan, against India, against Vietnam, against a whole lot of countries. So I think a Russia that succeeds will make things worse for us. So I think there is no illusion on that score. So what do we expect to see? I mean, I think at least some in Asia clearly see this a war far away, but for others who see quite clearly what happens in Ukraine, that's going to be the future of Asia. And I think here is our problem. Whichever way the outcome unfolds in this war, a Russia that gets defeated would become even more dependent on China. A Russia that actually comes out victorious in this war would also make China happy, because that will keep the West on the hop in Europe and turn its attention away from China. And a protracted frozen conflict, on the other hand, we see Europeans almost pleading with China to restrain Russia, because Russia and China are in alliance today. So I think it poses horrible problems for us. So therefore, what we would wish to see is something that the principle of sovereignty and territorial integrity is upheld at the end of this war. And two, that Europe comes back together and can afford to focus on a larger, longer-term threat to international security from the Chinese expansionism in Asia, and which has got far greater capacities, far greater weight in economic terms to alter the course of world history. So we wish you well. We hope Ukraine can restore its sovereignty. And I think that's very critical for those of us who are battling for similar challenges facing Chinese expansionism.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we have a China expert here as well. So, Mr. Bobolo, China lately presented so-called peace steps. We haven't seen them. We don't know exactly. I mean, kind of, but we didn't see them officially. We don't know what is going on there. What is China goal in this situation? How China sees it sees resolving this war?
Miroslava, it's great to be here. China is really trying to pursue a quite delicate and difficult balancing act. On the one hand, it's trying to preserve its strategic partnership with Russia. But on the other hand, it recognizes that China's future lies in global integration. So in other words, it it needs Russia, but it actually needs the world. It needs the international order even more. And so what it's trying to do is it's trying to sort of pursue this balancing act, keep all the balls in the air, and that's why it's pursuing this position that is rhetorically supportive of Russia, but actually giving very little help to Moscow. From the Chinese perspective, the worst thing about the Russian invasion is not so much that it was immoral. Of course it's immoral, and I really don't think the Chinese would have made the same kind of decision, but also that the Russians have made such a bad job of it. They have actually discredited not just themselves, but also their partners. So China suffers a certain guilt by association. So that leads us to the so-called Chinese diplomatic initiative. I think it's really important to understand that the purpose of this Chinese diplomacy is not to conduct a successful mediation. The real point is to promote China as a good international citizen. The audience here is not the United States, it's not even Ukraine. The audience here is the so-called global South and also the Europeans. So what China is trying to do is not only promote itself as a good international citizen, but also weaken that transatlantic unity that has been actually strengthened as a result of the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Thank you. Right now, United States is saying that that China is greatest. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't sleep as you are. I mean, it's too much. The greatest danger to the world. But during my studies at Harvard a few years ago, I remember it was a clear sign that Russia is declining power and China is rising power, and we have to deal with both. So now we have this declining power making this horrible move on Ukraine. But Paula, what is more dangerous, China and Russia, or Russia? What is more dangerous, China or Russia?
I view both as dangerous. I always have viewed both. And let me explain. First, Russia has nuclear weapons, number one. Number two, Russia has been clearly a threat and has posed a challenge to not just the transatlantic community, starting back in thinking 2008, 2014 and forward in terms of its aggression, but also I think geopolitics has changed dramatically globally as a result of this particular invasion of Ukraine. You can't go back. So now we go to China. In fact, seeing on the screen our colleagues from Australia and also from India, the Indo-Pacific is definitely concerned. The Prime Minister of Japan, Kishida, delivered a speech in which he said the war in Ukraine must succeed because it has ramifications for our own security in the Indo-Pacific. Xi Jinping has stated his intentions vis-a-vis Taiwan very clearly. So in this case, China also poses a threat. What Russia doesn't pose is an economic threat. China has other tools at its disposal. It's grown itself militarily. It's grown itself economically. And also, yes, as our colleague from the Lowy Institute mentioned, China has been successful to some extent, not completely, in courting the global South, as you said. But my last point I'll make is what's, I think, of great concern here is and where China, I don't think, is a global stakeholder at all, because they have an opportunity to show leadership, and it hasn't been manifested. Specifically, China has opened itself as a key market for Russia. Russia has an out. Energy-wise, now, instead of Europe, the energy pipeline and Its exports go to China, its other exports go to China, and when you look at the statistics, by the way, it is fueling and getting its income and fueling this war because of this alternate market. In that sense, China is not doing a service at all in this context. Both pose challenges. That's why this particular invasion of Ukraine has geopolitical consequences, and certainly Russia and China are very much part of that.
Michael, we always say that that with this war specifically, Russia totally violated and broke all the international order. Do you have any international order at this moment? What are the world we are facing with this war, and what kind of new international order are we facing?
Well, Russia most certainly did, violating some of the central norms of the international system set up in 1945. Remember, in large part, World War II was fought about annexation and tried to get rid of annexation as a result of it. After World War II, after 1945, we had a major achievement in the international system of decolonization, fantastic achievement, and now we're back to having a country trying to recolonize a neighbor. And then the way they're fighting this, crimes against humanity, a third place where they're just completely out of the international system. And I agree with what Bobolo said. I think this creates real problems for China because China doesn't want to be a rogue agent in this international system. It wants to change it according to its own national interest, but it doesn't want to destroy it. And I think it's created real problems for the Chinese. I think there's also some very good news about the international system, at least the liberal parts of the international system. We'll have to wait and see. First and foremost, you're all sitting in Europe. It was not preordained, as Kurt was hinting at, that Europe would stand united the way they have. It's been fantastic. The rebirth of Europe, because of your sacrifice in Ukraine, is real and tangible. Second, it's also internationally. I was just speaking to some of my colleagues from the Biden administration yesterday about their meeting in Hiroshima, Japan, at the G7. And what they reported that there's never been greater unity in the G7 as a result of this horrendous, barbaric invasion of Ukraine. And what you've seen there is countries making changes, Prime Minister of Japan in particular. This is radical. This is dramatic. Their new strategic doctrine, what they're doing. Taiwan, I was in Taiwan last August. We met with President Tsai and everybody. And you should know, the people of Ukraine, there is no group of people cheering louder for your victory than the people of Taiwan. Absolutely. Because they understand the relationship that you all were just talking about, but they're not just sitting on their hands. As a result of this horrendous, barbaric, illegal invasion of your country, they are now changing the ways that they are preparing to deter an invasion of Taiwan. That would not have happened without this war. So I think actually the changes, the positive changes for a future of a more liberal, more international order. It's never been liberal, international, or orderly. Let's remember that. But what has happened over the last year and a half, I think gives me hope that there may be a better outcome as a result of this horrible tragedy that Putin did to your country.
Thank you. And back to our European colleagues. Okay, again, I'm freezing, totally freezing. I'm sorry. Changes in geopolitics in Europe, that was my question. And Poland took a huge leadership in Eastern Europe. All the Eastern European flank, Baltic states, Estonia is providing the biggest support according to its GDP. We have a little bit of shift of leadership in Europe. How does it look from the position of France?
From the position of France, I think what is really remarkable is the unity of European Union, that from the very first day, and of course we can see some nuances, but the main movement is a movement of complete unity. We are now adopting our 10th package of sanctions, so this is something very, very important. And we have also shifted, and I'm very much in line with what has been said, we have already also shifted, I would say, the conceptual organization of the EU, going now to a military, going very strongly into the military domain, providing munition, financing weapons, financing training, and so on and so forth. This is clearly a complete shift, a U-turn, if you compare with the philosophy within the European Union only a few years ago. And maybe to continue on the position on the EU regarding Ukraine, I think also Ukraine has made, since the 24th of February, a huge journey towards the European Union and towards the European Union integration. Now Ukraine is a EU candidate. There will be, of course, new steps to travel to. But anyway, the way it has changed since the war, it's also very remarkable. So, and I can say that in the future, I cannot say when, but in the future now, it is admitted that Ukraine will become a member of the European Union.
Good point. Remember that. UK, you left the European Union. You are the leader now. How do you feel your leadership or your position in this coalition?
I'm really going to enjoy answering this question. I think we had better watch what the Baltic countries and Eastern Europe countries are going to do now, because that is one of the biggest geopolitical shifts as a result of this invasion. We had better not be caught napping while Poland steps up in the way that they have stepped up, and the Baltic countries have formed an alliance together with the Nordic countries and Ukraine to redefine how Eastern Europe, probably for the first time inside the EU and outside, gets to say what kind of security it needs as countries that have experienced the Soviet occupation. This is probably the most exciting time for those countries. And whether you're in the EU or not, but especially if you are in the EU, this is something not to try to minimize or to imagine as some flash in the pan. I actually think this is a much bigger shift than the unity of Europe as a whole. Because for me, the thing about unity of Europe as a whole is that we were caught napping in the sense of not losing interest in the rules-based international system, but just becoming complacent about it. In the end, actually, didn't take a great deal for us to come together, because we did share those common values. We didn't actually have to be reconvinced of them. We just had to wake up to them. But Eastern Europe, if I may say, has been a minor partner in all those years in determining what that means for its eastern flank, and not anymore. So I think one of the things that has happened as a result of this invasion is that taking back of control that I will naughtily suggest, I really hope, shifts an interesting dynamic inside the Union for the future. Thanks.
Thank you. Kurt, United States, leader of this coalition, this league of the coalition of the war. There are a lot of discussions, we talked about it yesterday, about possible shift in the position of supporting Ukraine, with a stronger position of Republicans in the Congress and the presidential campaign in the United States. How do you see the support, this unwavering support that is claimed? How do you see it, and is there any risk that it can change?
Right. Well, Miroslava, you said it yourself earlier, when you have Lindsey Graham in Kyiv at the square outside St. Michael's, promising continued U.S. support for Ukraine, a Republican senator and former presidential candidate, that tells you something, that there is very strong support for Ukraine on a bipartisan basis, Republicans and Democrats in the House, in the Senate, and that is poised to continue for some time. When you look at it as a practical matter, we are consumed in the United States right now with negotiations over lifting the debt ceiling. We have a law that imposes a limit to how much the U.S. can go in debt. That will get resolved in the coming week or two, if not sooner. And then we'll be in a position where we can vote on more aid for Ukraine again later this year, probably in August or September. The current package that's already been approved by Congress, and remember, it was the Biden administration that asked for $38 billion worth of aid to Ukraine, and the Congress, led by Mitch McConnell, the Republican minority leader in the Senate, increased it to $45 billion. I think you'll see a similar dynamic later this year. There'll be a ask and an increase. And you'll probably end up, in my prediction, and this is not a fact, this is not a negotiation ongoing in Washington, just my reading the crystal ball looking ahead. I think you're going to end up with about a $60 billion package approved towards the end of this fiscal year or the beginning of the next one, end of September at the latest. And that will be enough money to continue U.S. support for Ukraine through the presidential election. And that's important because we really don't want this to be part of our electoral campaign. We don't want to have this debate among candidates. We want support to be steady. There will be at least one candidate who will argue against aid for Ukraine, but there will be others who will argue in favor. And I think if you look at where we will be, we're talking a year and a half from now, what will the position on U.S. support for Ukraine be? Ukraine will have had another counteroffensive and maybe another one after that. We will have had more time pass by between now and then than has already passed from Russia's February 24th invasion until now. So it's going to be a different situation a long time from now in comparison. And I think that Ukrainians should be assured of U.S. support. I also would just want to make a point about the public, because we get so wrapped up talking about Republicans and Democrats and inside the Beltway, as we say, U.S. domestic politics. The American people understand that Russia is an aggressor, Ukraine is an underdog, and they're fighting for our values. And all we need are for our leaders to continue to make that case, make it publicly, make it in Washington, make it in the districts, and I'm sure that American public support can be sustained as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We don't have much time left. General, big question that I always ask my vis-a-vis, and I would ask you. We talked about it yesterday, a little bit of yesterday, about envisioning the victory of Ukraine. How do you all envision the victory of Ukraine and the new geopolitical reality in this world? 1 minute, please. Paula, start. Paula.
I thought you were asking on the screen.
No.
You asked me.
I ask everyone. This is the question for everyone.
Forgive me. I didn't hear you say my name, and I'm sitting right
I think
near
we're all
you.
sleeping a little bit, so it's fine.
I think it's the end panel that's...
Yes, that's the point.
All right. Well, let me try to give a succinct answer to that. First, number one, I already stated that the geopolitical environment has changed because what happens in Ukraine affects not only Europe, but it also has ramifications for the global community at large. Toward that end, I would say that that underscores the importance of victory here to establish security in Ukraine. It's not just only the security guarantee through, of course, NATO membership, but it is to ensure victory, because victory has ramifications for the Indo-Pacific, without a doubt. The point already established about Taiwan, as Mike McFaul was mentioning about their comments. I mentioned Prime Minister Kishida. Secondly, victory also is defined by not just winning the war, but also winning the peace, because it doesn't end after the winning of the war and the military component. It also concerns a rebuilding of Ukraine, a stabilization. And what does that mean? That means, which the good news is here, that there are already efforts afoot towards rebuilding, towards recovery, from all the sectors, international financial institutions, the private sector, the public sector, but also, as we heard here at this conference, the importance of also justice, establishment of a process for apprehending those war criminals and bringing them to justice. And then also, in this case, also the issue and the importance of assets and reparations for Ukraine, which also there was a whole discussion devoted to that issue, how that also is crucial in this effort. And finally, let me say here, I think what also has to be underscored is we've mentioned, all of us in different ways, the importance of the solidarity of effort here. Solidarity of effort and a consensus going forward can't be just for the short term, but it has to be sustained for the medium term, the long term. How do you do that? You had a whole panel talking about information and communication, and that argument has to be made. And it isn't only made by publics, it's also made by the private sector in so many different ways. That is absolutely essential. And I'll end on this note. Victory for Ukraine and for all of us, is the modernization of Ukraine, as well as the digitalization of Ukraine, its reforms that it undertakes, and its ability to attract investment and literally become part of that Western community of NATO, of the EU. That's victory.
Thank you.
Just in a couple of words, as I've said before, I think the future of Ukraine is within the European Union. It will be a long way, a long journey. It will be a difficult one with many obstacles, in particular fight against corruption, reform of the judiciary, and so on and so forth. But at the end, I'm pretty confident that Ukraine will join the EU and will be a very valuable member of this European Union.
Thank you.
Well, I don't think I need to repeat what others have said, so I suppose I would say, how does this war end? Ukraine will win it. And the UK, and I can see unified international system, will keep supporting Ukraine until that happens. And then along what others have said, and it will be for Ukraine to determine what process comes after that, but the security arrangements that need to be in place will be the next big thing to ensure, because I'm sorry to say, and I'm sure we all know, we will not arrive at a situation of sweetness and light where there is reconciliation and love and brotherhood between Russia and Ukraine. Russia will think again about invading Ukraine. So there need to be security arrangements as part of any future whereby whoever is running Russia turns their sights to the country and thinks again.
Thank you. Bobo.
Yes, in all this optimism about a Ukrainian victory and the future of a rules-based international order, I think we need to be careful perhaps not to pat ourselves too much on the back here. I think a Ukrainian victory certainly will provide a window of opportunity for the reassertion of a rules-based international order. But it's also a window that could close very rapidly. I think there are 4 key factors that will determine whether we can establish a viable rules-based international order. The first one is obviously a Ukrainian victory. But the second one is some kind of stabilization, relative normalization of US-China relations. Third, the viability of any rules-based international order will depend on the extent to which countries in the global south are invested in it. And finally, the worth of any international order will depend on our ability, that's the global community's ability, to address a 21st century agenda. So that doesn't just mean, obviously, the war in Ukraine or European security or the US-China relationship. It means climate change, it means food security, it means public health, and it means global poverty and economic and social justice. If we don't address those fundamental problems, then the window of opportunity that has been given to us by the heroism of the Ukrainian people will be lost.
Ryan Mohan.
Yeah, thank you. Let me just make 3 quick points. One, what I've heard on this panel, it confirms my view that where you sit, where you stand depends on where you sit. The temptation to downplay the consequences for Asia, or that China is not really going to benefit from this. So what I would say is that it is not an accident that the Russian invasion of Ukraine was preceded by the outlining of a Sino-Russian alliance without limits. What it does, in my view, is to integrate European and Asian theaters in a way that we have not thought about. For long, we thought about these two as different theaters. But I think what the Sino-Russian alliance does and the invasion that followed is the integration of the two theaters. Second, a victory in Europe would be not just for Ukraine, but you need a European compact that eliminates the possibilities for war in the future, restores a trans-European order. Third, I would say a victory would be a European success, would bring Europe and the transatlantic powers into Asia to deal with a much bigger, a much more lasting challenge that China presents. So any downplaying of the China threat in this would only make matters worse. My hope is that a successful Europe will also contribute to Asian peace.
Thank you. Kurt.
Well, I'll just be a little bit more practical and immediate. We have a few major events coming up this summer, and I think that the West and Ukraine need to take full advantage of them. We have the Swedish-hosted Ukraine Recovery Conference on June 8th, followed by the British-hosted one on June 22nd. There, we need to see mechanisms for insurance of investors who want to invest in Ukraine's reconstruction. We need to create a permanent executive that will oversee day-to-day efforts on Ukrainian reconstruction, because right now annual meetings are not good enough. We need an actual structure in place. We need to see also an understanding that security matters, that if Ukraine is going to be a member of the European Union, it has to be a secure country in the future. It's got to have borders. Similarly, if investors are going to invest in Ukraine, they got to know Ukraine's going to be there 5, 10, 50 years from now. And the best guarantee of that's going to be NATO membership. So the Vilnius Summit in July has got to make concrete steps of operationalizing NATO's 15-year-old commitment to Ukrainian NATO membership. May not happen while the war is raging, but we've got to show that that's where this is going. So a lot of things that need to be done this summer. And on the Ukrainian side, I think it's very, very important for Ukraine to pass the EU acquis as quickly as possible, to give people confidence that Ukraine will not be going back to a Ukraine that people had questions about, but forward to a law-based market economy, following European laws and regulations, and fully able to be a contributing member of the European Union.
Thank you very much. And Michael, your last word.
So I can't believe there's so many people still there this late on Friday night. There must be there to be with you, Miroslava. This has been a great conversation, and there's lots of details I don't want to get into because we don't have time. I just want to remind people of what has already been accomplished in terms of victory. Because yes, we have to think about the future and where to push the Russians out and beat them militarily. I firmly agree that that is a probable outcome. But I want to remind everybody, if you look at this war from Putin's point of view, and I pay attention to him and watch Russian TV, so you don't have to, remember what he promised and what he has failed to achieve. One, he said he was going to denazify Ukraine. failed. 2, he was going to demilitarize Ukraine, failed. 3rd, he was going to unite the Slavic people because he believes that Ukrainians are just Russians with accents. Fantastic failure. 4th, Battle of Kiev, failed. Battle of Kharkiv, failed. Retaking Kherson, failed. Ukraine is on a path to the European Union. Do not forget that. That was what the revolution of dignity was about. That was what Putin was trying to stop. Failed. NATO expansion, failed. Remember the victories already. There is no circumstance, in my view, when the history books are finally written, that this war will not be perceived and written about as a fantastic victory for the people of Ukraine, for your warriors, for your citizens, and in the margins for those of us that tried to help it.
Thank you very much. And on this fantastic point, I'm inviting director of this conference.
Thank you, Miroslava, the warrior. Thank you very much for moderating this discussion. And I would like to, I consider it important to contribute to this important talk and to move on what Ambassador Michael, what you said about those failures. And let me quote the breaking news from the Wall Street Journal that are important for this particular panel, but also for Ukraine and for Europe and globally. So what the Wall Street says, that the Chinese envoy dispatched to push Chinese peace plan for Ukraine carried a clear message. United States allies in Europe should assert their autonomy and urge an immediate ceasefire, leaving Russia in possession of the parts of its smaller neighbor, meaning Ukraine, that it now occupies, according to the Western officials familiar with the talks in capitals across the continent. This is the, as according to the media, this is the sense, the essence of the Chinese peace plan. And let me say that I consider it important to react on behalf of the Kyiv Security Forum to say that this plan is unacceptable, either for Ukraine or for the free world, or for any nation that struggles for fundamental international law and principles. So this is yet another failure of, pretending to suggest peace initiatives, but instead of the peace initiatives, to suggest the world order, which is based on injustice, slavery, aggression, and this is not the way Ukraine will think about the future. Someone may say that Ukraine is idealistic about its ambitions. Yes, we are. But all our struggle is about ideals, about believing in ourselves. And the support of our allies is idealistic as well. And idealists will win in this world, because this world is for better, for something human, for something healthier than what we see from the Russian aggression and genocide. Before we end, I would like to thank everyone here for tremendous discussion, for every input you made. And I'm really happy that we had so distinguished experts on the Chinese politics. Bobolo, I thank you very much for your contribution. I would like to thank our Indian colleague for his strong remarks that we share. I'm happy to see both ambassadors, Ambassadors McFall and Ambassador Walker, our good friends and excellencies. All of you, you were fantastic. For a brief remark, I invite the master of the ceremony, Ramina Shud, to tell her thank you to all of you. Дякую.
Thank you, Danilo. Dear friends, colleagues, at the end of this two-day Kyiv Security Forum, I would like to say that my heart is filled with gratitude and emotion. I'm grateful to each and every one of you for being here today, for your insights, for your strong support, for your commitment. You know, for us Ukrainians, the words of our Ukrainian poets and writers have a special place in our hearts. And the words of Lesia Ukrainka, who once wrote that the spirit of the Ukrainian people cannot be broken by any storm, resonates deeply with us. We've seen many storms in our history, and this unprovoked, brutal Russia's aggression against Ukraine is unfortunately no exception. We've lost loved ones. We've seen our homes destroyed. We've faced immense challenges. But even in the darkest hour of war, we have not lost hope. And today, I would like to thank our speakers and participants, especially those who have come to Kyiv to show their strong solidarity and support with Ukraine. Your presence here today reminds us all that we are not alone in this fight, and we are very grateful to you. I would like also to thank our partners who stand by us in this fight for peace, security, and democracy. We understand that we cannot win this fight alone, and we are very grateful for your partnership and friendship. I would like also to recognize the chairman of the Kyiv Security Forum, Mr. Yatsenyuk, for his leadership, for his tremendous support, and for everything that he is doing. Let me also mention the director of the Kyiv Security Forum, Mr. Danilo Lubkivsky, for his vision, for his inspiration, and for everything that he is doing. Thank you so much. Let me also thank the team of the Kyiv Security Forum and Open Ukraine Foundation. Guys, you are amazing, and I'm so proud to be with you. Thank you so much. And at the end, I want to say that let us always remember the sacrifice that we have made and the work that still needs to be done. Let us continue to work together. Let us continue to work together towards our brighter future. And let us continue to do so with the knowledge that we are not alone in this fight and that the spirit of the Ukrainian people cannot be broken by any storm. Thank you. Slava Ukraini!